Greetings, everyone. Koku here. We're going to start the show in a few minutes. I just wanted to hop on real quick and let you guys know what you're in store for tonight. We're going to talk about the fact that I did my first Twitter Spaces last night. I'm going to talk about my experience with that. A couple of observations that I noted. We're going to talk about the importance of Black people throwing stones at white supremacy, no matter how small those stones might be. We're going to talk about how the chickens of the West will eventually come home to roost. That should be interesting. We're going to talk about the history of Christopher Columbus and the role of the Moors in Spain. We're going to talk about the importance of Black entrepreneurship. We're going to talk about the fact that Yoruba is now one of the official languages of Brazil. And we're going to ask the question, which other Black country in the West is next? We're going to talk about Tamika Mallory and the fact that she has no regrets in leading Black voters in America to voting for Jim Crow Joe Biden. We're going to talk about Web 3.0. I didn't even really much know about this. Web 3.0, we're going to talk about how Black equals African people need this new version of the web that's coming. We're going to talk about how Black equals African folks need to stop helping non-Black equals non-African people. We're going to use the example of Charles Ramsey. You guys might remember this story from a couple of years ago, right? And last but not least, we're going to talk about the last surviving dog from Michael Vick's dogfighting ring has died. So I want you guys to stay tuned for all of that tonight. I want to stress how Shoot the Breeze is not a show where I come to talk. It's a show where we come to talk. And you'll hear more. You'll hear more about that when I talk about last night's spaces. All right, so you guys just hang in there. We'll be right back on the other side to start the show.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, the Saturday night Shoot the Breeze episode. You know who I am. I'm the host, Koku. Let's have a a good, enjoyable conversation tonight. And kudos to you guys. A lot of you guys are proving that you're not a part of this Abrahamic stuff, I guess. And so you're here tonight hanging. I see we have Kevin Carre just joined the panel. Kevin Carre, how are you tonight?
I am good, man. I wish your show could have came on a lot earlier so I have to deal with this goddamn holiday. I mean, these demon days here.
Right.
That would be a great thing, like a KWAZ marathon.
Yeah. There's ways to achieve that too. I mean, you could tune in to all the latest episodes from KWAZ Radio. But yeah, I appreciate you being here, man. We're going to have a nice little discussion tonight. We'll see how long the show is tonight, but we'll have a nice discussion. I put the link in the chat for those who might not be aware. Whenever you see that link that says https streamyard.com, that link, if you click it, it allows you to enter the studio, quote unquote, to become part of the broadcast as we welcome in Mr. Untouchable. So you guys can click that link. You don't need any extra software, hardware, etc. You could join from your phone. Just click the link if you choose to join the panel. Mr. Untouchable, how are you today?
Cool. Big up, man. I'm good. Shout out to Kevin Kyrie, everyone else in the chat.
Yes,
Greetings,
sir.
man. Greetings.
Yes, sir. I see we had Mr. Untouchables in the chat. Kevin Carre was in the chat. The Pro-Black Perspective is here. The Learning Curve, that's the Revolutionary Matron. She's here as well. New York Sports Archives. You guys make sure to check out that channel. Mr. Bobby E. Wright is here. He did promise he was going to be here. Bobby E. Wright, peace to you, brother. Thank you for all your support over the years. So yeah, definitely, our numbers might be low tonight. I'm not certain because, again, we do have this big day for the adherents of Christianity and whatnot to celebrate. So we might not have a whole bunch of people, but the few that we have here are appreciated. So let's post the first topic for tonight. The first topic is my Twitter Spaces experience. All right, so this is something I could talk about. I want to talk about the experience, and I want to talk about some observations. And I don't want folks to get it misconstrued that my observations are criticizing fans of the show or fans of the network or whatnot. That's not what I'm doing. But there's some things I noticed. So I did a Twitter space last night. In fact, I'll show you what the topic was right here. I did this Twitter space last night. You guys should be able to see that. The Twitter space was, the topic was, and I knew the topic was a good topic. It was to see if people will come through, especially considering this so-called holiday that we're in. So the topic was Build Black Better, a play on the mainstream news topic of what's happening currently, of Build Back Better. I went with the title Build Black Better, and the second part of the title is Codes of Conduct. I know codes of conduct in the conscious community has been a big buzzword, and so I put these two things together, and now it was to see if folks would actually come through. And I got to tell you that had it not been for the other hosts of the shows on KWAZ Radio, that space may have lasted 10 minutes in reality. Because there's no way to go around it, but not too many folks showed up at the start time. And it for a while there, it was just KWAZ Radio podcast hosts, myself, Onita Say from the Pro-Black Perspective, the Revolutionary Matron from the Learning Curve, and D-Web from the Harsh Reality Podcast. It was really just us talking to one another. And you know, I love those guys, but honestly, me and those guys talk, especially of late. We talk in some form or fashion almost every day. When I do this space, I want to talk to people. I want to talk to the people as we welcome in the pro-black perspective as well, actually. Peace, Oni. How are you?
You're not joking. Peace, how you doing, man?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Yeah, so I'm just gonna put your mic on mute, Oni, until later. So that first 30 minutes for someone like me was brutal because I'm talking all the time. And so I was looking forward to a space where it wasn't about me talking to the other hosts. It was about me talking to people who came up, who came along to join the space because they liked the topic. And at about 25 minutes in, and backstory, this is my opportunity to blame Mr. Untouchable. I was also sipping on some Appleton with Coke and lemon. So I was kind of already kind of out of it, to be honest, right? The only thing that would have helped me was some vigorous communication, right, in the space. So so at 25 minutes, I'm looking at the clock, and we start to talk about something that's not even on topic. We start talking about BMI and all this kind of stuff, which was still interesting information, but it clearly wasn't hitting, and no one except us was communicating. And then I said something about Neely Fuller's code. I literally said, well, we'll wrap it up now. Let me just go over Kwame Nkrumah's code from Handbook of Revolutionary Warfare. And I've just made this remark like, well, we ain't gonna talk about Neely Fuller's code because no one likes Neely Fuller's code. And then finally, this young lady, I hope she's out there somewhere, dark and lovely, she starts to come in and talk about Neely Fuller and the significance of Neely Fuller and the significance of the code to her and others and stuff like that. And as she began talking, the conversation started to pick up. More and more people came in, and it became a successful conversation. Now, some will say the conversation was off topic, but actually it wasn't, because it was still about the code. And does code, is Neely Fuller's code something you could use for nation building, which I'm pretty sure most people understood where I was coming from in it last night. That is not a code that's really towards nation building. It's a code. Neely Fuller's code is a code for you to survive the brutality, if you will, of white nationalism, right? So a couple things I observed from that. That space went on from 10 to 2. And honestly, if I didn't end it, it probably would have gone on even longer. The few things I observed, though, and there's a couple things I want to share with you guys, since we have this Roman New Year coming up, and a lot of people like to make changes when New Year's come around. Black folks, we gotta be on time. Real talk. We gotta stop glorifying colored people time and black people time and all this stuff. We gotta be on time, because, and this is, I'm saying me, but I'm talking in general, really. I don't really mean me specifically in all these things, but if I'm starting a talk at 10 p.m., right, I can't be talking expecting you to come at 11. You understand? So we got to start being on time. The second observation I have is when black people decide to speak about, to have groups and speak about the things that are affecting us, everyone should really be participant. The notion that you're going to be the fly on the wall during a conversation about Black liberation, etc., has some agent type vibes to it. I get that you might not be able to comment or, you know, or offer anything unique in every aspect of a conversation, but you're also dealing with this system that we're trying to overcome. So you have to have some input into what it is, right? And really and truly, those are the two. Oh yeah, there's one last one. There's a third one. This gives me an opportunity to commend once again, because I always commend them, but this gives me an opportunity to commend the other hosts on KWAZ Radio. Something I noticed, and I don't see him here right now. He'll probably come in late, but D Webb from the Harsh Reality Podcast. Something I noticed about him. He's a guy, when he shows up in a space, he makes his presence known. He's going to articulate his belief, his thoughts, his ideas, regardless to what anyone else has to say about it. The Revolutionary Matron is the same way. The Revolutionary Matron, I just came off, before I did this show, I just came off a space. I wasn't a speaker in this Twitter space, but Matron was the co-host there, right? Constantly expressing her thoughts, theories, opinions, etc. Goes without saying, Oni Tase is the same way. If you follow Oni on Twitter, I don't know where Oni finds some of these people from. He's knocking down tweets and all kind of shit during the day, which I don't have the bandwidth for all that kind of stuff. But I'm pointing them up. Mr. Untouchable is a guy who speaks up. Kevin Carre speaks up, or Zuliism and others. But I'm saying all this to say that if you want to have power, you have to carry yourself powerfully. And those three observations I made, I hope in the upcoming year, I hope every one of us keeps that in mind, right? That be on time, be present, and add your 2 cents, whatever it is, right? So I just want to say that was my experience. It was a success, but for a while there, it didn't seem like it was gonna be a success. In fact, like I said, and by the way, that episode is gonna be up as soon as Twitter lets me download it. That episode will be up on the KWAZ Radio YouTube channel. It won't be here; it'll be over there, so you guys can go over there. For those of you who weren't in the space, you can go over there and listen to it. But for a while there, like I said, I announced, well, we'll wrap this up, and that was in 30 minutes. And it's only because I rubbed someone wrong who was there. At least that's my opinion. And I think Oni said the same thing earlier today too. Did that conversation really jump off? So those are my takeaways from the Twitter space. Oni was there last night. He got kicked out of the room because Twitter also... That Twitter space thing is janky as hell. But he got kicked up. I know he was listening from outside. Only, what did you think of it last night? You have to unmute your mic.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I mean, it was good. I actually want to ask you, though, how many people, did you notice? Because they said 200 something were listening, but I'm just trying to figure out how many people did you notice while you were...
So during the talk, I did that whole that multiplication thing. You count down and then count across and multiply, right? There were about 45 people at one point in there. I think they give that 250 whatever. I think there were people who came in, left, and they counted those people as having attended, right? But at one point, especially in the latter, say 2 hours, there were solid 40-something people. 40 people or so in there.
Yeah, that's good. But yeah. So I listened to the space after I got kicked. because boy, did I get kicked. And yeah, it was pretty interesting. I mean, I'm kind of like, I don't know why ADOS kind of just hijack kind of thing, but I mean, it was still good energy, and it was good that you could, speak in that sort of forum, not be dominated, not, and then also like promote good positive messages, even though there was like a lot of people who were trying to be divisive. And like you said, D Web, Matron, and yourself, all of you, outstanding individuals, you guys really like cut down on the bullshit a lot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like at one point, there was this one dude who was just trying to blame. Like he was like, "Hey, the reason why African Americans are not as fierce as before because immigrants diluted them." And then like right when D Web heard that, he was like, "No, stop." You know what I mean? Like you can let them talk for a minute, but it's like, no, you're not gonna just lie on people. So I really appreciated that too. So I mean, I think a lot of people would like that sort of a space where the host and co-host are these intelligent people who are pushing forth this message, and while I personally wouldn't have had them ABUS talking that long, right? I also realized that it was good that even though they could talk, you guys put some more context and really helped people along in their consciousness. So that was I think it was a good program.
Appreciate that. And we have the matron here as well. Matron, what say you?
I enjoyed the spaces. I enjoy having that conversation with people when they really want to have conversations. I think that oftentimes, though, people like the gentleman that wanted to go back and forth with me. And I'm like, and I'm like, I'm not going to sit here because y'all know I can go ham, right? I'll be cussing, I'll be mad. And I think that just to, that's what we do when we know that, we all family and Matron can go off and mama can say how she really feel about some things. But when we have company, it's like, no, I'm nice. It's like, no, but I'm not going to overtalk you, but I do want you to understand my point. I think that spaces give us an opportunity to continue to have that dialogue when people are willing to listen, because the ADOS people seem to be very willing to listen. This was funny to me. They seem to be willing to listen to the information I had available, but he wanted to immediately say, no, let me shout that down, like it was something that we shouldn't at least investigate as Africans in the diaspora. Foreign policies and things like that. Like that wasn't something we should even investigate or think about. Like that's crazy. How dare you think about that?
Yeah, I feel you. I think that there's a noise coming through. I had to mute mics. I think that I think that actually, I think a few people, especially the young lady who really got the pot boiling. I think she actually understood some things a little bit better too. It was going to be interesting to see if she was going to show up around a Shoot the Breeze episode or something like that. But some folks who were there, I think they got a little bit more context, and I think some people actually were surprised to hear someone tell them that, listen, you are a population within a nation. You're not really a nation within a nation, and you're surrounded. You're overpowered, you're outgunned, you're outmanned. And I think some people actually took that in. Now, there were some people who going to stick on the bullshit, but, it is what it is. So I realize I'm talking about the space, and you guys listening don't have the context. So if you're on Twitter, if you follow me on Twitter, you could click on that same link right there that you see, and you can listen to the full episode. But whenever I get to download it from Twitter, I will put it up whole on KWAZ's YouTube page, and you guys can listen to it there. So that was my take on the spaces. That was my observations, and I hope that some of you who listened to my observations will take those things to heart, in the new year. We got to show up, show strength, etc., etc. All right, let's go on to the next topic. Kari, did you catch the space last night? I'm not sure if you were there or not.
No, it's been crazy for me. I've been kind of working on my other channel, so I've not really been home. Just been covering sports, and it's basketball season. So
right, I got you. No problem. So this next Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 is coming right now. Oh wait, yeah. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 is this. The importance of Black people throwing stones at white supremacy, however small. We had this conversation somewhat last week, and I guess we're going to continue the thought a little bit this week, which I have no problem with doing.
For the judge that used the N-word over.
Right. So this is about that judge who was using the N-word with her family members. I think someone was burglarizing her house. Mr. Untouchable, this is an update, right?
Yeah, it's just an update to the old story we discussed last week.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna play it right now. You guys take a listen. We'll discuss it afterwards.
Remember the judge that used the N-word over and over again was happy, and they were really bonding over the use of the N-word. Let me remind you, here's the video.
Buggers, why are the lights when I pull up in the whip, they be saying, God damn.
Why are your lights on? They're like, pull up.
And mom's yelling,
Henry, haven't take a roach.
look, that's me. No, that's on the backside.
Look, he trips over the He trips twice. He tripped twice.
I was the only one running. That's me. Kenny was standing. I'm the one that took him down. Kenny's just standing there.
He lied. That was his wallet.
Yeah, the first time we reported on this, I told you it was the judge talking, even though the judge tried to talk around it actually being her. Not only does she refer to the person in her yard over and over again as the N-word, she referred to him as the N-word in real time, and she also referred to him as a roach. Okay, she's a judge. This is important to me because she's a judge. Now was my business because she is a judge, all right? So I have an update, but let me remind you, last weekend, Lafayette City Court judge and her family were the victims of a car burglary at their home. That's true. Police were called and the suspect was arrested, but of course it did not end there. Let's put up a picture of Judge Michelle Odenet. We got a pic, there she is, okay? Days later, we're talking days later, Judge Michelle Odenet and her 4 children were captured on cell phone video watching security footage of the moment the suspected burglar was apprehended. And oh boy, did that family enjoy watching it. They whooped and hollered as they joyfully commented on the home surveillance video, calling the suspect, a Black man, a roach, and using the N-word repeatedly. She said, and I quote, "We have an N-word. It's an N-word like a roach." A female's voice can be heard saying while laughing, according to the Daily Beast. Odenet is now under investigation and has been disqualified by the Louisiana Supreme Court. And as of Thursday, according to ABC2 Baton Rouge, Odenet's son, Elijah, was off the Louisiana State University's track team for allegedly rooting on his mom's offensive behavior just hours after his mom went on administrative leave. Friday, I got another update. Friday, Odenet was barred from the state Supreme Court, meaning her days as a judge are essentially over for the moment, according to the advocate. Odenet requested a temporary disqualification, which the state's Judiciary Commission supported. She will not be paid during her suspension. Now, Odenet is asking for forgiveness and understanding. Remember, she said, "My children and I were the victim of an armed burglary at our home. The police were called and the assailant was arrested. The incident shook me to my core and my mental state was fragile. Didn't sound fragile to me, Judge. Sounded like you were in good spirits, all right? And now she's making excuses that she herself would not accept from a person in front of her, especially if they were black. All right, David, thoughts?
Well, look, I think we should give everybody a second chance. So if this judge really does want forgiveness and understanding, she has to prove why. She has to do something, whether it's for 6 months or a year, to show that she really is committed to eradicating the N-word, not only from her language, but also from her family, and that she's going to actually take steps to better understanding. I don't think she can meet that threshold. So good for the Supreme Court, not only to disqualify her now, but I assume that they're going to keep her disqualified for the long term. Also, great news to hear that Louisiana State University has suspended the son there off the track team. There is no place under any circumstances for this kind of language, whether you're a judge or anybody else. It's sickening, and it's even more sickening that you would pass this sort of thing on to your children, to your kids. It's reprehensible.
And I want to remind everyone, initially when this story came out, she released a statement that said she had taken a sedative because she was so distraught. And the way she made the statement, it seemed as if they were reviewing the footage right after the incident, and she had just taken a sedative and was out of her mind and loopy and could not remember what happened. Well, after an investigation, we find that this video was actually days after the incident, and it doesn't fit her timeline of the narrative. So once again, I think part of the investigation is going to conclude that she was not honest even in her public utterance of what happened. That's a big deal when you're dealing with the bar. The bar is about character and fitness to serve as an officer of the court. So while she's no longer a judicial appointee, she's no longer a judge, the second phase of this may be an issue with her actual ability to practice law. And if they can show that you were dishonest about some things related to this in the public sphere, you may be in trouble with them.
Interesting. Let me start with Oni on this one. Oni, what say you to this story? And
I mean, you keep muting, man.
But, because there's a sound that comes on, so I have to mute it.
What was I saying? Yeah. So I mean, like, you know, at the end of the day, it's white people policing white people. You know, good for them. Personally, you know, I would say, you know, at the end of the day, like realistically speaking, I don't like to agree with white folk. I don't like to be on the side of white folk. But if you ask me whether somebody could, you know, say a bunch of bad things in the privacy of their home, you know, normally you would think so. You know, do I think that people respond a certain way? Now, do I think she has negative feelings about black folk? Sure. I mean, this is America. I don't know anybody who, you know, there's very few people who don't have negative feelings about black folk. Do I think that, you know, if somebody is robbing you, that you're going to have the best character and the best, you know, the best feelings toward them? No, because I also understand that if you're fighting somebody, if you're, you know, they said that this guy's an armed burglar. You know, if you're risking your life to take, well, allegedly one of the sons tackles the guy, apparently. So, you know, if you're risking your life to attack somebody who's armed, you're probably not, you know, well, you know, what an upstanding gentleman, you know? Like, you might say some words. Now, are they racially charged? Yes. But again, this is America. I don't expect people to be non-racial. Now, the aspect of her being a judge, I do want to talk on that a little bit in the sense that, you know, this guy, the guy, the host, he's like, hey, after the investigation, like, dude, you ain't do no investigation. You know?
Right.
You ain't review no footage. You ain't doing, like, you're not doing any of that stuff. These are white people policing white people and making you feel a little bit better about you being dominated. You know, and for me, that's like, yeah, it's given, like from the space yesterday. You know, black folk are getting a big head in America.
Yeah.
You know, I want to say we, I want to say they, but they're getting a big head in America where it's like, you know, this thing happens and they're going to tell you, hey, you know, we took down this judge. And I mean, maybe the white man wants you to think that you took down this judge. But
oh, absolutely.
You know, but again, you know, you ain't do the investigation. You didn't bar her from the court. You really didn't do anything. I mean, sure, you might have agitated. And this white boy said, "Okay, I'm agitated now. All right, I'll go do something. I'll let you go quell, and then you go vote for me on the primaries. You know, go vote for Biden next year or whatever, right?" But that's it. And it's like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, like realistically speaking, cursing at the cursing and saying bad words in the privacy of your home is not really that much that I really care about. Another thing is, cursing at somebody who's like robbing you with an armed robbery, that's a little extreme. Again, like I said last time, we use the N word all the time. In fact, I remember one of the last times I was called the N word. This dude was robbing me. He was trying to rob me. I had no money on me at the time, but like he was just like, hey, my, run your pockets, my nigga. Like what, so it's not really an endearing term. And again, white folk made this term, like it seems like it would be their word, honestly. So I mean, there's a lot going on, but because she was arrested and disciplined, I ain't worried, I ain't crying, I don't shed a tear for no crack again, nothing. But but like for me, it's just like, yeah, okay, white people decided to do, the quote unquote right thing, the thing that stroked the ego of black folks. So, good for whoever feels good about this. You know what I mean?
Wow, I like that. So you don't much you don't see much importance in black people throwing stones at white supremacy, however small.
Like again, this is not like again. I mean, you would have to do a lot to say that this is throwing a stone at white supremacy, because I mean, I don't use the word white supremacy, and we talked about that yesterday as well. But I mean, if we're being realistic, right? This is a judge, and she stepped down probably temporarily, but if not permanently, whatever. But then another judge comes up, and this judge is just not going to say the N word, and it could be a white judge, it could be a black judge, right? But this black judge is going to be interpreting the laws that white people wrote.
Yeah.
So it's like, like where is the system disrupted? Like where? Sure, you got this lady. This lady now can't afford her home security. You know what I'm saying? She can't afford a house no more. That's about it. You know what I mean? I mean, good for her, I guess. But like, I don't even know this lady, and I never plan on knowing this lady. So it really don't mean much to me.
Gotcha. Matron, what says you to this? Do you think that black folks complaining about the injustices, you think it's a worthwhile activity to engage in, or do you just shrug your shoulders?
I'm gonna take a deep. Like Zimmerman is still walking around, right?
Yep.
So the thing that I have to say about this is we need to know how to use this tool. And the way that we use this tool is we use this tool to shift people's consciousness, because this brought it to their attention that, damn, excuse me, I'm going in the courtrooms and these people might be saying this, because this is just the one that was caught. Here is that they all feel this way. This one just got caught. The lesson here is that we need to be powerful and figure out how to take power from these people, because this is just the one that got caught. They all do this. And it's a reminder that this is really what the system sees and thinks of you, right? Now, just like if somebody broke into my house, I will blow their brains out. I can't fault her for degrading someone or making fun of somebody breaking into her stuff. But the problem with her being that type is that her neighbors say that she's the type that would sit up there and try to engage people into setting traps for people. So she just a rotten individual all around. This is what her neighbors said about her. So, I think that we need to know how to use this tool for our larger purposes, which is to re-Africanize people.
I agree with you there. And I actually agree with Oni to a great extent too. I think things like this are good as cautionary tales to say, to tell your young son or something, hey, you watch yourself out here because look who you have to stand in front of, right? If you get yourself in trouble out here, which is ultimately why you would not want to have your young sons and stuff in this system to begin with, too. And, you know, that's one of my big worries all the time, personally. So I think it's good in that sense to show kids in particular, hey, these are the people you're going to have to deal with. Oni.
Yeah, I that's the thing though, right there. That the trouble, like you said, like that space yesterday was pretty eye opening. I mean, not really eye opening in the sense that I had no idea, but like the thing you said and Malefi said and everything is that folk ain't leaving, so it's like you show them, hey, look, this is the system that you know damn well you under, and they're like, nah, we ain't under this. It's like, then who the fuck is this judge? Like you know damn well, like you know damn well that you line up at this, that you act like. I remember back in the day, this brother Ultimate used to tell us. He used to say, just if you want to see, I can't remember what he said. I think he said something like he just told us that you want to go down to the Brooklyn Supreme Court on like in the morning and just sit there. You're going to just see a line of black youth pleading guilty, even at things they've never done. Because their state-appointed lawyer is going to tell them, hey, look, it's either you say guilty and serve 5 years, or you go to court with no damn lawyer and serve 10 years. But I'm innocent. Shit. So then you want 10 years or 5? That's it. You know what I'm saying? And so we now say, hey man, you know what? We a nation. It's like how you like
ridiculous.
This. And so it's like you could show them. Be like, hey, look, man, this lawyer said, and this judge says this behind the scenes. This is how the judge looks at you like you's a damn roach. Like you's a damn roach. She's on camera. She put the video up. She said, look, I'm proud of this. It's my proud moment. Right? And you show it to them, they're like, yeah, but this is my country. And you're like, hey, man, look, this is who you're going to be in front of. If anything happens, and damn well something happening because y'all lining up.
Yep.
Y'all filling up Rikers Island.
Yep.
Right? And instead of saying, and there's no takeaway. It's like, oh yeah, I mean, but they got it nabbed up. Like, yeah, we got it nabbed. Yeah, you could wake folk up, but wake them up for what? Is at this point. It's like, because I tell you, man, look, Twitter, like, Spaces kicked me off, but, like, as soon as that lady started talking that Lily Fuller, I was kind of, like, hoping I was, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was like a Christmas Eve miracle.
You did it. You did it, Oni. I
do it, but I was just like, damn, man, she talking this, but, like, the other sister, she came out, she was like, all right, but whatever, she was like, I'm a reparationist. As soon as I heard that,
damn.
I signed back on. As soon as I heard I'm a reparationist, now you're a reparationist. Like some of these people just woke up yesterday, and to what is the big question?
Yeah.
Because if you woke up yesterday, because if you're saying you're a reparationist, you really just woke up like 2 years ago at best, right? And if you just woke up 2 years ago, and the first thing you go to is the dumbest damn movement on the planet, you know what I mean?
Okay, you can't. Okay, yeah, but you can't call it a dumb movement.
I ain't saying it was a dumb movement. I said it was the dumbest movement.
Unsuccessful movements teach you what will succeed, and you wind up bumping into people that have better, more effective strategies. So at least being in a movement that doesn't make a lot of sense to someone that's further down the path, right, is something that is useful and beneficial because it at least introduces you. The thing about being inside of any movement is you cannot stop being teachable, and you cannot stop being willing to understand what the larger problem is. Because when we call their movement dumb and we minimize what it is that they're experiencing when money consciousness has been bred into and propagandized into them, right? Because I was one of those people probably in my late teens, like they just ought to give I was 16 talking about they need to give every black person $50 million to go pursue whatever they want. And that was in the 90s, right? before reparations and all this other stuff was a huge thing. But it's a part of the past. And so, I don't know if it'll work to say that to them when you want them to do some other stuff with their money, to say it like that, because it's just like, I don't know.
I ain't said to them that I got kicked off before I could. You know what I'm saying? But no. I mean, I feel you. I mean, look, I know, but what I'm saying is this: that we know that these folk ain't leaving. Okay. Now, some people will leave, sure, but then there's some people, and the thing is that it's like you want. Like I told you, I said it on one of my podcasts. I said you gotta have humility. Like you said, you gotta be teachable, right? You gotta have humility. But the trouble with this movement is that it's like a movement of arrogance. Okay? Absolutely. It's a movement of putting fingers in your ears and saying la 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 la. I mean, this is the first time I've noticed, well, since Garvey must go, that folk were attacking Garvey. You know what I mean? This is just a different like yesterday, this it's like a movement of misinformation. Like, you know how they had fake news going on? Like, this is like an extension of the fake news situation, where I think this lady said something about Callie House yesterday. And so I'm like looking like, who? And I look it up and it's like, it got nothing to do with Garvey. And the thing is that people during that time, like John Edward Bruce was like, hey, yeah, there were people talking about Garvey. John Edward Bruce, J.A. Rogers, everybody was like, yeah, there were movements before Garvey, but like Garvey really set it off, right? And nobody even mentioned Callie House at that point.
You don't.
Right? And yet, you fast forward today, and this person's like, Garvey, all Garvey did was take from Callie House. Like, what?
What?
Like, I got nothing against this sister. I got nothing against this lady, but like bomba clap, like this is just straight up misinformation. It's not even, and it's just la 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 la. And then it's like one of the first movements I've seen that just attacked Pan-Africanism. And like, even when people don't even know what Pan-Africanism is, they were just attacking them. And I feel like we, as the quote unquote Pan-Africanists, like, we messed up in engaging them. I told y'all, don't engage them. And they blew up off of our backs. Because we would just be like, hey, no, I would challenge you to a debate. And they're like, whoa, so these smart people are trying, like. Anyway.
It's frustrating. In the chat, Bobby Wright says, it's the same old song. We excited of symbolism. One judge getting punished isn't changing anything. Keter is here. Y'all say what's up to Keter. Keter is saying, he's saying American exceptionalism. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of that talk in the space that Matron just co-hosted just before this show started. Once again, it was people talking about ego. And yeah, we have ego because we fought the hardest and we've done this. And it's just... it's just like, God damn, like, what are you talking about?
They took Africans off the continent. They took Africans off the continent, and we still Africans. And like that, we just keep losing that piece.
And we lose that piece. Kevin Carray, what say you to this?
With me, as I said, all we do, it comes to a point where you just got to stop complaining and start putting in the work. Because if all we gonna do is keep sitting around and complaining, they're gonna keep doing it. Like they're saying, the lion does not care what the sheep says about him.
Right.
We got to do for our own self, man. Like a couple of weeks back, I don't know if you heard about this Jet player named Joe McKnight.
Yeah.
His killer was convicted, and now they reversed it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And they said he cannot be, the term double jeopardy. You can't try him again. All in Louisiana.
Oh, wow.
Don't forget Darryl Green. The Louisiana State Police killed him on video. It's going to keep happening until we start doing something. We got to stop with this. I mean, I'm not complaining about y'all, but the majority of us, we got to stop this complaining and start doing things. Not kill anyone, if you know what I'm saying. But
yeah,
we have to start doing for ourselves at this point, man. No one has our backs.
Yeah. Before I go to Mr. Untouchable, let me just say one thing from the Spaces conversation. I implore you guys who are listening to this episode to check out that Spaces Convo, either on Twitter or just wait for it to be uploaded to KWAZ Radio. But what was so bizarre is that from the same mouth, you'll have a person say, yeah, we did all this shit, we built this shit, blah, blah, blah. And then they'll say, yeah, well, we've been petitioning for a while now to get an anti-lynching bill in place, but they keep pushing it off. Like, well, how does that make sense? How do you have ownership of something, but you have to appeal to someone else? And that goes back to that nation within a nation nonsense. We got to get off of that too. There is no nation within a nation. You have to appeal to these white boys to get something that even these so-called Amerindians, they have no nation within a nation. They just told that you have a nation. That's like a little gesture. By the way, good evening to Jonelle in the chat. All right, there is no nation within a nation when you have to beg someone to do something for you. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
Yes, sir.
This
Yes,
prompt?
sir.
Yes, sir.
Before I start, I want to issue a caveat to all my diasporan brothers. If you decide to drink Appleton, right, and Coca-Cola and lemon, I simply say just take it easy. That's all I gotta do. That's all I gotta. Anyways, the last time we had this discussion, my issue was about this. Let me go back to the original issue: the importance of Black people throwing stones at white supremacy, however small. Okay, so my point with this is, in our community, there's a lot of apathy. You know, we take the position of we ain't nothing gonna happen anyways, so we might as well do nothing. You know what I mean? It's like a lot of nihilism. It's like a lot of hopelessness, and I get it. You know, when you live under a situation, you begin to believe that none of your efforts are gonna hold any water. But the reason why I came with this update is, the reality is it did take effect. You know, the views on this video is 225,000 people. How many people within that group of people had enough influence to forge a situation where this lady was taken off of the bench? You know, I'm thinking, as I said last week, a little bit of something is better than a whole lot of nothing. You know, and I still take that position, you know, because I believe that position to be still true. You know, I think that D Webb talked a few weeks ago about incrementalism. You know, piece by piece by piece by piece by piece, you will eat a whole entire elephant. You know, bite by bite. And I think that we should celebrate our small wins and don't ban it off on, oh, this is white people policing white people. How do you know that a bunch of Black people didn't call these where this lady was and try to get this lady removed? You know, why do we put it off on white people policing white people? I don't know if that's 100% true.
No, I think the idea is that her being a judge, who has the authority to take her off the stand?
Okay. Well, and that's true, but the truth is, I think that the rule of law should, because even judges are governed by a set of policies and rules and things of that nature, and you can't have the appearance of having certain biases in a courtroom. You have to have the idea that anyone who comes in the courtroom is going to receive a fair trial. And if I could go to the people who issues these legal the ability to practice law within a state, or your ability to practice being a judge within a state, and say, well, look, this person is doing this particular thing. You know, I'm and I could factually show you these things. I think that it brings to bear this person's ability to practice whatever they need to do on the bench. I think that Black people should get in the fray, however small, and whether it's through calling or sending their representative, whoever it may be. I don't think that we should be apathetic about it and shrug our shoulders and say, well, nothing is going to happen anyway. You know, and let me say this too. You know, I find that a lot of right wing people, very conservative people, they heavy with the Constitution. And if you point out and could show that the fact that everyone should in America should be given a right to a fair trial, that's a legitimate argument. And how can a person be given a right to a fair trial when you could expose this judge for having particular biases? Now we all know underneath the curtain, all these people have biases. That's well and good. But if you could expose these people for having certain biases to the media or whoever may it be, you know what I mean? This is our job to do. And I don't think that we should pawn it off onto others or just believe that these people are going to get it done or issue some brand of justice for us. And let me also lastly say this. The lady Kim Porter, you know, the guy, the police officer who killed that young man the other day, who was screaming, taser, 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 but she shot him to death. She just was convicted. And like I said, we was talking about increment. How many other police officers need to go to jail, you know what I mean, to show you an example, at least for that their behavior to be curtailed, even if it's to a small degree. You know what I mean? For us to sit back and say, well, ain't nothing happening, I don't believe that. I think that watching all these police officers go to jail and some of them getting lengthy sentences, other police officers taking note of that. And I don't think they're going to be willy-nilly with the things that they do. I really don't believe that. But I may be wrong, you know, different situation. I may be wrong.
What I'll say to that is that I do agree you can't make it easy for them either by doing nothing. But what I see is problematic is that a lot of our people will think that, oh, that's the system working for us. And so let's dig in and entrench ourselves even deeper into this system, when that's not really what's happening, right? They might make an example of a white boy here or there or something like that, but ultimately, overwhelmingly, they're still going to judge against your favor. Oni, what say you?
I think what happens is this. We forget the word white power. I mean, we never really talk about it, we never really say it, right? But we forget that word. And the thing is this, that this story is just another example of white power. This story does not challenge white power. This story just concedes to white power and says, hey, you know what? At least white power is listening to us, right? At least white power can hear us. That in and of itself is one of the problems. In fact, I remember somebody was telling me about how because some sister, you know, I can't remember the author, she had a speech on returning Africa's monuments or sculptures or whatever. And because of that, a lot of countries, you know, returned their sculptures. Now, it wasn't really because of that, but at the same time, these examples of appealing to white power working, right, makes more people want to appeal to white power.
Right. Further entrenched. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes more people think, hey, you know what, BLM is the way to go. Because like Mr. Untouchable was just saying, you know, less police brutality or police being convicted. And that would tell you, hey, those protests, those things, all those stuff work. But at the end of the day, who holds the power? You know, as you asked Mr. Untouchable, who can, like, what black person you know can tell a judge, sit down or get out of the office? Because here's the thing, real talk. All of us, when we go to work, right, the CEO walks in, right? And the CEO can tell us, you know what, get out. You know, just get out. You just like, hey, you can't, you know, there was some cartoon that I never watched it, but I think it was a popular cartoon among my age grade. It was called Recess or something. And I saw like one scene where this dude was like, hey.
Great cartoon.
One dude says, hey, you're fired, right? And the guy says, I don't work for you. And he's like, you want to bet? You know, but like the thing is this, that, you know, we don't have black folk like that here. And because and the thing is that if we just say, hey, you know what, I wrote to the boss and I got this person fired, and so, you know, HR really likes me. Like that could psychologically put us backwards.
Yeah.
Because what it does is that it says, you know what, white power ain't all that bad because at least they read the notes in the suggestion box. And there's tons of black folk who believe, you know, white power ain't that bad.
Right.
And look, I mean, like, that was the whole thing yesterday.
Yep.
That was the whole thing yesterday. You know what? We built this country. You know, and that's the thing I wanted to say before Mr. Untouchable went, was that, then what the did George Washington, Alexander Hamilton, and John, you know, all these other people, what did they do exactly if y'all was just building this shit? Like, no, like there were other people, like, they built it for themselves and they just worked us to the bone. And the fact that we can sit around and be like, you know what, at least I could, no disrespect to the brother, right? But at least we, at least I could eat a bowl of cereal or whatever, right? But it was like, no, that's not enough.
Pathetic.
And we have to say to ourselves, what do we really want? Is it that we just want a seat at the kids' table?
Oni.
Yes, sir.
Oni, make me understand something, because I'm trying to be as fair as possible, and I'm not trying to start no diaspora and wars, and I'm really not trying to do that. But make me understand something. Either my brothers in the North, either they're going to divest completely, and become a real nation, not a nation within a nation, okay? Because that's rubbish. Or they say that they want equality. The other side of the phrase, wanting equality. But what does that look like under Americanism? Because Americanism, really, by and large, they go out to different countries, whether it's brown or black or any non-white country, and they are very repressive. So if you want equality in that idea of Americanism, that means you want to take part in that joint. You want to be a part of that. You want to be,
and they are right now.
You want to be, by and large, a part of that oppressive system. That's what equality looks like when you integrate yourself into that idea of Americanism. So I'm asking, which is it, brother? Which is it? You know what I mean? Because I'm really trying to tread the needle, because that my idiot brothers jump down my throat. They say, well, we Americans, we are contributive to this society. We help build this joint. So I'm trying to look at it from a standpoint of, you have to exist in this space. I'm trying to get you to the most fairness as possible without just doing nothing. Doing nothing.
Well,
you know what I mean? But not including yourself in the fray of, when you go out to the rest of the world, you join the bandits in oppressing black people all around the world. Yeah, I mean, it's just a needle I'm trying to thread. So make me understand.
Yeah, let me just say that I actually don't understand the question right now. What is the question?
The question is, which is it? Do you guys want complete divestment? The Americans, the blacks in America, do you want to completely divest from America and become a nation unto yourself, not a nation within a nation nonsense? Or do you guys want to join this idea of Americanism, and all what comes with the idea of Americanism, which is really joining the bandits? You know what I mean? Because this idea of equality is what I hear bantered about. And equality means, well, I want to be one with the white person and what he does within America. And that means, go ahead, brother. Yeah, you understand? You kind of understand? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got to admit, I can't speak for African Americans. Okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry, bro. Sorry. Okay.
I know. I don't have the cool accent like the rest of y'all, but yeah, I can't speak for African Americans. But
But you understand the question, though.
Yeah, I would say that that's the issue with the quote unquote Black nationalist movement here. That's the issue I took with a lot of the quote unquote African American scholars here, is that, realistically speaking, a lot of them were not giving some real solutions, because this is one of those unsolvable moments. This is one of those, like it's like the 3-body problem, in physics, mathematics. No, I think it's physics, right? So in physics, there's this 3-body problem. You just can't, nobody knows how to solve it, right? You are this fairly large population in another person's nation, right? And they are using you.
Yep.
They are using you globally to extend their national interest, and you're going along with it. While there's a lot of quote unquote black nationalists who are like, hey, we could do something else. Like, what else can you do? Like, what else can you do? If your people are marching in front of this judge, like, what else can you do? And who's censoring me? No, I'm joking. Like, what? How am I getting censored now? No, but for real, but what else can you do? And so I would say, like, it's like the mouse experiment, right? You know, so there's some people talk about this mouse experiment, right? And it's like the mouse can't do nothing in that experiment except for leave the fucking laboratory.
And he can't even do that.
And, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, but like the fact that we could leave, and we choose not to, it's like you have to at some point say to yourself, you know what? I don't know what y'all trying to do over there, but go for it. You know, like it's like I think I used to have this allegory. Like once upon a time, I used to write allegories. It was the allegory of the farm, I think, and it was like the one pig or the one cow that's like, yo, I think they just keep us here to eat us. And the other cows are like, yeah, you know, just like, yeah, I don't care, or better here than being in the wild or some shit. You know what I mean? like you're in somebody's economy, and as Matron would tell you, you're the commodity. You know, you're in somebody else's economy, and you're the commodity. You're sitting up eating that grass, and you're enjoying the good view, you're enjoying the fence, you're enjoying your friends, you got your family there, your grandmother there, you know, you're there for 13, 15 generations. That's all well and good, but you are on the menu.
Yep.
You're on the menu. And there's like, what hope do you have? Yeah, I mean, look, you know, you could be like, hey, you know what? You got a victory. We got a closet racist in the office. Or you got a victory. We got rid of the wolves. We only got foxes now. That's all well and good. Or you could even just have black folk up there, because that's what they call neocolonialism. You could just have black folk up there. But at the end of the day, you understand? This is somebody else's nation, and that's not going to change.
I understand that. I understand that notion, and you understand that notion. But I am also trying to solve a problem without being antagonistic for people. Hold on, give me a second. For people who really don't feel the same way that you do, they have not come to that conclusion yet. So I'm trying to solve a problem in existing in the headspace that they do, because I don't want my cousins in the north to be harmed as well. And they don't have your particular view of divestment. So how do you solve that problem? Yeah, I mean,
you can't solve it. You can't solve it. It's insoluble. It just doesn't make any. It's like I remember. I'll tell you guys this. One time I was on Reddit, right, and I accidentally talked to a mulatto. Okay, I'm not gonna say I got anything against you, but I accidentally talked to this person, right? They were like they said that my grandfather was in Germany during Hitler's day, and he was, and apparently their grandfather was like one of these European Jews, right? And so what happened was this, that I said, look, since I got this person, since I'm already dialoguing with them, I also continue. I said, what could your grandfather have done in Germany, right, to have stopped the Holocaust, right? The Jewish Holocaust. And he said nothing. And at some point, if you're doing a real historical analysis, you got to ask yourself, was there anything that those people there could have done against Hitler? No. It's nothing to solve. And like, sure, they could, I was watching this Einstein documentary. It was a pretty good documentary. And I don't know why I was watching it. It was just on TV. It was just whatever, right? I just had a program or whatever, right? But I'm watching this documentary, and he's like, he was there. The smartest, one of the smartest guys. People say the smartest one of the guys. He's like, hey, I'm a German. I'm a proud German. Why should I leave Germany? Why should I leave? That's what his plan. Eventually, some people were like, yo, get your dumb ass to America, right? but like, realistically speaking, if he did not take that airplane to America, he would have taken that train to the oven.
Yep.
No disrespect to the people who brought the ovens, but I'm just saying, this is what reality is. When you are under somebody else's boot, you either wake up or you don't. But the rest of us can't be like, hey, you know what? You gotta wake up. You gotta wake up. No, you either wake up or you don't. And I'm telling you like an IS6.
Ultimately, see, we go into the same conclusion. Ultimately, I believe that America's solution for Black people are exactly what you say it is. I think it's wholesale genocide, but in a different way. You know, it's either through sexuality or prison or things of that nature. Ultimately, you know. However, I also know that there are people who don't have my view, and they want to exist in that space, and they want to have some semblance. I don't want to see young kids get gunned down. So if I could find an immediate solution for them being shut down or mistreated or whatever, and you know, either through the legal system or whatever else, you know, I'm not gonna sit on my hands and say, well, you know, that's just the system and we headed for destruction anyways. So let me just accept that. I'm not willing to accept that argument, man.
All right, bro. Let me explain it this way. I'll say it this way. Look, real talk. You want to stop this white boy? Fight him.
Yep.
Okay, you want to stop this white boy? Fight him.
Bottom line.
All right. Like. In fact, I think that's what wasn't that. Was it Frederick Douglass when he was like, "Hey, look, I'm not gonna be a slave anymore," and he just, well, his father was apparently his master, or whatever. Yeah. So he just beat the guy up.
Yeah.
And just walked away, and he was free.
Yep.
The reality is this: if you want to stop this white boy, then fight him. If you think
I agree.
Yeah, if you think you get these people over here to fight this white boy, then go ahead and try.
I agree, but all I'm saying is you are preaching to the choir, and I'm saying.
Well, yeah, that's what you say. If you want to, look, there's no other way to sugarcoat it though. Because see, the reality is this white boy, you know, like I said, the farm life is going to be pretty decent. I one time I had this story called the allegory of the zoo lion, right? It was one of my earliest things, where the zoo lion will tell you, hey, I'm living better than those people in Africa.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm living better than the lions in Africa. And the reality is this, in a lot of ways you are. In the West, like right now, I mean, you know, to some extent, like if you believe all the propaganda you got, you know, you got 24/7 internet, you got 24/7 internet, I mean, sorry, electricity, you got 24/7 clean water, you
hot
got
water.
Like you got it pretty, you got a job, you got a big income, you know? Matron was just talking about people in her neighborhood making, you know, so many thousands, you know, so much more money than a lot of people. Like you're not living that back, so you're not going to convince these people. You're not going to convince. You ain't going to convince, but 2% of blacks to even.
I agree with that.
Fight against this kind of thing. So it's not even a matter of, hey, how can I convince these people? Because it's like, well, you ain't got, like, do you got the resources to convince people? Because this white boy got the resources to convince a lot. Like there was this post just now. Hey, would you not have sex for 2 years for $700 million? And I was like, you know what? Damn, like, that's a lot of money. Now I don't. The reality is this: that the fact that I could think that that's a lot of money, the fact that I could think, you know, I'm not going to go to heaven because, you know, Dr. Ben said, you know. I shouldn't use the word heaven, but you know, Dr. Ben said, you know, heaven is between the legs of black women. But like the fact that I would even say, you know what, I will put my dick on the shelf for money, right? Tells you, even I would say that. It tells you that our people not only can be bought, but I mean, not only were we bought, because we were bought, I guess, right? But the fact that we can still be bought tells you all you need to know. So if you think you could fight these folk, like if somebody talking all this stuff, you just tell them, look, what really changes this world, what really makes things matter is war. You know, white boy already said, war does not determine who is right. War determines who is left. Okay? Who's going to be remaining? That's what war decides. And the people who are remaining, or the people who are remaining in power, are these white folk. And unless you go to war with them, they are always going to be in power. And nothing else is going to change that. So either you say, you know what? Look, you stole this land from these other people, and now you give them casinos, right? You know what I'm saying? Like if that's what you're doing, and you stole this land and you stole us, and now you give us prison, right? Then okay, you said I could get a passport to leave. Thank you. Have a nice day. That's it. And if you don't want to say, oh, I'll stay here and I'll tell you guys to stop shooting us. Okay, but the reality is they'll stop shooting you. I mean, Malcolm X was talking about police brutality.
Yeah, man.
No, to your analogy of the lion being in a cage, I could see that to a degree where you say that the lion, gets his food from the zoo person. He's chilling all day in this artificial in this artificial environment. He has a certain amount of space allotted to him in that artificial, and he may even be an African lion. And I'm saying that he would never the the lion he is supposed to be, that true lion he was supposed to be out on the savannah, hunting for his own food, free to decide to go left or to right. He will never really become a fully actualized lion until he gets out of that cage and has to really forage and forge a way for himself in an environment where he chooses to be that king he's supposed to be. And for me, on a personal level, I think as Pan-Africanist people, even though our opinions are in the minority, I think that it's for us to convince our brothers in the North or wherever have you to have the idea in their minds that it's about nationhood, it's about land, it's about doing the things that these people, them forefathers, did for them. And then when you fast forward that 400 or 500 years later, they have what they have. And all I'm saying is we could do the same things as well, but we take the same kind of risk that they took, But like I say, man, I hear you. Ultimately, I believe it is what you say it is. It's about war, and I don't think that we are there yet. Let me be.
That's it.
Let me be PC. I don't think we are there yet.
Let me actually. I'm sorry, Koku, if I think and if I'm taking up too much and
No, go ahead.
Trying to say something. So I don't want to. I just want to cut this in quickly. I wrote this thing in 2013, right? This is just a part of the scene, right? Where allegedly, I make up that I go to a zoo and talk to a lion, right? So this is what I said. I say. So I went to a lion and said, brother, that zookeeper oppresses you. And the lion said, get out of here with that. So I said, but doesn't the zookeeper decide who among your race is unfit for your society when you should be making that decision? And the lion responded, sure, but he's right most of the time. Young male lions are too rebellious. They ought to be punished. We are criminals. We cannot handle our own. The zookeeper is impartial. Zookeepers are civil. I feel safer among them. Look at the statistics they publish, and you'll understand why they are the moral authority in the zoo. So I said, well, how about the zookeeper in the construction of your habitat and the limitation of your potential decides what and where you will eat? Shouldn't you make that decision? And the lion responded, sure, but despite the imposed limits, my palate is satisfied with what food I am made to afford. The zookeeper feeds me what I need to eat. If lions were in charge, we would not have a balanced diet. We don't think that way. The zookeeper has studied us, and so he knows us better than we know ourselves. Zookeepers have technology, lions don't. Were we in a charge, we'd only eat chicken. Just look at circus lions, and you'll see how irresponsible lions are. So I said, be that as it may, what about the zookeeper in controlling your perspective makes you and yours unaware that you are a magnificent race in Africa? Just hear yourself. Shouldn't lions decide what images of you gain currency among you? And the lion responded, sure, but the zookeepers I've heard about Africa. The lions in Africa live in worse zoos. If you think we have it bad, they have it worse. In addition, their circus acts aren't as developed. No, their circus lions aren't fed as much as ours are. Here in America, a lion has an unprecedented opportunity to be a circus. Here we can aspire to be entertainers. It's humiliating to most of us, but our vets don't mind. They understand, and they communicate to us and that we were made to entertain our zookeepers. Lions were never anything more. So I angrily said, brother, you got it all wrong. And the lion challenged me with an angrier how. And so I came close and asked, you don't think you're oppressed? And he said, no. And so I said, with dramatic pause, brother, you're in a cage. And believe it or not, the lion said, well, so is the zookeeper. And so I said, now lions, so now lions have an answer for almost everything. And I understand how a lion restrained to a zoo can think that a zookeeper is also restrained to the zoo. So I explained, brother, after the zookeeper weeds, feeds, and misleads you, the zookeeper is at liberty to do any and everything else. And the lion had no answer. But the thing is this, and of course, later on I say, well, obviously I wasn't telling no damn lion. You know what I'm saying? but like the point. You said what?
You was lying, in fact. Yeah.
I was lying. You know what I'm saying? But like,
love that story. Love that story.
I'll post it in the chat. It was a throwback. Like I think I wrote this speech so that I could perform something at one point. Like I was invited to some speaking engagement. I was going to do it, then it was like, you got to do all this other stuff, and I was like, nah, forget it. But the whole thing with that is that I mean, look, people in America know this stuff.
Yeah.
Like I said, I know this in 2013. We know that we're being controlled. We know that we're being monitored. We know we're being watched. People prefer this.
Yes.
They prefer this, but not just based on the propaganda of foreigners. I guess I could shout out to that one brother who's traveling around the world despite the pandemic. Who's showing off how good Africa could be. But like the reality is, people prefer this. Like I know you in the Caribbean, people don't want to go where you are. They said this yesterday. They don't want to go where you are. They believe that they're in the center of the world. They believe that everybody on the planet is trying to squeeze themselves into America. They do not want to leave. They like it here. They like it here. And they will have every and any excuse to stay here.
Yep.
And the reality is this, that it's their cage.
Yes.
It is their cage. It is their minimum security prison transitioning to their maximum security prison. They are being warehoused to die. They are being warehoused to be mixed until they are white, bright, and damn near the light, bright, and damn near white. They are being, and they're being used and manipulated, and it's like whatever. At some point, I think black folks just have to be like, okay, what can you do? What Garvey said, he doesn't want every African, in America, or every African anywhere to go to Africa, because some of us are no good here, some of us are no good there. What he was asking for, what the Return to Africa movement was about, getting the pioneers. My whole appeal is to the pioneers. They can be African American, they can be Caribbean African, they can be anything. The pioneers can be anything, but just harping on how we're going to save 40 million people in another person's government doesn't make any damn sense. You cannot save 40 million people in another person's government unless you go to war, because that's the way how the Jews got out of this extermination campaign was Britain came through. Yep. That was it. Britain, France, Russia. I'm not even gonna say America, but America too, right? But like that's the only thing that stopped these Germans from doing what they could on their own population.
No, understood. I have an echo going. No, understood. My position has really been trying to convince as many people as I could, but you're right. You can't save everyone, and you kind of like are very clear on that position, and I'm coming around to that. I haven't reached that point yet, but I'm coming around to that realization that even with evidence, facts, and anything else that you could put before some people, they're gonna stick to what their really innate desires are. You know what I mean? When you convince a man against his will, he's of the same opinion still. So I am coming around to that belief and understanding. And just like Garvey and all the rest, and you got to charge some situations, some brothers to the game. So I understand. I want us to really get the scope of this though. 40 million people. No, I never really considered the whole. I would never think that the whole 40 million would come along with it, but I know that, like I say, the ideas of Pan-Africanism and Garveyism is in the minority, But I would want to get a larger group of people as opposed to. But you know what? At the end of the day, a lot of us look at the United States of America, but there's Brazil. There, and many of them won't want to go either. But there's Brazil, there's the Caribbean, there's other parts of the black world to be considered. And I think that hasn't really been looked at to the degree that it should. But it's just what's put out here in this space is that the black the Americans the blacks in America are at the helm of the black experience or the black world. But when you start peeling the layers of things, ultimately their solution is really integrationism into the white world, really becoming a white human being. And for me, that's not that's not my goal, and that's not really the goal that I expect many other black men to have. We have black men on this earth, and we have a right to exist just like any other man. I don't want to be a black white man. No way. So, and if you follow that train of thought, you will always be in the seat of coming in second. You know what I mean? If you think that ultimately you want to be a part of that world, a part of the white world, you
You're a
will
loser.
always be in the second place in the world. Your whole idea of competing will be coming in second place.
You're gonna be last place. You know, that's the thing that a lot of people don't realize. But black people in America are coming in last place.
Yeah.
You know, like anybody can come off a boat, and this is what they were complaining about yesterday. But they were like, anybody can come off a boat and be ahead of them. You know, anybody. Why? Because this government here does not like you, does not want you here, does not care about you. It does not care about you. Mm-hmm. Like, we're talking about a judge calling a human being a roach. How many people you know care about roaches? And it's not just her. I think what's his name, Cardi B, is sometimes calling black folk roaches. But like, the reality is this, that like a roach, you know, this is like I'm not saying he was a good guy. You know, as far as I know, the N-word was usually used, you know, negatively to describe black folk up to no good. Notwithstanding, you know, like in the modern context, notwithstanding, you know, the fact that this country does not even want you here, and it is the case because, you know, unfortunately, it is the case that even if you were dark skinned, like you were melanated, and you were just not African American, you know, this is what the ADOS complains about, and it's actual reality. That, yeah, I mean, not reality, like not absolutely, because, you know, we all look the same, so it's not like you could definitely get a pass. But Asada Shakur mentions it, and Malcolm X mentioned it, and this is why I can't really stand Americans like that. I mean, like, you know, the African American scholars like that, because I don't know why they mentioned it, but it is something worth noting that, like, for instance, Asada Shakur was saying that she couldn't get into a like a amusement park. She couldn't go to an amusement park unless her mother pretended to be like a Latina, a Latina diplomat or something like that. Like, but I mean, of course it was a diplomat, I think. But like, unless she put on an accent, she couldn't. Like, unless she started speaking Spanish fluently, she couldn't go there. Which tells you something. It tells you that, you know, I mean, it reminds me of this Moore video. Like, I think we all saw it once upon a time, where this guy was arguing with the police, like, "Hey, I have this, I'm a national of this, blah blah," and he just got away with breaking the law. And it really tells you that white folk have a nationality mentality too, and they understand nations, and they understand diplomacy, and they also understand that there's a population here that's on the bottom of their nation.
Yep.
You know? And so, like, for instance, if I fly over on the plane here, like, I'm a guest for them, right? Or I'm an invited guest. I'm a wanted guest, you know? Like, because I'm like, let's say I come on a student visa, right? They're inviting me to do some scholarship for them, right? They don't want you. They don't want you. If they didn't invite you, like they invited you once upon a time for labor, to be enslaved, then they said, "Oh, well, we can't do it anymore." Then you're just that guest who stuck around. Well, not even guest, but then you're just that person who stuck around, that they have to feed, that they have to clothe, that they have to shelter. You know, you got to think about it in that way too. That essentially, like, imagine you had, like, let's be realistic. Let's say you did steal some individual, you stole some individual, and said, hey, you got to work in my house, blah, 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 right? And then somebody comes around and says, or somebody, or like your wife says, yo, whoa, you know what, real talk, like she goes to a fight with you, I guess, right? She's like, yo, real talk, like working somebody in your house, that's terrible, right? Just send them on their way. And then this person says, no, actually, I like to stick around. And then, I like to stick around, I like to eat your food, you got some good internet, you got some good TV. And then it's like, yeah, after years and years and years, you say to yourself, no. And then whenever you bring somebody else in, they're like, hey, I was here the longest, why can't I get some food? Like, I mean, unfortunate. I mean, it's not the best way to put it. I know people don't want to hear it like that, but like that's really like if you look at how this white boy looks at it, he's just like, yeah, I don't like he doesn't want you here. He doesn't need you here anymore. He's been replacing you with machines. Like he's working his ass off on building machines to make you obsolete. Like that's literally like one of his passion projects is to make you obsolete. One of his passion projects is to leave the planet just to leave you alone.
Yep.
Like these are his passion projects. And we're just not reading the room. And it's like I get it. It's a good gig, but as you said, we have to consider what being men is about. What being women is about. Is it about just living in somebody else's? Because it's like I got this son, right? I got this son, and it dawns on me: this dude's living in my house rent free, right? Not buying no food, not paying no bills, but he every day is telling me what he wants to eat, and it's like, okay, I can tolerate that for 18 years. Okay, I can tolerate that for 18 years, but because I know he's going to take care of me someday, right? And at least that's something that I can even look forward to, right? Mm-hmm. But you know how it is with our parents. When we get you get to 40, you get to 50, and you still living there, and you're not contributing. If you're not contributing at 50 years, even your parents gonna be like, hold up. You understand? Now imagine you in this country, and a lot of us take credit. We like, hey, we contributed, we did everything, and sometimes a lot of times we just say we did everything like 100 years ago. Either way, we saying that, but it's like you gotta realize that this white boy, what the stuff he's doing, and I'm not saying that we don't contribute, but to the extent, you understand? Like if we talking about there was a brother who made the game cartridge, or the sister who does the 3D model. Like there's a lot of good black folk here, but that's the thing. It's like the brain drain. I don't want to keep ranting, but you guys get it. You guys get it. It's not that simple, but it's you guys get it.
Only to your statement, we filibustering right now. That's true. But to your statement, of the child and an adult analogy, your kid living in a home with you. The children are very critical of the parents sometimes, especially when they become teenagers.
I know.
And they have the idea that they know it all. So they're very critical of their parents, and how the parent is operating the house. But once that child leaves the house, and starts doing for himself, creating his own situation for himself, he starts to respect the actions of the parent a little bit more. And I'm saying, well, you should respect the white guys or whatever. But even the parent, when the parent sees the child going out and operating on their own and doing the things that they need to do, they would have more respect for the child. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, you are showing me that you could do it on your own. You've been complaining while you've been sucking from my tit for so long. Now you showing me that you are ready to do it on your own. And I think that sometimes that this is, for me, this is the issue. We are very critical inside someone else's house. But when we leave that house, we realize that the criticisms sometimes become quieted because we realize the different situations any adult who have to problem solve have to encounter on a daily level.
Yeah.
Hold on. I want to, because I don't want to exclude the chat room. KW Dawn 7 earlier said FBA ADOS crowd do not want to divest from America. They just want a pat on the back in the form of a check. He goes on to say the situation of America, the situation of the African in America is similar to a crab in a boiling pot eating corn from the same pot, not realizing it is being boiled alive. Ketter agrees, says so true. Bobby Wright says, I totally agree. You have to go to war. Ketter says it's really about war. They've been changing their methods constantly, but the objective is always the same. Right? The Pro Black Perspective posted that link to the story that he has on his website. Matron, you were about to say something. Let's have from Matron for a second.
It's a little like I hear what Mr. Untouchable is saying, that a parent has more respect for a child once the child leaves the house and the parent sees that the child can do it on their own. But we have like toxic parents. Like our mom is a malevolent psychopath and our dad is a malignant narcissist. And when we leave the house or when we try to pack our bags to say, I'm taking my shit and I'm out, they do things like bomb us or send people that look like us that don't have our same consciousness to infiltrate us and destroy us from the inside out, or they tell people that should be partnering with us to actively work against us, or they siege and start war in those places where we're going. So they take administrative and practical steps to prohibit that. And it's almost like they enjoy watching the slow death, and our choices are slow death or suicide, which is assimilation. So, like like I see what you're saying and I agree, but like we have to figure something else out. That was it.
Only I'll give you the last word on this prompt.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's what I was saying. Like, like Mr. Touchable was saying, you like when you see a kid leave, but like the thing is, we're not leaving. And I mean, I also hear what Meiji was saying, but I think one of the things I'm coming on to, because see, I got a coon brother. Okay, I got a coon brother. Like, I remember once upon a time, this dude was like dating some Asian woman or something like that, right? And then, he was like, oh, we liked each other so much. But then the Asian community like dogged him and said, hey, dogged him and made fun of her and said, why are you dating this N-word? And blah, 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 blah. And how, look at this, you're going to have monkeys with you, blah, blah. And eventually, like, all that harassment came to them where they she pulled away from him like a smart Asian person would, right? Anyway, but like,
absolutely,
he eventually said, like his conclusion from that, his conclusion from that was he wants to have a mixed child in order that they don't have to deal with this kind of racism anymore. And so I heard that, and then, like again, like I said, we're not even AA, like we're not even African American. Right? And he already on that coon shit. So America makes that coon, it's like a coon factor. A lot of times people talk about, hey, these black folk, they go there, these black folk in Africa are European trained. Yeah, like what do you think you are? You know what I'm saying? You in Western Europe right now. You know what I'm saying? Like all y'all, like everybody in Western Europe. But like I do want to point out that, one of the things that my coon brother did though was that, I go to him with these police brutality stories, and he would like always find some sort of reason for it, And it was kind of like sometimes you'd have to look, like, he'd be like, oh, why are you running from the cops? Or why did you have a gun? Or why did you do something? And a lot of times there are a lot of situations where they were like that. I was kind of like, eventually I had to like show him the situations where, a brother's just sitting there and he gets shot. You know what I mean? Like, like those situations that were just undisputable, but like he would dispute everything. And so, what that did do for me, though, because again, Patao Tap tells you can learn from a wise person as much as you can learn from a fool. You know what I mean? What it did tell me was that it let me look at things more critically. Because a lot of times you would just hear one side of the story, and then we would just run with that story. So, like, one of the things about, like, a lot of times that we talk about the atrocities that happen to black folk, right? And then a lot of them were atrocities. Like, a lot of the lynchings were, because black folk were just doing business. You know what I mean? Yeah. But like a lot of the other ones, right? Like, for instance, you talk about Black Wall Street or what have you. I don't know. I mean, the story for Black Wall Street, for instance, right? I mean, because white folk didn't like that, obviously, but they were just, they were just gonna suck it up, maybe. No, they weren't gonna suck it up. They were planning something. But like you said, like you got this one dude. I'm not gonna call him a brother. Who whistles at, like, I mean, I don't know if he whistled at a white woman. Story is that he whistled at a white woman, and then the black folk, black folk were gonna just lynch him. Okay, sorry, white folk were just gonna lynch him, right? And then black folks said, "No, you ain't gonna lynch him. We gonna stand up." And so the guard, and I think they kill a white person at that point, right?
Yeah,
like somebody tries to disarm them,
yes.
and they kill this white person. So they come to defend this coon. And it's all this stuff. And so now the question is this, right? Let's just say it all happens, right? Let's just be honest. Let's take it from the white person's perspective. I know Coco said I'll be the last person, so I do a question. But white woman gets whistled at in a like sexually harassed or attempted rape or whatever. That's her story coming out of the elevator. What should white people do? Should they just sit back and be like, okay, whatever, hey, shit, that's autonomy? Or should they respond? Okay, let's say respond. They say, okay, we're gonna arrest this dude, right? And then some people say, I'm pissed off that somebody tried to rape a woman, right? Or he was sexually harassing a woman, and they get it too big for the britches, whatever, right? Should they then? And now they wanna kill this person, right? Because we actually Matron and I actually had a conversation about rape is one of the worst things, whatever, right? So let's say they want to kill this person. Now they want to kill somebody in their own country, in their own nation, and then black folks tell them no. You ain't gonna apply your version of laws. We don't care. You're gonna have to come through us, right? So the white folks should be like, okay, you're right. We'll back down. Or should they be like, okay, let's fight? Or even like this. So they try to. So it's like the sheriff comes along and says, you put your gun down, and you say no, and you accidentally shoot a white boy. All right, you accidentally shoot a white boy. Now what are they supposed to do? Right? So now what happens is that they go and they disarm all these black folk. Now you got a disarmed black population that you pissed at. What are you going to do now? I mean, it's again, the trouble is this. When we talk about war, and I might actually talk about war on Friday. I might do. But when we talk about war, right, where you are is the most important part of the battlefield.
Yep.
More important than your soldiers, more important than your weapons. Where you are is the most important part of the fight. Because it's like if everybody has spears and you fly in an airplane, nobody cares. Like I'm saying, if you in the sky, nobody gives a damn. If you on the mountain, nobody gives a damn. The point is that where you are, and if these people don't like you, if they agitated, they just don't like you. The Klan is operating. Somebody would say that during Black Wall Street, the kids in Black Wall Street or the people in Black Wall Street would look over the mountain and see Klan rallies and laugh. So these Klan folk are celebrating and dancing and chilling. Oh, just so the next town over, and then you get disarmed. Like you're in the wrong. Like you took the stand at the wrong. And I tell you, I did the military breakdown of that place. What happened in Black Wall Street? I did a military breakdown. You have no natural barriers. Minus the mountain, I guess. But you have no natural barriers. You have no fortifications. You have no real defenses, but a handful of people with pistols or rifles, and you're surrounded by black folk with better rifles and better pistols and airplanes. And you keep doing this. And it's like, what do you want people to say? Yeah, sure. I mean, and again, like, you're not really building different if you are next door. You know what I mean? If I say, hey, look, I don't like white folk, and then I just camp up next to them, I'm not really building separate. I'm just building next door.
Easy reach.
Oh wait, hold on a second. Let me just say this. I just want to say sorry. And for everybody telling you, and this is the thing I can't stand. Everybody telling you, hey, look, America got a bunch of military bases in Africa. America got a bunch of military bases in America. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? They got a bunch. Like, they got all their freaking soldiers is housed in America. Like, come on. Like, anyway, that's it.
That's a good point. I should have said that last night. That's a really good point. You have all the military right here, right around you. I mean, yeah. We're gonna go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3. Believe it or not, this topic is how the chickens of the West will eventually come home to roost. There was a link with this topic. Let me see if that's it. Yeah. So we'll watch this. We'll watch this clip. There's about 8 minutes of it, and then we'll discuss.
I'm Afshin Rattansi, and you're watching Going Underground, 5 years to the day since the UN Security Council adopted Resolution 2323, reaffirming a strong commitment to the sovereignty, independence, territorial integrity, and national unity of Africa's richest per capita country, Libya. Coming up in the show. 10 years after NATO destruction and declarations of victory in Libya after the murder of leader Muammar Gaddafi, could his son, Saif, be elected president this Christmas? We talked to Muammar Gaddafi's information minister about securing judicial support in the oil-rich country for his candidacy. And as millions face humanitarian catastrophe and displacement in the former French West African colony of Burkina Faso, days after the country's prime minister was fired, we investigate the country's assassinated leader, often called Africa's Che Guevara, Thomas Sankara. All this and more coming up in today's Going Underground. But first, this month on Christmas Eve, elections will take place in Libya, formerly Africa's richest per capita nation before destruction by NATO nations like Britain and France in 2011. But now one candidate is promising to put power back in the hands of the Libyan people after a decade of imperialist foreign intervention. That candidate is Saif al-Islam Gaddafi. And Libya's former information minister, Musa Ibrahim, joins me now from Germany. Musa, thanks so much for coming back on. It's big news from Libya, not mentioned here in British media. Obviously, Britain took part in the aerial bombardment of your country. Your reaction to the overturning of a decision that was to disqualify Saif al-Gaddafi?
Well, this actually confirms what I have been saying through this very program for years, that the will of the Libyan people will be victorious at the end. What is happening now is that the Libyan tribes, Libyan cities and towns are coming together slowly, but in a very steadfast way to liberate their country from foreign intervention, especially that of Western Europe. And Saif al-Islam is increasingly seen by most Libyans as the way out of this crisis. Saif al-Islam represents the good history of Libya, and he is a young man, and his project for the country is that of truth and reconciliation and peace for all Libyans. So we are very excited and happy, and this is not a step forward toward authority or the throne of Libya. It's a step forward towards liberating the country. We have, Afshin, 10 foreign military bases in Libya, according to the United Nations itself. And we have 20,000 foreign fighters on Libyan land at this very moment. This is a country under occupation, and our first task is to liberate it.
Obviously, that's denied by the general authority backed by the UN Security Council powers. What about the fact that General Haftar, who's also been allowed to run, planning to report on election issues in the next few hours? He comes third in a poll by the Diwan Institute. I don't know what you think of them. We all know about think tanks and NGOs and their views that arguably catalyzed the destruction of your country. They've got Abdulhamid Dbeibeh, you might have to explain who that is, Saif al-Gaddafi, who the world knows who he is, and Khalifa Haftar in third. Saif Gaddafi at 14%, Haftar at 7%, 49% at Dbeibeh, and 25.5% undecided.
Well, that's just laughable. Everyone knows that you cannot conduct any truthful and thorough opinion polls on in Libya because of the security situations. Many Libyan cities and towns are under the control of armed, violent militias. So these these opinion polls are done by PR companies and conducted by Western capitals to set the scene for the eventual victory they hope for their agents in Libya. If you actually listen and watch Libyan media outlets from all political sides, you will hear a general agreement from all sides that Saif al-Islam Gaddafi has the widest popular support in the country. Saif al-Islam is the only political candidate who speaks about foreign influence, who's against foreign intervention, and who wants Libya united, peaceful, and democratic.
I want to ask you who General Haftar is. He's a former CIA asset. In NATO nation media, he's often talked about as being supported by Egypt, the UAE, and Russia. And I understand that there are reports that he tried to stop the ruling on Saif al-Gaddafi's ability to run by sending fighters to blockade the court in Sabah.
Not just Haftar. Saif al-Islam is a direct threat, not to the Libyan people, but to the ones who control the political scene in the country and who are connected with foreign powers. You will notice, Afshin, that I always go back to mentioning foreign intervention, because this is the equation simply in Libya. You cannot talk about the issue of democracy, of political activity, of peace, of prosperity for Libyans without actually mentioning the major cause of what is happening in our homeland, which is military and political intervention from powerful nations. Haftar and Beiba and Basha Agha and many, many other names, they have clearly aligned themselves, not with their own people, their own cities and tribes, but with foreign powers. They pick and choose between Britain, France, the States, or Germany, or any other country. This will only lengthen the crisis in Libya. Saif al-Islam is not against collaboration and understanding with the international community. Saif al-Islam wants to establish a sovereign and strong Libya that can have cooperative and beneficial relationships with everyone in Africa and in Europe as well.
But no prospect of a deal with his father's old ally, who then, as I say, was linked to the CIA when he lived in the United States. No,
will come out and speak for himself very soon. But my understanding from my discussions with him and other people around him is that his heart is open for any Libyan who wants to truly create or bring back actually a sovereign Libya for all Libyans. If Haftar,
even the NATO-backed candidate Abdul Hamid Beiba.
Well, Beiba was part of the Libyan government even before 2011, not in a high-ranking position. He was a businessman involved in some developmental projects in the country, and we know him very well. And if he decides to work for a united sovereign country, if he goes back to his roots as a true Libyan citizen who participated in the Libyan processes of development in the 90s and the 2000s, then he is welcome. You see, we are not.
All right, we'll stop that there. Mr. Untouchable, what stood out to you in this story?
A few different things. When Hillary Clinton went into Libya and did her thing with the dissidents, the enemies of Gaddafi, and murdered them basically. She was under the impression that because you was able to kill their leader, that was it. But how I looked at it is this is Gaddafi. Although many people may have arguments about whether if he's African or not. I think that Africans are not necessarily one phenotype. Let me just put that out there. And also, after Hillary Clinton went into Libya, they was having slave markets.
Yeah.
You know, when they was able to murder Gaddafi. So I just find it funny that right now, as Saif Gaddafi is trying to get back into power, you know, what is going to eventually happen? You know, I'm hoping that he will continue his dad's policies. But for me, it's really just the chickens coming home for the people who would have murdered him. I think that he's making he may be making some mistakes even in the beginning by trying to continue to work with the West. But I think that just may be political. But I just really just wanted to put it out there just to let people know, you know, just because you may have the ability to conquer lands, that don't necessarily mean it can't be reconquered. And just because you may take L's from time to time, that don't necessarily mean you will never win. Even if it's not in your own generation, you have to just continue to dig in, and like the great matron says, dig that shovel. It's about incrementalism, and your ideas may outlive you, you know. And Gaddafi ideas is outliving him, and he's trying to really express these ideas through his son, even though he's long gone. So I just really wanted to put that out there, just for the rest of the world, and even just this dialogue for tonight.
Do you think Gaddafi, Moma, do you think he was good for Africa?
I think he did a lot of great things for Africa, even though some of the African leaders didn't stand by him when he needed to do what he needed to do. In particular, with the gold dinar, in as far as removing the monetary system off of that standard into a gold standard, off of the American dollar standard into the gold dinar standard. Because you know, when you remove the economics of your country from paper that's backed by nothing through to the natural mineral resources of a continent, then who wins? When the African continent is full with minerals, in particular gold, you know. And these are long dialogues and diatribes that we could, you know, ferret out. And if you look at Libya in itself, I think Libya did a lot of things for different African countries. You know, love him or hate him, he was not a perfect character, you know. But for some of the things what he did within his own country, being an African country, you know, we could debate it whether it's African or Arab or not. But within Libya itself, I think he did a lot of great things, you know. And I think that some of that discussion is missed. But I'm not a big Western proponent, so I see the two sides of the argument.
Right. Kevin Carre, do you see this story as chickens coming home to roost for the West?
Well, I would say half and half. What I'm seeing is a people that's getting, you know, it has been 10 years and people are getting tired of seeing these Westerners on their land. You know, I guess too, you know, you see Afghanistan, the Americans leaving. Now you really want these people out. You know, they come in, they destroy. Before that, it was a success. People went to college, people were living good, and then you guys came in on some BS to destroy the country, and now look what's going on. And the problem is they're using, as the guy was saying, they're using these American PR firms to tell lies.
Absolutely. Thanks. Oni, what's your take on this prompt?
Yeah, so I would just say, look, the Americans predicted this. I'm not one of them white supremacy, blah, 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 but like they predicted this in the sense that if y'all remember back when they killed Gaddafi, they were like, oh no, he killed some of his children, you know? And like the Americans were targeting their children, like his children. I think they were like killing them before they got him, before they got to Gaddafi. And this is the reason why. They figured that if any of his children survived, they could, you know, in the future, Run. By the way, Achieve Mindset is saying hello and greetings. And also, Cater pointed out that, we're in this urban city. That's another thing. But I totally agree with what Cater is saying too. But I do want to say, yeah, they predicted this. Like, I wouldn't even say this is chickens coming home to roost. This is just, common sense. This is the reason why these white boys kill families. And this is one of the reasons why a lot of us, like it's one of the deterrents for getting it politically involved, because your family becomes a target.
Yeah.
White folk understand that, like for instance, what happened with Malcolm X. His wife was killed, and I think his grandson was framed. Well, I don't want to say framed. I don't know what happened, but his grandson was later killed. His one of his daughters. I mean, she just recently died, but again, yeah, they target family, but this is like just old. This is like age old. This is like back to the feudal age where they would kill off all the heirs, and it's not even like unique to Europe either, where there's stories of, people accuse Nzinga of killing her nephew. You know what I mean? It's just age old that, yeah, if you let an heir survive, they may inherit what their parents had. And like we all remember, they were really trying to kill off his family, and they just didn't. And so, yeah, I don't know if this is like really chicken coming to roost, or just, yeah, this is something that everybody expected, and that's like I feel like that's what people expected. But I should say, I should admit that I appreciate the story though, because I had no idea, and it's just good information. So I appreciate you all sharing this story with us, but I wouldn't like say, oh man, look at that! Can you imagine Gaddafi? Like I think everybody expected this. They just tried to avoid it, but they couldn't.
Right. That makes sense. I appreciate that take. That makes a lot of sense.
To add to what he just said about killing family, look what they did to Saddam's two sons, Uday and Hussein.
Right.
Yeah, because that's like a martyr thing. It's like, not a martyr thing, but that's just what they do. They just kill family. I'm actually surprised that, like for what it's worth, yeah, it's just I feel like it's a normal thing. It's like one of the issues with us is that we got so divorced from war, so divorced from violence. Like, I would admit, I feel like Black folk in America are probably like one of the least violent, Black groups or groups in general, on the planet. But like, realistically speaking, like, people killing people's families is just a normal thing. And even in like, I mean, like I guess only like gangbangers do that, in America, really. And maybe like, but like I remember hearing stories about like things going back in the Caribbean, where they would like just burn a house and then like murder everybody in it. Like these are just criminals doing it. You know what I mean? Like killing family members is just a normal thing. And one of the reasons is that people can rally behind family members, and that
Oh man, only you be killing me with the nihilism, man. You was like shrugging coach. It's all expected. Anyways, let me just say this. Let me just say that. The difference is sometimes the West like to have a face of civility, so it's like everything is targeted at one particular individual. They don't have that face of incivility where we take out a whole family or generations. Because see, the cry is, let me tell you what the West does. The West has this thing where they point to places like North Korea. And North Korea, if you was to commit a crime against the state, they go back generations. You know what I mean? They try to punish the whole generation of people, even going back. So when the West does it, they point that peculiarity out to suggest that they don't do it. So my argument is, they have this face of civility that, we are exact warfare only out on our enemies, not necessarily their family members or children or grandchildren. This is the air the face they like to present to the rest of the world. And I think that's really unstated in this whole scenario. Another thing is, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Can I interject for a second? I do want to say that, yeah. I mean, I would tend to agree with you, but I just feel like it was pretty mainstream news. I mean, maybe I might be mistaking. Maybe I'm thinking about somebody else, but I feel like it was really mainstream news that they
Oh, I
killed.
know what I was gonna say. Saif Islam, he was taken captive by the West, by the miscreants of Hillary Clinton as well, and he was really expected to die. The fact that he is living right now is not what really the West wanted. You know, they really wanted Gaddafi to die, and they really wanted to get rid of him too. The fact that he is alive and breathing and running for office is something that they did not expect, and that's why I say that the chickens are actually coming home to roost, because they really didn't. Hillary Clinton didn't expect Saif Islam to live, because she knew of his popularity, and she knew that he would have probably take the place of Gaddafi if he would have gotten old and died anyways. So I'm just putting it out there because it really was an unexpected thing to occur. But now we see it actually happening, and that's why I say that it's actually chickens coming home to roost. But
Oh, I see.
that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, I see. I'm not really too familiar with Gaddafi then. So if that's the case, then I just didn't have any idea. My fault.
All right, so let's go to shoot the breeze topic number 4 tonight. Talk number 4 is a brief history of Christopher Columbus and the role of the Moors in Spain. Let me share this with you guys.
Christopher Columbus discovered Jamaica and this part of the world. Well, most people know I say not no go so. We agree with that. But we really understand how is it that a one guy come clear across so and decides him is the founder of so much islands when it was nothing in Europe. And Europe was almost like what they would call a backward place. Before the Moors enter into Granada in a Spain, it wasn't really any high quality life. Christopher Columbus born in a place named Genoa in Italy. And he was a sailor upon the ship them from Portugal. And we must remember that the Portuguese is one of the first European countries to enslave African people. Don't forget that. The Portuguese were the first European country to enslave, and I said the first, one of the first to really enslave Africans. And Christopher Columbus was on those ships that used to venture into Europe, into Africa. Christopher Columbus. When Christopher Columbus got to Spain, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella. Why we are telling this story is because something happened that we miss in the history when we talk about 1492. Because that is really what them give it. 1492, Christopher Columbus come across us and really create havoc amongst the indigenous people. And when them tell you say the Arawaks or the Taínos were the first people to inhabit here. But Africans was here too. Africans was here too. Africans was here thousands of years before Christopher Columbus come here. So, in the Americas, as them would call it, Africans ventured into these parts of the world thousands of years. Anyway, the man named Christopher Columbus wanted to go to India. India he wanted to go. And he needed some ship, but he couldn't get the ship them. So he go to King Ferdinand, Queen Isabella, to get the ship them, to venture. And him get 3 ships, but he couldn't get nobody to come with him. Because the Europeans thought that if you go too far out in the sea, you'd fall off. Because you have some people that know what talk about the world flat, the earth flat, and all them foolishness there. But him thought, and the people them in Europe thought that the further you go to the horizon, it's far you're going to fall off, you're going to see some beasts and all these things. Well, Christopher said he want to take the chance. Time he say him can't travel west to go east, not knowing that what goes around come around. And it's really India and venture out to go, but he must travel in the other way. So Christopher Columbus got into the prisons in Spain and take out the murderers and the thieves and the pedophiles and all these people and promise them land if they would go with him. Well, if you promise me gold and free freedom from the jail, me take the chance. So a whole heap of people take the chance and go with him on the three ship them. But what them don't tell you that there were Moors on the ship. There were African people on the ship. The chief navigators on these ships was Moors because them know about navigation. They developed navigation years ago, long time, them developed navigation. Well, Christopher Columbus venture out and somehow him lose point, him lose direction, and him end up in this part of the world. But the reason why we are telling this story is not the Columbus voyage we are telling about, it's 1492. What was taking place in Europe in 1492? There's a thing named the Inquisition. A lot of you might not know what is the Inquisition. The Inquisition is when the king and queen of Spain decide that anybody that is not with the papacy, with Pope, is heretics. So they should be burned to death, crucified or hanged. So there was a actual spy thing a go on for anybody where them feel say was part of this conspiracy against Christendom, because Europe is just the idea them call it Europe, they name Christendom. But guess what now? It was really against the Moors and the Jews, because the Moors and the Jews never accept the papacy. So these inquisitions was against the Jews and against the Moors, the Muslims, as we call them. So in 1492, them start this inquisition. The inquisition is people, is a system where them called the inquisitors. You know why you don't say you're inquisitive? You're inquisitive means they set people to watch you, to see what you was doing. For instance, you know that the nation of is the nation of people who call themselves Muslims. Them pray 5 times a day. And if a man next door look over and see you pray 5 times a day, I'm going to say, yes, see it there? He's not a part of the paper, say you're fighting against Rome. So they would inquire, call the inquisitor, and he would inquire if you are part of this thing. And this would lead to your prosecution and death. So this was something that was taking place right over Europe, where anyone that was found with a different religious perspective would be put to death by the authorities that call themselves the inquisitors or the Inquisition set up there to deal with these situations. So what they wanted to do was to run out all the Africans them out of Spain. And then the Inquisition continue further into Europe. So you have other inquisitors and Inquisition develop to the point where now there was a lot of burning of people. Imagine that. They were burning people at the stake because they found out that you was not part of the Roman Catholic Empire. And not only that, we went in Holland, there is a torture museum. And if you see the torture, the things that them usually do. And the weirdest thing about it, is that them do this. They ask you if you are with the Pope, and them torture you to the point where you have to say you is with the Pope. And then them kill you. Because them say them will have to torture you too much for you say it. The Inquisitors, the Inquisition, and why I remember that? The Inquisition, a time in Europe when African people was hunted because of them religious perspective. And up to this day, we see that taking place, not at Panda level there, but we see the church, the Roman Catholic Church, Even in Canada the other day, they found 200 and odd graves of young children who were supposed to be culturally brainwashed into believing in Jesus Christ, to give up their indigenous culture. That is what they took the children them away for. They took them away from the nation and put them in some places where them could brainwash the people them into them religious perspective. And now we find that it is coming out more and more and more and more. And they will keep finding these things because this is something that Europe has continuously done. Make you feel say what they are doing is the right and proper thing. And hide the atrocities that they do, not only to other people, but to themselves. Because World War I and World War II was fought not as a world war, and as Europe is the tribes of Europe fighting against the tribes of Europe. It was nothing else. We never involved in a world war. Just like how them say the World Series. It's only America involved in the World Series. Nobody else not in there. I'm pretty sure presumptuous them is. Them farmer game named the World Series, and it's only America involved in it. Out. Yeah, this is Muta Baruka. I want to introduce you to a different style of programming from the media. We call it RAS Internet Today. I want you to log on to it because you'll be pleasantly surprised. RAS Internet Today provide you with all different perspectives, knowledge, psychology, philosophy, history, social things, religion things. So,
all right. Oni, what do you think about this brief history of Christopher Columbus and the role of the Moors in Spain?
Oh yeah, I mean, Muta Baruka, respect to him, obviously. I mean, I'm trying not to be nihilistic, right? But what can I say about this? I think it's, I do want to say this. I really want to be realistic. I think Mr. Untouchable touched on it earlier. And that was that, we could say all this stuff about Christopher Columbus, right? But he did, venture out. He did try to make a name of himself. He tried to do something.
Pioneering.
He was hit by an idol and twiddle his thumbs. And, he didn't just wait for people to hand feed him. The trouble, I got to tell you guys, I know the sister in Ghana, right? I told y'all I tried to, invest in somebody's business, while I was in Ghana. I tried to just leave them alone after that. But they didn't want me to leave them alone, I guess, whatever. Right? So I get to learn more about this person, and it's like this individual just twiddles their thumb. Just waits for money to fall down from the sky. And it's like, yeah, you could fault this guy, Christopher Columbus, and he's probably a bad person and did a lot of bad things, and I'm sure, right? But at the end of the day, what we should learn from that, because there was this other sister, she's like a whole, I don't know what to say. But, she's just like, I think she had this other power book, Laws of Power, 48 Laws of Power. And that power book had like a Christopher Columbus praise in it, so I have to read that. But the thing is that just the reality that somebody would go to another land, right, and try to make something of themselves, or try to do better for themselves, or try to get wealth for themselves. That's really one of the lessons there. And you could fault him. You could say, hey, your country wasn't all that great before you left and all that kind of stuff, or before the Moors came along. And that might be true. In fact, that is true. But, we're in 2021 right now. We're in 2021 right now. And, the guy, Christopher Columbus, was living lavishly in his life because he made the choice to do something. And realistically speaking, a lot of times I'm on social media and I hear these black folk, a lot of them like, hey, we're not gonna have nothing, or we don't have anything, or we just yeah. So either you try to make something for yourself, because like I said, that sister in Ghana, same way. Oh, woe is me, I'm broke, I got nothing, I'm not, blah blah. I'm listening to her, and she's all, hey, what are you up to? And I'm like, look, I'm trying to make another book. I'm trying to do something. And that's what it is. Some of us, and I'm not saying no. Some people are trying to do stuff, you know, and I can't fault this guy Christopher Columbus for getting on a boat, believing he would fall off the earth if that's the case, right? Believing he'd fall off the earth and still venturing out to try to get a better route to India. You can be like, what a dumbass. He was trying to go to India going the wrong way. Yeah, okay. But like he at least went on a boat to try to trade with India.
Yeah.
You know, like we should be trading with. I'm not saying we should trade with India, but yeah, we should be trading with India. You know what I'm saying? Like if you like you know, Mr. Untouchable says, you know, a whole lot of something is better than nothing. I don't think, you know, I wouldn't want to trade with India, but the reality is this: that you, like a lot of us, are not trading with anybody.
Mm-hmm.
We're not looking for routes to trade with anybody. We're not even looking to be a part of the global trading system. Africa accounts for 1% of the global wealth, 1% of the global trading system. You know, I mean, I tell you, one time I'm sitting down, I had something, I worked this little job or whatever. I don't want to say what it is, but I worked this little job, sitting next to this Jew one time, right? And she offers me chocolate, okay? Because I'm just talking, you know, I'm just like, whatever, I'm going to be friendly. It's just, you know, it's temporary thing, right? She offers me chocolate, and it's from made in Israel. And I mean, I'm going to give the Caribbean some props, okay? Because you go to the Haitian area, you know, for those of you in New York, you know, like down in Newkirk, you can go to some, like Newkirk, not Newkirk, well, there's some street, I can't remember. Nostrand and...
Nostrand and Newkirk.
Yeah, there's like a little Haitian area. You could probably go, I don't really go into the stores because it's too far from me right now. You know, it's the whole pandemic. But like, you can go in that store and probably get some candy, some chocolate that they eat back in Haiti. You know, or you can go to some Jamaican store and you can get a drink that they produce in you know, like Big or whatever they produce in Jamaica. Now it might be produced by some white folk, maybe. I'm not too sure. Can't say, I can't vouch for that. But I'll tell you this right now: you go to a black or like African American store in any area in America, like 9 times out of 10 they selling what the white man sells for more. Okay, like. I mean, I can't fault these Caribbeans for at least trading with themselves. You know, saying, hey, you know what? We produce this thing in Jamaica. You're the Jamaican diaspora. You wanna drink the same stuff you drank back home? Go for it, right? We have to, like, I can't fault the guy for trying to make a better life for his people, trying to make a better life for himself. We could clown him and say he went the wrong way. He thought the world was flat. His people were living like pigs. Yeah, sure. You could do all that, but at the end of the day, they're the one, like you said, they're the ones who would take it, who were stealing you. You know?
Kyrie, what say you?
European history. What can you expect from savages and psychopaths? That's just the way they are. It's still the same, but not the game plan has never changed.
Mr. Untouchable, what are your thoughts?
I'm happy only Tassetti finally came to my side of you. Unfortunately, he have to come with me a little bit further. But now, initially, I say a little bit of something is better than a whole lot of nothing. In this clip, he agrees. He says that the efforts of Christopher Columbus, despite the fact that he was going in the wrong direction, it was a good thing. Because when you fast forward that hundreds of years later, you see the impact of that. Now, I want to go back to our original question. Yeah, you know what I mean? Are throwing stones at white supremacy, however small. So now, when we throw stones at white supremacy, however small, despite the fact it may not necessarily seemingly be apparent to be doing something at that particular point in time, through the efforts of Christopher Columbus, which he agrees with, his efforts had a incremental impact as far as the history of the West. So I'm saying that we should also make small efforts in the same direction, small throws at power, small throws to destroy power or oppressive power in the other direction. So one day he'll be able to say, well, you know, I understand what my people was doing back then as well. You know, yeah, but it's interesting how he's siding with Christopher Columbus with his small efforts, and he wasn't into us with our small efforts.
All right, no, I wanna. It's not that. It's the incrementalism. I wanna point this out. 'Cause I just have to look up this term, make sure it's
Messing
right.
with you, Odie, man. I'm messing with you, man.
Oh, sorry. Wait, can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
good. I wanted to say that I want to clarify that just a little bit. You know, about the incrementalism. Because I agree with incrementalism. Of course, I agree with that. You know, that's what repatriation is all about. The issue with incrementalism here is that it's a double-edged sword. You know, as to say that but you're like holding the wide part of the blade. You know, so it's to say that yes, you will be chipping away at them, but it's chipping away at you even more. You know, because every good thing you do, every way that you make the white power structure better, right, is putting you backwards. You know what I'm saying? So that's the issue there. So it's like because I one time had this paper because I used to write article all the time, right? And one of them was called like the debate winner. Okay, so at one point I found this YouTube, there was this YouTube video, and in the comments there's this brother who's just dropping knowledge over and over and over again, like just dropping a whole bunch of knowledge just over and over again, like just things I didn't even know yet. Okay, this is where the firstborn was. This is the first civilization. Blah blah blah. And it's just some random YouTube comments. Nobody cares. Nobody's gonna remember, right? Because it was just like a popping video, like a video that popped or whatever, right? Or whatever, like a viral video. And he just kept, posting on there, right? Useless effort. Okay. I decided to take some of his things and put it on another article, but then I thought about him deeply, and I said, this was like a debate win. Okay, so what happens when you debate white folk? Because one of the things that I did, when I was coming into consciousness, was that white folk knew where I was going before I did. Okay? Because what happened with white folk was that they already engaged smarter black folk than me, who gave them all the cheat codes, all the answers, all that, so that when I came along trying to get into consciousness, they already had the whole arsenal to try to disprove me. So they were telling me, hey, what are you sort of African nationalists? I didn't even know what African nationalist was. I was like, nah, I ain't no black. No, they said black nationalists. Like, I ain't no black nationalist. No. They were like, oh, maybe you believe in Yakub or something. So I was like, Yakub, what is that? And I look it up and I'm like, that's so stupid. Who would believe in Yakub and all that kind of? I'm like, what? Malcolm X, really? I wanted to be away from that. Because we already went to them and told them, hey, yeah, but see, y'all were created by Yakub and blah, blah, blah. And so that's why you have them, we was kings. They're able to mock you because you already give them everything so that they are now strengthened to stop the next generation. You understand? So I wrote this paper, it's called The Debate Winner. And the idea is that this brother comes in and he debates this white boy, right? And he wins the debate in front of all these white folk. And then he gets his little coin purse, he gets a little gift. But the white people keep the record and are able to win the debate the next time because it's a generational struggle. And so what happens is this. You say, hey, look, let's take down this woman. Incrementally, you take down this woman who's a bigot. Okay? White folks say, okay, let's not be bigoted on video. That's it. It's a double-edged sword. You got rid of this girl, but now all the other white folk are passing around notes and saying, okay, they don't like when we call them this. Let's do this instead. But we're going to keep it down. And so that's what I mean by, it's incremental in both directions, but it's worse in your direction. I want to say this, though. What Columbus did for Europe was just good for them. There's nothing bad for them. It was just a net good. For us, it's a net bad when white folk are more when white folk know how to smile. Because when you knew, hey, I can't trust these white folk, that was different. When you say, you know what, I could trust some of these white folk, that's when you lost. Because that's called propaganda, and propaganda done messed you up.
I take the position of, see, you are absolutely right with that statement, that reference you use as far as the West being fast learners. They learn what to do and what not to do. In particular, by listening
finding out, well, that's not really workable. That's not successful. Let's do it this way, and they keep a record of it. But the story, the story, and the part of the story in that, what people fail to realize is other people are doing it as well. You know, other people are doing it as well. I'm not just sitting on my hands, not realizing that. See, there's a person who suggested I forget the name of the author right now. He said when you go to school, you have to take two notes. You have to take the notes of the so-called formal education, and then you have to take the notes of the education will teach you the knowledge itself. You know what I mean? For me personally, I don't feel like 100-year-old wheel that was created back in even before the Gavi days. I don't feel like that's a wheel that we really need to relinquish. You know what I mean? I feel like that's a wheel that we really need to build upon. Pan-Europeanism, whoever started Pan-Europeanism, they didn't need to fix that wheel. That wheel works perfectly, and that started thousands of years ago. You know what I mean? And I feel like Pan-Africanism is a wheel that is not broken. I mean, does not need to be reshuffled. It may be need to be reformatted, but I don't feel like we need to fix that wheel. That wheel for me is solid. We really just need to build on it. And even if these people laugh at us, they mock us, they say that our idea is a fantasy. They don't talk about Pan-Europeanism that way, by the way. But even if they say that our ideas and our ideals are fantasy, I'll continue to build on that wheel. You know what I mean? Because I believe in that wheel, just like they believe in their wheel.
Oh no, brother. Look, I agree with you on this Pan Africanism stuff, but the issue I have, or the statement I want to make, is that this judge situation was not Pan Africanism. You know what I mean? Like that had nothing to do with Pan Africanism.
No. I understand where you're coming from. As far as for me, I was just trying to resolve an issue within the United States, within a particular group, whether it be 13%, 14%, within a particular group who may not have your particular point of view. Your point of view is in the minority, even though I agree with that point of view. I agree with that. I agree. Ultimately, the idea is divestment. I really agree with that. But that does not, we are not speaking, if you would agree, for the majority of people in that situation. And I don't want to see them harmed. So ultimately, your suggestion is, hey man, you got to charge it to the game. It's gonna happen anyway. That's what I think I was hearing from you. And for me, my solution was, oh well, let's work with what we have. Even if it may seem like fruitless. You know what I mean? I'm trying. Being in that particular situation, I would want them to survive. I wouldn't want them to get wholesale slaughtered. So my solution is, what's the best way in trying to do that?
Well, yeah, I mean,
rather than just shrugging my shoulders and saying, "Man, it's gonna happen anyway." So it's nothing we can do about it.
I want to say this just quickly. Yes. Like white boy is not trying to slaughter them just yet.
Wholesale.
Like he's not like, it's more like how you do old message. It's a rather slow, humane killing.
Yes.
Like it's like, you know what? Okay, your genetic pool is going to be very diluted. Or you're going to live in the ghetto and shoot yourself. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like he's not, okay, we're going to build a bunch of ovens right now. You know what I mean? It's so it's like he's like if it's a really slow, it's humane. Like go on to the metaverse or whatever. You know what I mean? Like go log on to your VR world. Get your food delivered to you, and then maybe the food's gonna stop one day, but you gonna still have to get to that. But that's it. It's like I wouldn't again like a lot of people living pretty comfortably. I think we were talking about it yesterday on the Spaces. If you didn't check out the Space, you can check it out another time. But I wasn't there actually. But I got to get going. But the thing is that people are like, hey, you know what? 28 police killings is not that much. You know what I mean? 28 police killings for the year isn't really all that much, and we don't kill that many people in a weekend.
Let's include something in that factor you just mentioned, because when you say 20 people is not that much, let's include mass incarceration, Let's include the whole sexual paradigm.
Don't. That's what I'm saying. You can't convince
Yes.
black folk that they shouldn't be in prison.
Oh yes, we back to that again.
You know what I mean? No, you
Yeah,
can't.
ultimately, I understand that.
What I mean is that no, realistically speaking, you got like a lot of people who go to prison are breaking crimes, are doing crimes, and you can't like black folk. You got to remember, black folk here in America are westernized. Okay,
Yes.
they are westernized,
That's a
so
fact.
they're going to like they're not going to be like, hey, let's not have any prison. Like there are some prison abolitionists kind of thing. That's a minority, but like, yeah, you're not going to convince people that like the people. Cause I tell you, like here's what happened. Matter of fact, there was this one sister. She was following me for a second, but I didn't follow back, so I guess she stopped following me. Whatever. I don't really care. But she comes on Twitter because I saw Lero. Lero was a cool sister, and she responded to the sister, so I noticed that. But the sister was like, "You N-words, I can't trust you N-words." Like she was all pro-black, down for blackness, all that kind of stuff. I think she said like shea butter or something, all that. But then some black person goes into her sister's house and shoots her and maybe her nephew or something. Like no, her sister's daughter or her sister's son. And so she's like, "You Edwards, I can't believe you shoot like that." The point is that it's so easy. Like this was a pro-black person, black power, Pan-African, all that kind of stuff. It's so easy to turn us against our own people, right? And it's so easy to find some black person who's up to no good or some black folk you can. It's just like just. And then so if you were to go to her and be like, "Hey, look, prison is genocide," she'd be like, "What are you talking about? Put that motherfucker in prison. I don't want that person in my community." Like you won't be able to convince black folk that there should be no prison. You cannot you can't the trouble with us right here, the disconnect with us is that we are in this conscious community and we're just calling everything oppression, calling everything calling everything with genocide, calling everything, like, oh yeah, well, the prison genocide, this. Nobody outside of us is going to be convinced that the guy who goes into a kid's house and shoots the mother and the kid probably because she wanted to break up, or like we were talking about the other day about the dude who was turned down by the woman, or the group of dudes who turned down the woman, and then they beat him up. Nobody's gonna say, "Hey, you know what? Let those kids." Like we might in the conscious community be like, "Yeah, let those kids stay in the community. They just need to be taught better." But you're not gonna convince the woman who was beat up to be like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna press any charges," or "I don't want the police to arrest them," or "I don't want them to be in prison." You're not going to convince them. So if you're talking about reaching people, we cannot reach them on this. Hey, you're being genocided, because no one like the white boy is clever. His propaganda machine is clever. He knows what he's doing. He's going to put you in these areas. He's going to put some people up on a pedestal. He's going to give you the Obama. He's going to give you the Kamala. He's going to give you the the people who are not foreigners or whatever. He's going to give you all these people, and you're going to sit by, and you're going to buy your expensive shoes. You're going to buy your PlayStation 5. You're going to buy your VR machine. You're going to be the first on the line. You're going to be the Wakanda movie. Everything's going to be looking good and peachy, and it's just, wait, pause. Let me say this. I want to say this really quickly. I haven't read this book in a long time, 1984, but I remember loving the ending. Like not love, like pause. It's a white boy wrote it, so I shouldn't say love. But like the ending of the book, I can't remember exactly, but I think what happens is that he's in prison. Right, he's like some fugitive or something, I guess, and then he's imprisoned or whatever. And what they do before they kill him, right? Because like you were talking about the Inquisition, what they do before they kill him is that they convince him that, hey, you know what, you were wrong, and then they just put a bullet in his head. So finally, when he says, you know what, this system's actually good, then they kill him, right? And that's what's going on in America. You're not going to get through people. And the thing is this, I'm going to tell you this: if you really want to save black folk, and you're not going to save all of them, but if you really want to save black folk, you go and develop an economy in Africa, and then you tell them, you know what, come to me.
Yeah. In the chat, we have Achieve Mindset and Bobby Wright with some comments. Bobby Wright said, within 100 years after their expulsion from Spain, the Moors of Morocco under a Jew named Judah Pasha conquered the Shanghai Empire in 1591, opening up West Africa to the slave trade. The Chief Mindset says facts. Bobby Wright says the European uses the menticide aspect of genocide as a subtle way of destroying Africans in America. And the revolutionary matron from the Learning Curve says slow extermination. Mr. Untouchable, any last words on this front?
Yeah, I'm gonna be brief. I'm not gonna be long. When I mentioned the word genocide in reference to the mass incarceration, the majority of Black folks who are in jail are not in jail because of violent offenses. They're in jail, due to economic crimes. They've been trying to feed their families. You know what I mean? But when you take a 20-year-old man and you give him a life sentence, it's very difficult for him to recreate himself, have children, do things of that nature. Not only that, when I talk about genocide, if you look at particular communities, you have food deserts where you just have fast food restaurants and things of that nature. You are very far from the ground. Things that foods that have they are minerally rich, and they have good nutrition within it. So what does that cause? That causes high blood pressure, that causes diabetes, etc., etc., etc. And as Matron says, it's a slow extermination, but it's an extermination nonetheless. And whether are the victims of that extermination understand or acknowledge or even are conscious of it, it doesn't take away the fact that it's happening to them anyways.
Sorry, Mike was muted. Okay, thanks for that. Let's go on to Shoot the Breeze, topic number 5. Topic number 5 is about the importance of Black entrepreneurship. It has a link.
Drinking, yo, everybody drinking. Y'all drinking, right? One thing my father told me, you have to go for it. You have to ask. There's only one or two things going to happen. You're going to get a yes, or you're going to get a no. My name is Obsession Faluke. Professionally, I'm a first assistant director on production sets. I'm an ex-professional basketball player. I also coach kids. And on the side, I make these drinks called Oye's. Oye's through the summer. I'm lethal weapon, Danny Glover. I have been making drinks since 2005. I started in college. Now, everybody knows me as Oye Mayo. I'm the guy with the drinks. I'm the guy with the Oyes. Everybody in New York City calls them nutcrackers. Nutcrackers in New York is a summertime staple. You can find nutcrackers on the beach, festivals, in the street. It's really just a concoction of different liquors with a nice sweet juice taste.
We got blueberry. We got all the flavors.
The bar is open on a great month, no rain, all sun. I mean, you can make upwards of 20K. You're really not allowed to sell nutcrackers. I was never one of the nutcrackers that was like, nutcrackers, like trying to, yeah, I got nutcrackers. I got what you need. No, I don't do things I can't promote. There's a reason why I was never a drug dealer, reason why I was never a pimp, because I can't promote that. My drink, I can promote. Yeah, I've seen it in the New York Times. I was in the New York Times twice for my drinks. I may not be legit now, but the goal is to be legit. I've been doing this 15 years. 6 years ago, I started the brand Oye's. And from the first day that I started, I saw the vision. I wanted this drink to be in airports. I wanted this drink to be in stores, in bars, everybody's refrigerator. And all this time I've been doing it for the last 6 years, I haven't had that success. However, each year my hustle has increased. So definitely during this time of pandemic and coronavirus, I haven't been on any sets in the last 3 to 5 months. And that's how I make a lot of my money. A lot of the kids are not in school, so I'm not training kids. So this is very important to my livelihood, to keep it afloat, and even more important, and that is putting Oye's in the store, making it something legal, and making it a worldwide phenom. Being out from the neighborhood, Tennessee is one of the people's favorite drinks. They love the cognac with the mango. So I'm gonna do the mango cognac special. Ooh, look at that brown. The brown is in town. Yes.
This heart has wings.
The crazy thing is, right, I've been making these drinks so much, I literally don't have to taste them. Unless I'm trying a new flavor. But besides that, if you know, you know. I won't tell you what type of juice I use, because it's a secret. Somebody put me on, they told me not to tell nobody. Because before this, I wasn't using this juice. He told me you gotta find juice that's thick and I can hold the liquor. Some nutcracker makers, they'll be making cognac and then they'll spike it with some 151. It's like, what are we doing here? That's a headache in the morning. I'm not doing that. I'm getting the cognac. I got the honey. I got the honey cognac. I'll throw about half of that in there. I am from the hood, South Side Jamaica, Queens, the West Side of Merrick Boulevard. But I wasn't necessarily raised by the hood. It's a word that I created around the time that I created Oyes. And the word is Shabbalah. And Shabbalah means everything righteous moving forward. And it's a Shabba gang. It's a gang. It's a gang. You know, I know Vice, I know y'all used to gangs, right? But this is the most positive gang you ever heard of. It's the Shabba gang. And we live righteous and we move forward and we about pushing each other to the top.
This heart has wings.
I got a long day today, man. A bunch of stops. I got about 400 or 500 drinks today. I'm gonna try to sell them all. Long Island first, Queens, Brooklyn, Lower East Side, Oyes through the summer. Here we come. I'll teach you a little secret. If you don't freeze them overnight, you ain't got enough time. Go buy yourself some dry ice.
My money colored, my face colored. I'm Danny Glover, big booty lover. Oyes through the summer.
This is a fun track, man. It's about the Oyes. Every time I get on the road, I'll play this.
Turn left on Stewart Avenue.
Stand up, stand up.
Hold on, let me turn off this. Let me quiet this. Normally, I'm selling to New York City. Now, COVID-19 is here. Hey there, how are you? Good. I started deliveries. I got Henny, Patron, Ciroc, rum, honey jack. I went backwards. About 2 years into my hustle.
We like the mango.
I used to care about the customer, but because I was at places where so many people, I just made a good product, and that's all I needed to do. Now, with COVID, I have to make a good product, and I have to have a good relationship with my customers. I do everything for 60. Boom, bow. Gotta give the love. I always show the love. What up, baby? Everything good?
How are you, bro?
Good to see you again, man.
Yeah.
Yes. I was gonna make it work. You may get 30 of these, but you're gonna get a bunch.
All right, cool.
I put the killer dog outside.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, he's like 2 feet.
Got the Patron mango, I got the rum punch. I threw 2 big ones in there just for the love. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
You got it.
And my daughter will be home Wednesday.
Okay.
They just turned 21. So
Oh yeah. I'll be here every weekend.
He's good people, man. He comes, he says what up. He's a good vibe. He'll be a little extra for the ride.
Yeah, I get a little tip. I like when it is, get a little tip. That's crazy. Right.
He's really good at making connections with people beyond just like a transaction.
The goal is not to just be making all this money or be making money or selling drinks until I'm 40, until I'm 50, and then what? One day it hit me, it's like, come on, get it together, let's get going. So I come up here, usually I'm making my menus, presentation decks. The decks will be shown to potential investors. Right here, I got my total profits. That was in 2017, about $20,000. Yeah, this is me just having the idea saying, like, I want to put a deck together. I want to present it to somebody. All right, let me just put it together. And I just did it. And I didn't do nothing with it, but now is the time. I was at a point in my life, am I going to continue to do, I'm going to continue to be a street merchant? I got my degree. My resume is long. I've done this. I've done that. Am I going to continue to do this? And it was like, yes, I'll take Oyes through the roof. I would like to show this deck to future investors, anybody that understands what it takes to go from the bottom to the top. Those are the people I want to invest, the people that invest in people. Right now we're in Brooklyn. We're about to go see my man, Kid Super, big time fashion guy, man. He been doing it for a minute. Him and his friends will buy a couple drinks. That's the Kid Super package.
Here you go, baby.
I don't know how it all works legally, but it feels legal to me.
To get drunk.
To get drunk? To get drunk?
That's what he had.
Like,
I'm getting like medium drunk.
Here you go. Boom. Big
boy.
$20 bottle and take you right where you need to be.
You know what you need?
What'd you say?
Oh, some of the comments, like the private chat said, and comments on the YouTube said that the YouTube was shut down. So I don't know if people can still see it.
I can still see it. I don't know
No,
what they're
people
doing.
on YouTube, they said.
Oh.
It says, I can tell you what it says right now.
Oh,
It
yeah,
says
it says
stream
stream
unavailable. Stream suspended for policy violation.
You didn't got too big. You didn't got too big. That's what I just came up to tell you, that they stopped you. Yeah, you didn't got too big. We knew it was coming. We knew we've been skating on ice. It was coming.
Oh man. I'm sorry about that, Coco, man. I'm sorry, man.
I'm sorry, man, but I want to say about this guy, man. This guy is the definition of stupid, and it's like, when people give you opinions, I give them opinions why it's stupid, but this is one of the things that YouTube does. It's a violation of his policy. Is disguised that way just to stop streams, which is fair use, but it's stupid. But we have to work with what we have to. What we have.
Yeah.
That's it, man. Yeah.
Oh man. Oh, that's too bad.
Oh wait, I missed that. What happened?
Hey, let this keep going though. Let's not stop.
Wait, hold on. But is it? Wait. I just clicked live on the YouTube stream. So people can't hear us though, or can they?
No, it's suspended. It says stream unavailable.
Yeah, the suckers take us out. They took us out for this live.
Sorry, Coco.
No, it's kind of silly though, because I remember someone saying how if it's on YouTube and you're streaming a YouTube video, which means that it must have cleared a license or whatever, it shouldn't be a problem. But I've seen this before, and you're streaming where it's been a problem. It means that it must have cleared a license. So someone has their mic playing back.
All right, it's back. I see it. You just gotta exit your page and then restart again.
So refresh your pages.
No. Don't refresh. Just exit out and restart again.
All right. If folks can hear us, let us know if that works. Let us know if you get a video again.
You good. We're back on.
Yeah, it looks like it's back on. Yeah.
Send the tweet out again, just in case.
Yeah.
That's nuts, man. That's nuts.
I think what happens is that we're probably because it's a Vice video, so they probably was just like, yeah, you ain't gonna show.
You know what you gotta do? You gotta get that notice they put on, like this is fair use, blah 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 blah, so they can't do anything. Because it's what we're doing is we're examining and criticizing or whatever for news.
Yeah, they know that, but it's all right. Since we're back though, YouTube is something else, boy. What was the gist of this piece is about being a Black entrepreneur, right?
Yeah, there was just Black entrepreneurialism that I wanted to just put into the ecosphere, because we really need to get on that. You could even start from the bottom and do the things that you need to do to really improve your circumstance, And I don't know if you all even know about this, because this is in New York City. I don't know if you all know about these drinks or this guy, but
I don't know about this guy, but I do know about the drink.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, can I add to Koku and Mr. You wouldn't believe it. The other day I was walking through Washington Square Park, and they were selling pre-rolled weed.
Oh wow!
And you know what's funny? No, it's legal in New York, but the technical term you can't sell it per se, but you can take a donation. That's a trick. Because the park rangers, they were there, but they weren't bothering anybody.
Okay.
Well, in Michigan, we have people that the pre-rolls you can sell, right? But then they have what they call dabs, and they can't sell the dabs. So when you buy a pre-roll, you get a free hit off of a dab, which is like a whole gateway to a whole nother level of drug use. But they sell pre-rolls here too.
Yeah. No. What I'm saying, Matron, same here in New York. You can't sell it, but you can take a donation. It's like a trade. That same thing they said in Washington, D.C., from what my friend told me. You can't buy anything, but you can gift someone, and then you can get that gift of that weed into your hands.
Right.
No. What I'm saying is we can sell the pre-rolled blunts, we can sell the cones, we could sell that. We got that in stores. What they did with the gifting part, because they can't sell, it has to be rolled up for them to sell it here. But there's a whole nother level of marijuana use called dabs, which is
The wax.
I don't know.
That's a very intense high.
What I'm saying is that they giving away, if you buy a pre-roll, you get a hit of the wax that you then can make a donation for or not. But I feel like that sets you up for another level of drug use because it's the wax. Like from everybody that I've ever talked to, they give me that same feedback that you have. Like that's really an intense experience.
Yeah, and like I said, here I can't speak for Michigan, but I know in New York, if you don't have a good weed man, you can't trust a lot of these dudes out here, man. They be spiking your weed with some stuff, man. From what I heard now, fentanyl.
Oh, that's crazy. I just wanted to show, because I don't want anybody to be harmed by it. The idea of this brother hitting the ground running and trying to do something out of nothing, I just wanted it to be kind of like an inspirational story. And this is some of the kinds of things that we need to do, because a lot of us can't get into the mom and pop shops and brick and mortar buildings because the rents are too high. So sometimes you got to take it to the street and do what you need to do. Don't got to sell drugs, but you could sell a product that people want to buy and make some money and do whatever you need to do for your families, even if it's starting from the bottom.
It's all about the entrepreneurial spirit, right?
Yes, sir.
That spirit is a driver for so many other functions of autonomy. Oni, go ahead.
Yeah, let me say two things. One is, wait, is there like a limit to 6 people? Because Achieve says they want to add something, so I wasn't sure if there's a limit.
Yeah, Achieve is on this panel now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The other thing, so maybe I'll just be short. The other thing was that threw me off was that he said he was a professional basketball player before.
Yes.
Yeah, so I wasn't sure, like the NBA he's talking, because if he was in the NBA, why is he starting from the bottom? That doesn't really.
No, he's a professional because he might have played overseas. I'm in that world because I cover sports. A lot of these guys, they'll go to college, but now remember the NBA used to be 4 rounds. That's only 2 rounds, so a lot of them don't get picked. So what they do, they go overseas.
Okay. So, but they don't get paid overseas, you saying?
Oh, they get paid good overseas, actually. Yeah.
So now I'm more confused, man. Like,
no. If you look at a lot of these Europeans down in the NBA, a lot of them started overseas when they were teenagers.
Nah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. So the dude said he was a professional basketball player, but he's selling drinks. You know what I mean? Like why?
What happened to his money is what
that's
what happened to his money.
He probably invested that money into what he's doing in this business. Because I said NBA money, is more than what you make overseas. Overseas, you're good. And plus, when you play overseas, I talked to a lot of my friends, is you got to pay the taxes over there and you got to pay the taxes over here.
Yeah, I'm still not getting it, but all right.
No, but there are professional leagues overseas. NBA is not the only game in town anymore.
No, what I'm saying is that why is he broke?
Didn't the chief mindset say he could shed some light on this?
Yeah, let me be quiet. Yeah, I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
No, thank you. I wanted to say this, like, this video without context looks good, and Vice looks good, and it goes back to what Oni talked about when he talked about Columbus, and to the Wazungus, it looks good. It's good. They have a smile on their face, right? This video, they look at it and they have a smile on their face because first of all, only hits the nail on the head with what happened to his money. But the main thing is that we're talking about jumping and building industries, right? First of all, if Jack Daniels finds out what he's doing, they can shut him down due to this video. He's exposing himself, and it's not like he's gonna make a million or hundreds of million out of it. He gets no, I don't think Vice is paying him, to be honest, and I don't know why he is doing this, which is technically illegal, and he's broadcasting it out there like that. That's not good marketing.
He told on
First of all,
himself.
no, first of all, that he's not the only black dude doing it. The problem is that, and I keep saying this, too many people learn to operate on their own, do this side hustle thing, and think that it's good business, like because they wanna, they got that rap image. I go on the mic and I'm gonna spit bars. I do my side hustle. I work hard. We always work hard, but we need to work smarter. The brothers need to come together and go to Congress, do something to make it legal. You understand? Put it in stores, put it in places so they say, well, you're here. Because I guarantee you, right? Another Elon Musk will come through this industry and say, hey, I want to put this in store. And he gets to put it in store. Because why? He's a Wazungu. And then all these brothers are going to be like, whoa, we've been in the industry for 20 years, hustling in these streets. We try to get in the store and say no. And then they blame it on race, but you're not moving in a way where collectively you're using your money together to build an industry. This guy is an ex-basketball professional, whether he was in Europe or whatnot. He should have enough money to navigate this thing. And he said, I think he said in the video, he's been started from 2005. Dude, 2005, this should have been, you should have been able to know how to make your own version of Jack Daniels, your own version of Ciroc, your own version of all of these, and make it in a factory and at least use that way to circumvent so you can put it in a factory, put it in Walmart, in the alcohol section or in somewhere. But this guy's not done it. In Europe, people are doing their own version of beers and ales and whatnot, in different factories and selling it. And for me, this video and this guy, it seems like he loves to struggle and make money out of the struggle rather than actually have a proper plan and do things properly. From 2005, you're doing the same thing. You need to have a business advisor to advise you that, okay, where do I go next after 5 years of doing it? How do I 10x this? How do I 100x this? He's still doing deliveries. He shouldn't be doing deliveries. He should be hiring people to do deliveries. And that's the real problem. He didn't start from like a year. He started from 2005. So for me, he's doing okay, but it just shows that he's either stupid or he lacks business skills. And that's the reality of that, because if that wasn't the right dad that's buying it, decide to get into the industry for 2005, I guarantee that guy will probably be a billionaire. That's how I'm looking at it. And that's how I'm judging him. That's why I'm looking at him like, this guy's a fool. He's a clown. And I'm sorry to say this, but he needs to step up.
To be fair to this brother, this video is a very old video. I think that this video was created maybe in 2012, 2010. I'm not 100% sure. It wasn't created in 2021. So I think that the time.
No, you mentioned the pandemic.
You mentioned a pandemic. So how do you know the pandemic?
Okay, well, that's true. So, but it is an old video, though. It is an old video. And let me say this, too.
No, ain't no way it's old, man. What pandemic was that?
No, you're right. You're absolutely right.
What you talking about, man?
You're absolutely right. But let me say this, too, though. Let me say this as well. We assuming a lot of things about the brother and his finances, and we ain't 100% sure about him. But the fact that Vice TV didn't pay him, I'm thinking that there are millions of people who would have watched this video. It's free advertisement. His phone would have probably been ringing off the hook because of the thing that he is promoting, this product that he is promoting. So why would they have to pay him? Is if just using their panel is gonna solicit millions and millions and millions of viewers. That's free advertisement space.
That's true, but let's look at it quickly. He's doing free advertisement, and the racist Wazungu sitting in Jack Daniels head office watches this video, how quick how quick is a phone call gonna come to the legal authorities compared to him getting his marketing? It's not gonna be. It's the risk to reward ratio for me personally. I'm not saying it's good marketing. It's not worth it. I'm not insulting him, right? I'm not trying to insult him. If this video was done 10 years ago and I watched it 10 years ago, I would have praised him. But the problem right now is that I'm watching this and I'm comparing it to certain situations, and I'm like, especially right now, is dire. It's really dire. Like, it is not. It's good steps that he's making. It's good encouragement, but we need to. It's not him really. I'm trying to insult. I'm not insulting him. I'm using him as more like a template to highlight to other people that he needs to somehow make leaps beyond what other companies would have made, astronomically, because of the condition of our people. That's what I'm trying to hint at. And the issue really is that I feel like we open industries, we get blocked, nobody does anything about it, and then someone's who could come and open a business in that area, and then we can't get into that industry. A simple example is the marijuana industry. The states that are legal, the big players are not us. That's frankly the truth.
What I have a question. Achieve mindset. What do you suggest that he can make the same amount of money that he's making right now, starting from where he's starting from, whatever street level? You criticize the fact he really should have more money right now. But what do you suggest in him doing the things that he's doing to make a sufficient amount of money to provide and sustain himself in New York City? Can you give me an alternative to what he's doing?
Simple. He said he's been doing it from 2005. The best thing to do right now is, how much people will say it is wrong, is a fast food restaurant. You can have it in a fast food restaurant, and if the government allows you to sell alcohol within your own fast food restaurant and you could do mixes, then you can sell that in there as well. That's an extra income stream that he can actually do. My problem is that he's doing this for so long and he hasn't thought about getting together with other brothers and having an association. You normally have in every single country a food and beverage association. You have, like even in this country, you have potatoes association, because people come together and realize that, look, I'm not gonna make 100 billion out of this if I don't negotiate, work with people, create associations that set the standards of things. And after a certain number of years, he needs to think about that, because they're kind of like, I think too many people think of it like, this side hustle is going to make me so much money, I don't need to work with other people. But truthfully, you need to. You look at, for example, 50 Cent. He's Mr. Hustle. All the things he wrote, all the TV shows he's wrote that he's having these ideas for, he had to work with other people to get it on TV. But on the internet, it's portrayed as he did the hustle himself.
Right.
You understand? And the problem is that he's making this a side hustle. I don't see it as a side hustle. I see this as a legitimate business that can make billions, as Jack Daniels or any of those big alcohol brands make yearly. But he doesn't have the sense of saying, look, first, I need to we have to make sure this is regulated. So we need to have an association. Second, I need to have these stores open that sell my stuff. Third, I need to make sure that I'm working in an office and other people are running things on the streets like deliveries. I only step out if it's needed to.
Achieve mindset. With the greatest respect to you, you are skipping some steps, okay? Because
what steps am I skipping?
Let me explain. You said that he needs to have a store, okay? Now, some brothers could afford the rent on a commercial property, for first and whatever the person who's renting out that space to you, that commercial space to you. Some brothers them have the money to put up to do that. I don't know if this brother have that. I don't.
That's true.
Okay.
That's my bad.
The next thing is The next thing is you say that he should develop an association. You know, some brothers coming together. I don't know if this is this. I don't know if this is this brother's situation. You know, you live in England, I presume, right? Because I hear the accent. England is one of the most expensive real estates in the world. You know that.
Yes.
London, in particularly London.
Yes.
You know, so coming up with the money for commercial property, that British pound is not an easy feat. So some brothers gotta start out of the mud. You know what I mean? Some brothers don't have to do it. They have the support, they have the backing. Some brothers don't need to do that, but some brothers do. And when I see this brother, I feel like he may be starting from that particular point of view. I don't know his financial situation, but it's possible that that's his situation. So I don't want to presume. You know,
I don't want to doom him, but okay, I want to clarify this because if I heard in the video that he said he started from 2005, is it 2005 or 2015? Because my analysis, my viewpoint is based on what 2005.
Yeah, but even if he started in 2005, right? Let's say he started in 2005, right? Context is everything, and what he may not have included is who we have to take care of from 2005. Where does his money go? Does he have a family to support? Does he have a sick mom to support? I don't know what his financial situation is. I don't assume. You know what I mean? I don't assume.
Yes. I'm not assuming any of that. Yes, I'm not.
And also, you got to add: does he have a regular job, or he have other hustles?
You know.
Yes.
Yeah, let me check here. The guy says he's making $20,000 a month. You know,
that's what he collects, but that might not necessarily be what he keeps.
Yeah, there's a little thing called the IRS.
Well, yeah, but I don't think he's reporting this.
Yeah, he ain't reporting that.
He might start reporting it, but I don't think he's reporting it. But no, my point is that, you know, the dude says that he's making $20,000 a month. I mean, rent is pretty damn high, but it ain't $20,000 a month high.
No.
You know, he could have afforded something. Now, I decided, let me look into this guy because he did do this haphazard thing. Apparently, there was a court case, but it was more so somebody else took his brand name and then said, look, we would sell you the brand name back and all that kind of stuff. And the thing is that he's actually in a really bad predicament, if we're being honest, in the sense that he can't let anybody know what drink he put in there, you know? So, you know, even if he were to try to work with other people, it's a little harder. Actually, let me just read this, man, like just quick, fast, you know, like Robert Dunn, right? All right. Things seem to be on the uptick until he found out his entire brand identity, including the business name he had failed to trademark, had been hijacked by a pair of greedy opportunists who were looking to steal his business model, website, and recipes. They offered to sell Fuluke, his brand, back to him as an undisclosed price, an offer that was rejected by both Fuluke and his attorney. A lawsuit ensued and forced Oyes to cease operations, and despite saccharin beverages disappeared from the streets, his customers rallied to revive the brand, and it was then that the enterprising business owner decided to heed the lawsuit as a wake-up call. It was time to legitimize and legalize Oyes. No more skirting the law. Fuluke was looking for a major partner with deep pockets. Later on, he tried to do a crowdfund for $1 million. This article is from October 2021, and it's called "The New York City's Hottest Cocktail is Illegal." By the way, I just wanted to, before I even continue, Coco, you said that you heard of this drink, the Oyes, or the Nutcracker?
It's called Nutcrackers.
The Nutcrackers, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, his drink is called Nutcrackers, or Nutcrackers is a thing, and his just a brand of Nutcracker?
Yeah, his is a brand of Nutcrackers.
Oh, but have you heard of Oyes or no?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Can I chime too? In the summertime, I used to go cover basketball tournaments in a place called Dykeman, right? That's way up there in it's near the Heights, but it's kind the stop is called Dykeman on the 1 train, right? And it's a whole bunch of those dudes that sell that stuff, you know. So yeah, they sell it. Also, they also sell it at the Labor Day parade too.
Wait, Oyes or Nutcrackers? Which one?
Nutcrackers.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right, yeah. So I mean, like, yeah, the guy was reckless. He had his money, and I want to say, I don't know if you guys. I mean, you see, it's a double. Like, it's hard for me. All right. I know OPM is very important. You know, for those who don't know, OPM is other people's money, right? But like to see this dude just dancing, chilling, you know, with these white folk, it was just like, I get it. but I mean, I couldn't personally, you know. Not
I
to say
get it,
that.
but damn.
You said what?
I get it, but damn. That's how I felt looking at that. I
Yeah,
get
it
it,
was a
but
little
damn.
weird, like hugging them and you
Yeah.
know, had like deliveries and shucking and jiving. It was like, I get it, but like, nah. It's like I could like, I mean, like, cause all right, let's say this. Like, I'm trying to write this puzzle book. I'm gonna write one good one for black folk. I'm probably gonna do a mediocre one for white folk. But like, I'm definitely not gonna be like, hey guys, you know, like I can't. Like, I know a lot of us can. And that's what I'm saying. A lot of us can, but I just can't. It was hard for me. I mean, I get it, but I just, but that's another thing too. It's like when you depend on OPM, the thing is that OPM can stop. You know, OPM can stop. So you gotta like all of a sudden like you're gonna be beholden to them, and I can't connect that. Like I feel like I don't want to like monopolize whatever, but I just don't get it. The dude had money, or even if you get 20,000 a month, you got money. Okay, I think he did mention that he started off with like 20,000 a year. You know, when it was a side hustle. But now that you got $20,000 a month, you got money, but you still like kind of just like hire somebody. You know, because even when I told y'all, I said I gave this sister some money so that she could. I did send her this video. I didn't like the shucking and jiving, but the sister I told y'all about Ghana, who was just like sitting on her hands pretty much. I was like, I did send her this video. I'm kind of like reluctantly after all that shucking and jiving, but like I sent her this video and I said, I didn't say anything yet, but because she was saying she was going to make some drinks in Ghana, and I was like, well, how you gonna get it out there? She's like, you could pay kids, for the day to hustle drinks, on the streets. Right. So it's like, he has every opportunity. Like the dude is like when he's doing the deliveries, and I mean, me in New York, I'm kind of like, well, he don't got no mask on. I'm just playing. I know it's not the crowd for that though, right? but what I'm saying is that like it just didn't like just nothing. Like I mean, I know it's entrepreneurship. I know he getting money, but like. I want people to know this too, because like you read the article further. He's looking to crowdfund so he could get his he's trying to get $1 million so that he can get his little thing, his factory going or whatever it is that he's trying to do. But or to make his business legal, he says. But one thing that we got to realize is this: that we have to pay a lot of attention in America, generally speaking. Small businesses. The goal of businesses is to be bought by big businesses. Yep. And even in this article, it's like Fuluke was looking for a major partner with deep pockets. Finding a partner to mass produce and distribute oil proved to be harder than expected. The production remained halted while Fuluke decided what to do next. He turned to crowdfunding with the goal of raising $1 million to finally make his business legal. The irony that money, blah, blah, blah. Many people of color didn't have access to capital, blah, blah, blah. So basically, you want to make partnership like the trouble with the situation. I want y'all to wake up. I mean, I want people to wake up, right? The trouble is that one of the objectives of any business here is to sell it to somebody bigger. Sell it to a rich person so that they can have it. And we see this time and time again. We say, well, this guy sell BET. BET is worth so much. No. The whole point of having BET was to make a brand and then sell it to a white person. Almost every business here in America is to make a brand and sell it to white folk. I mean, not everybody does that, but a lot of people will, because the reality is that the people with money, are saying, hey, you know what? I can invest in that. I can buy that. I can partner with that. I can Shark Tank that. And that's so it's like again, you see this guy, you see the entrepreneurship, and you could celebrate it, but then you got to say to yourself, well, is he really giving any jobs to anybody else in the community? Is he really doing anything positive with the money? Is he not going to sell it to white folk? Because if we just celebrate whoop-de-doo, you sold, and saying that he didn't sell drugs and saying, alcohol is a drug, but so he's still selling drugs, but and I mean, the good part about it was that he was selling drugs to white folk, But I mean, it wasn't that harmless. It wasn't that bad a drug, I guess. But anyway, I'm just saying, I mean, the jury's out, I would say. Wait to see what happens.
What I want to say is that
I'm sorry. For me personally, I've been in business before. You know, I've been in business in the States, and I've been in business in the Caribbean. And from my experience, let me talk about my experience. Is as far as selling only to black people, that presents for me a difficulty. In particular, getting paid by them and being and having to run down for your money that people may promise you, that people may never deliver on, and things of that nature. I don't know if it's the fact that we are not by nature capitalists or capitalist thinking or understand as far as business is concerned. But when sometimes I don't know, I don't want to typecast all black people, but when they tend to see another young black face, they tend to be very careless as far as their business arrangements is concerned. That's been my experience. It seemed to me like some other folks from other communities are upfront and paying me more so than other people, groups of people. That's been my experience. As far as this brother, I'm not gonna condemn him. I'm not gonna poo-poo him. You know, I applaud his efforts. It is not right for me to say that he is only in business for one day sell his business to someone who will pay him more money, because some black people actually care about the products or services they present to other people, and they want to be in business for 20, 30, and 40 and 50 years. They want to pass on their businesses to their children so they can improve on what they have done in the past. I think that for us, well, I think it's very, I wouldn't say, let me say it like that. I wouldn't say that is most entrepreneurs or people them who are in business for themselves to eventually pass on their business to some white venture capitalist. I don't believe that to be true whatsoever. You know, and like I say, I wanna applaud this brother and what he is doing, and even in a small actions he is taking on a daily basis, because we don't see a lot of it, and I hope it spreads. And that's my position on that. In my actual experience, you know, on a whole scenario, not something that's theoretical.
Oh no, I know about black folk not paying. You know, like I think everybody knows about black folk. Like I think everybody knows black folk who owe them money. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying. I was more so talking about the shucking and jiving. It's not so much because like even the white girl was saying, hey, he's not just transactional. Like he's doing the most. You know, and I mean that's okay. You know, like it's okay. I'm just saying I couldn't do it. You know, there's like a limit. Like I'm not saying that I don't never cook. I mean I don't, but I'm not saying that, right? But yeah, it wasn't so much the OPM. Like I said, OPM is good. Like I've been told, you know, OPM is good. It's really just the shucking and jiving, because it's like you go from basketball, which you know, I mean, you know. I know Kevin Kyrie likes basketball, but I'm just saying it's like mostly entertaining.
No, I just cover it.
Right? Okay, it was mostly entertaining white folk, but then you go to, you know, hand delivering and shucking and jiving. It's like it just rubs me the wrong way, because he's a big black guy. You know, could be like, you know, you technically want warriors, you know. And it's like I'm okay with business. I'm okay with business, man. I'm okay with, you know, mixing your drink and, you know, selling it. But it's just the shucking and jiving. It just don't rub me the right way. I'm sorry.
Now, how is he not being a warrior? He is an economic warrior. We tend to look at so-called fighting and battling and going to war with our enemies with this whole idea of guns and knives and so forth and so forth.
I'm being literal, man. I'm being literal.
Okay, so China was in an economic war, which they actually are winning against the United States without firing a shot. They are in an economic war. Why? What have they done? They create everything, they build everything, and they sell it to the United States, and that's why.
I'll tell you this right now. If a Chinese man was doing business in America and he was all yes all bowing and all that stuff, the Chinese would write him off. Like they'd be like, yeah, sure, get your money, but that's not.
The Chinese do it every day.
Right? Isn't that how they got into the position that they were? That was a whole stereotype in our historical memory of how. Yes, sir, Mr. Chan. Da 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 da. That's a whole aspect of our history.
No Chinese person. I mean, maybe I don't know. Look, I haven't been to a Chinese store, so maybe that's what they do to y'all. Like that's all. I don't think. I don't.
Here's what I want you to do. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to look at the history of someone called Ho Chi Minh. Ho Chi Minh. Ho Chi Minh. Ho
He
Chi
learned a lot from
Minh.
Garvey, though. He used to go to a lot of Garvey
Not only that, he was in the United States for a time, and he was doing the same shuffling and yes sir boss and all that nonsense, like what you suggesting to me right now. And the next time the United States saw Ho Chi Minh, he was waging a Vietnam War against them, which he eventually defeated the United States government.
That's what I'm trying to say.
All I'm saying is,
but that's what I'm saying. You gotta look. You gotta be clear. We talk about war. You talk about war.
War is not only a physical battle.
Gentlemen, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we never answered that question: the importance of black entrepreneur. Maybe we can.
Everybody in Mama knows the point. I mean, it was I didn't know what we were looking at. I thought it was a shucking and jiving. But if you just saying the brother's hustling, yeah, the brother's hustling drinks. That's nice, and he's making money. That's nice, and he's like it's good to see a black person making money. You know, I just said, look, that's another thing. $20,000 a month. That's, I mean, he said it was a good month, but still, $20,000 a month is $240,000.
Yeah.
Like he should, like technically, if you were doing that, or if you were capable of doing that, like you should have, like the whole, I'm gonna beg for $1 million. I'm gonna crowdfund for $1 million to get my business legal. It's like, my guy, like, what are you doing with your money?
Hey brother, do me a favor too, again, because you're making some serious statements, man. I want you to look at what the average salary is for most black young African American men. Okay, and if it's above $240,000 a year, I'm fine, because you make it seem like if it's nothing to make $270,000.
I'm saying it's a lot of money, my guy.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I'm saying he has enough. Like you talking about, he can't afford a storefront. The dude could afford 2 storefronts. What are you talking about?
In New York
but you haven't calculated overhead. Overhead is not included in that, and that's what Mr. Untouchable was saying at first.
No, $240,000 you could afford quite a bit in New York City. Because I tell you, I know this brother who had a bookstore in New York, and he was telling me, like, essentially the cost of a small storefront, because you don't need a big storefront. The cost of a small storefront is the cost of rent. So the reason why it's unaffordable is because you can't afford rent in New York. But you could afford rent in New York with $240,000 in the bank. You understand? Like we here.
But Hennessy costs $40 for a fifth, okay? And I don't know how much. I'm just gonna tell the truth about myself, what I used to do, okay? We all used to be somebody. Hennessy costs $40 for a fifth, right? And during the pandemic, it went up to like $50 in the hood, and it was still at $40 in white neighborhoods. Went $35. It kind of teetered around, but then they started only having half gallons and stuff. Like, it's a whole thing. Right, I think if anything, we should learn from this video that we need to all invest in cottage industries. We need to take our skills, like, if you cook something, things like that, the next time you make somebody a good meal, a good cookie, or puzzles like Oni does, or science kits, or just anything, just start putting pictures of your stuff on social media so that you can figure out a way to create an interest in your products and use it, because the business for your $1 million is already inside of you.
Hold on a second, Major. Let me ask this. So what is your impression of the profit? Because when you say you make $20,000 a month, right? What's your impression of his profit?
His profit was probably somewhere between $13,000 and $15,000, not including the cost of gas, because I don't know what gas costs. But he probably has a heavy consumerist life. And the first time that he hit 20 stacks in a month, if he saved that money, which he probably didn't, he spent $10, $20 on lunch. I'm going to eat what the fuck I want to eat. I'm going to do this. I'm going to eat something. I'm going to do what I want to do. He probably got habits. He probably got a woman that's sitting there pinning him to the wall about what she thinks she wants. Or if he used to be a ball player, he got a lifestyle that he used to like.
I'm asking you this, though. What do you think his profit are, including the gas?
We'll say that including the gas, before his cost of living, that he cleared, maybe we'll keep it at $15,000 a month.
Okay, $15,000 a month. Dang, I used to be good at math. But 50 grand a month is still like you clearing. Yeah, you over 150,000. In fact, you're $180,000 a
We
year.
assuming he's a bachelor. We assuming he has no parents to take care of. We assuming a
180,000.
lot of things.
Don't forget he has to buy the supplies too.
No, but
Well, no, I'm saying that's after the supplies. I'm saying after the supplies, he has about 15,000. But I haven't included any of his housing costs. That woman he laid up with, I ain't included none of his other lifestyle stuff.
If he's clearing 6 figures in New York City, and he has family you gotta take care of, like he's still good. You don't have to have 6 figures to take care of a family in New York City.
Oh, what? Are you out of your mind?
No,
Black consumerism, selling to the Negro. It's a whole industry.
Hold on a second. I'm
So
gonna clarify because I've been in New York City for a minute. My mother was not making those 6 figures. Okay, single woman, 4 kids. She was not making those 6 figures.
I agree, and I completely understand that. That's not necessary. But your mother probably knew how to stretch a dollar. Your mother probably, you said she didn't have a man. So that means that she was not subjected to the demands of a partner that's like, I need this kind of car. I got to have car insurance for that car. I want this kind of ring. I want a fur coat. I want. He, and we don't know what his partner's situation is. And then child support.
What part of New York did you grow up in? And from what years?
What years I grew up? I'm Brooklyn. I've been in Brooklyn for like 30 fucking years. I don't outside of college and stuff. But yeah, Brooklyn. Like what? But yeah, no. This guy is not even. In fact, if I'm being honest, I shouldn't say. But I was. Let's say I was in a more expensive neighborhood. You know what I mean? 180 grand. You could be you could not only get a building, we can't be making excuses for somebody pulling in that kind of bread. We can't be like, hey, well, I don't know. If he's flashing around how he got 20 grand, saying, oh man, woe is him, or Jan, his situation must be rough. I mean, if he's making bad economic choices, then let's just admit that. Because that's really what the story is.
Can I add something to this? Just quickly.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not insulting the guy personally, right? I'm trying to go with the themes we've had for these, these podcasts, these mini talks we've had in terms of infrastructure. And it's a simple point, right? When you look at the nutcracker industry, as you would say at parties, you want to whisper in somebody's ear so you don't get caught. People have been doing this in the 90s. People have been doing this in the 80s, right? We have to think about how do we move forward. You understand? That's why I said that he should be working with other people. He said he's been in this stuff for a long time, and he should. I look at it this way, right? And I say he's working in IT, right? Comparing it to Asians, right? Asians get to a point where they become lead engineer. If there's 5 of them, they know how to do the thing. They go, they leave, they build a company, and they sell the stuff that the company would use back to the company and make money. It's not that. I'm not gonna say it's that difficult, but it is a mechanism for them to do that. He is making money out of it. He's doing well. He's doing good. He's got a profile. He's got a marketing. I adore what he's doing. You understand? He's come out of basketball, probably didn't make an NBA. He's not doing drugs. He's not in prison. I'm happy for him. That's a good role model in a sense. But we have to be realistic about comparing ourselves as a race, which is what the world is based on, to other race. Him and the other nutcrackers entrepreneurs are not getting together to make sure that this stuff can be sold in the stores, because that's how they'll increase the revenues, by selling in Walmart and all of these places. And the simple point is that he's a veteran in the industry, but he doesn't seem to think outside of himself. That's my main point, because we can say that he's struggling and he's selling out of vans. That's good. He's selling and making money, but we have to take our step further. We can't keep praising the little hustles. We have to say, cool, your hustle is good for 5 years. For 5 years, what are you gonna do to 10x this, 100x this? He hasn't done it. That's my main problem. He's doing great. Like Oni said, we can't make excuses for people who can't, afford this and that. It's the same problem because at the end of the day, I'm looking at it this way. If a 15-year-old come and watch this video, which they will in future, we have to know what we're saying is accountable for them as well. And my message is simple. This guy's doing good for the first 5 years. The next 5 years, he needs to start organizing. And that's how things work. Is group politics, is group economics. I'm not seeing an example out of this. He's just making his money and he's enjoying the hustle. He's enjoying the struggle. He should be working smart, not hard, after 5 years in the industry. And he's a veteran. So that's the simple point. It's not an
No,
insult.
he started in
just needs to get it
2005.
done.
He started in 2005. He's 15 years in.
That's what I'm saying. So for me personally, right now, he's failing. It's not disrespect to him. He's failing. You just have to say it.
Let me piggyback off you too, because it's like I remember back in the day. Cause I used to have this mentor who was a sister, African American sister. She was in the Nation of Islam and all that stuff. So she would complain to me, and she'd be like, these Chinese, they come here and they say, hey, can I buy a bean pie? And then they buy a bean pie, and then they learn how to make it, and they sell it in Chinatown, and they make all this money. And it's like, yeah, like what we're looking at right now, because apparently this is a popular drink from the 90s and all that kind of stuff. It's been going on for like, I guess 30 years now, these nutcrackers, right? So we do this stuff. We make these bean pies, we make these nutcrackers, we innovate, we do and so forth, and we just hustle them. We don't trademark, we don't build up stores to do them. We just hustle and then we celebrate it. And it's like, yeah, you know what? But it's like it's almost like it's all. It reminds me of this thing happened the other day, right? Because I'm kind of mad at the sister for this. Well, not mad, but there was this Nigerian brother. Okay, he drew a fetus, but he colored it black.
Yeah.
Right. And he became like a celebrity overnight. They were like, "Wow, I've never black people were like, wow, a black fetus. I've never seen this kind of drawing before." And it's like, kind of like, go back to what, Ms. Untouchable said about, small things and all that kind of stuff. But it's like at this point, I said it to this one brother. I was like, because this brother kind of think like me. So I said it to him. I was like, yo, why are people like hyping this up? And he's like, yo, black folk are just excited over anything. Like just so excited over anything that's wrong. Like we are so used to mediocrity. Like we're so used to black folk not doing business that when a dude goes out for 15 years hand delivering drinks he made from other people's juices, right? That we're just like, damn, what an amazing entrepreneur. And it's just like, that's really tiny. If you were any other people, if we were any other people, we would look at this and be like, that's it. And I'm not saying that I'm doing more. I can't say that, although my books are pretty good now, but I'm not gonna say I'm doing more. but what I'm saying is this: that it's like if we're being honest, we are celebrating mediocrity over and over again. Because like with the brother, because I mean like the brothers just drawing fetuses black is not really game changing.
No.
It's not game changing. I mean, I get that we haven't seen it before, and I get that it's something useful. I get that. But it's not like, this is like, he's like on the cover of the medical magazine and stuff. It reminds me of like back in Africa. And people in Africa clown this. But the politicians would like open up a fountain and cut a ribbon. They cut a ribbon when they open up a new fountain, or they put up a fire hydrant or something like that. Oh no, like a fire extinguisher. They would just like cut it's just like what that's that. Like, and I get that we don't have that much, but at some point we got to say to ourselves, you know what, this isn't really that impressive. I mean, it's good, but
it's basic.
It's basic, like you said, because it's not like you said the brother they've been selling these nutcrackers for 30 years, so it's not like he's the only one. It's not like he made it up. He just happened to be the one that came on Vice.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Like it's not even like like black folks selling illegal drinks. That's not even news. Like apparently it's just been a thing that's been going on for 30 years. I didn't know about it, I'll admit. But I mean, I'm not going to be like, damn, like I'm not. It's just like like I said, like the Chinese would get this bean pie, then they would just mass produce it and sell it and all that kind of stuff. Or they would get these little Chinese stores and then they would mass produce this General So's and just get your money. Or these Chinese would make these wigs for black folk, and then suddenly they just running you out of this wig store and you fighting your way into it. Like it's a difference, like I don't know if we could just be like, hey, you know what? You're still selling this thing for 15 years off out of your cooler. I mean, it's a good, like, it would be more impressive in, like no disrespect to Africa, but it'd be more impressive in Africa. You, in America, it's like that just tells me a lot. That just tells me, like maybe America, I didn't have a good opinion about America's business opportunities, but like, if this is something that's celebrated, I ain't even like I can't,
We haven't heard much from the matron, but before I kick you to the matron, let me just read some comments in the chat. Daily Affirmations by Pauline says, I saw a story on him, so she was familiar. Bobby E. Wright says, cooperative economics. Zuliism is in the chat. Zuliism says, how does an alcohol business help the movement? Great accomplishment for him, great individualistic move, but how is this benefiting the whole? Why do we care? How does this help?
I can see what he's saying. Hashtag another L.
Right. So let's kick it to the matron. Matron, what say you?
In all of this, I just have these few things to say. I get what Mr. Untouchable says about getting Black people to pay you as your customer base, but that's also true in like the Chaldean community because they don't pay anybody. They open up new accounts, blah, blah, blah. I think that we have to. It's frustrating. Let me go back. It's frustrating to know that he's out here trying to beg and crowdfund to get his business legalized. And my initial reaction before we went down the rabbit hole was that he just gave away the primary secret to his success, and somebody's probably going to take his name and his idea and go make it popular, and then to find out that he's in a situation where he's trying to fight to get his company name back just affirms the fact that we give away all the secrets right then and there instead of turning into our community to say, look, you selling nutcrackers, I'm selling nutcrackers. Let's just be individuals for a month, get it together. And like Bobby Wright said, and like a lot of other people have said, let's do some group economics. He's been in the game too long to not have that basic thing understood. I don't know him. I've heard this story before, but I don't know him and I don't know why that's not a choice, but maybe he just wants to be the only one in control. And so he feels like, he can go beg these people for the money to help him out of this situation when he himself is empowered to do it, but he don't want to. Take this L.
I was just thinking that way back when you first started the video, what Julian just posted, where he says, wait till an underage, Muzungu girl gets hurt from his drink, then he'll get arrested for trafficking alcohol beverage across state lines. The ego of like, that's what I was thinking. These white folk can say, hey man, I drink some of your drink, I know how much alcohol is in there, and then I end up crashing and killing the family. It's your fault. It's like, when you go to a bar, the bartender is legally gonna tell you, okay, that's enough drink. I can't serve you anymore. And if that bartender keeps serving that person drink, and they end up crashing the car, killing someone, that bartender can be held liable.
Yeah, I think the key in this story is scale, and I think Black folks don't quite get scale sometimes. Like you selling a couple of widgets to a few folks is minuscule when you look at it in its proper scale, and so while you can applaud this brethren for being entrepreneurial to begin with. You know, that's the kind of spirit we need to see a lot more of. I guess when you do look closer at the story and you realize how much time he's put into this, and he hasn't scaled this thing up a bit to the point where he actually lost his business. That to me is that seems to be a problem with Black folks, period. Just not understanding you got to go bigger, you know, and then cover yourself too while you're at it.
Hey Coco, you
Yeah.
ever heard of a guy named Steve Rebel?
Nah, I don't think so.
All right. You ever heard of a place called Studio 54?
Yeah.
All right. Just like this guy, he was out there, but Steve Rebel is a whole other case. You know, he owned a damn studio, a club, but he was out there bragging, talking about, on TV, you don't know how much money we make off alcohol. We take it through cash, and we hide the real money we make, and that's how the IRS was able to shut that club down, and he did some time.
Yeah, this brother kind of set himself up for that kind of thing right there. You know.
Yeah, that's what I want to say right there too. It's like, that's like why, like, you know damn well the IRS is going to be listening. And I don't know if you guys saw how many views are on this video, but it's like, I think it was like 7 million, maybe, right? Wait, how many was it? I can't remember actually, but
yeah, 7 million,
yeah,
7.5 million, yeah.
Yeah, 7.5 million. You know damn well, like anybody, because I don't know, like in fact, I was on Twitter the other day, and this Nigerian guy, I didn't even see the original post, but there were two people saying, "Hey, Dubai," like adding Dubai and saying, "Hey, this Nigerian guy is in Dubai operating an illegal kitchen."
Oh,
and,
yeah.
Yeah, right? In Dubai, you guys should go over and arrest him or something like that. You know, like if this is an illegal business, right? Like probably the first rule of doing illegal businesses is shut the fuck up. You know, like anything you doing that's illegal, you don't go to a big news platform. And I mean, I went with this guy's. I wanted to see what was up, like if he was still doing this stuff. So I went over to his what's it called? Instagram page. I think it's Instagram. So I went to Instagram. I just searched Oye's or whatever, and I came to his Instagram page. And on his page, he links to a YouTube, and it's this video. So it's like, of course, it comes to the long-term planning. Like in the short term, you can you definitely profit from exposure. But in the long term, if you exposing that you're doing something illegal, right? People unfortunately, there are predators around here, so people will attack you. So somebody said, "Hey, you know what? This guy's doing illegal business. I'm going to take your brand and try to find out your recipe because you're not talking about your recipe. I'm going to, people know, you're on video going around with no mask. The mayor's gonna know. The IRS, you talking about how much money you got. You talking about how much money you got and how much money you getting. But you're not filing taxes.
Yeah.
I wish I could make as much as he's make per month, man. I wish.
Yeah, and not filing taxes. And IRS is like, look, if you making, if you said this one making $5 a month, right? IRS would be like, I don't give a shit. But you talking about you making 20 grand and the IRS not seeing none of that, and you understand what IRS means? It means the Internal Revenue Service. As I say, that they are looking for every damn penny exchanged in this country. Internal revenue, every revenue inside this country. If you there bragging on in front of 7 million people, come on.
Hey, Oni, you know who else too? The IRS's sister is the New York State Tax Department too. They want their share too.
Everybody wants a share, and this dude just and then he's like, I want to make this legal. Come on,
Shout out to this brother. I wish him the best successes in life. Hopefully, if he gets lucky, he'll run into people like Onita Seti and the other brother to teach him everything he knows about good business practices and how to run a functional business.
Sure,
but until the time being, until the time being, I hope this brother, you know what I mean, does what he needs to do to feed himself and his family and whatever else. Because I mean, like I've been there, and as far as reality is concerned, you know what I mean, and he's out of the mud. So I wish him all the successes.
Yeah, I hope he
Wish
doesn't
him
go
the
on
best, man.
on DJ Vlad or First 48.
I wish him the best, man. I hope he
Like a murder show?
able to use it to build his empire. You know, hopefully everything goes well for him. But I wish him all the best because we need him to succeed. So people see him as a success and follow the better path, especially people coming out there, you know, basketball thing as well. Yeah, because he comes from that route. So yeah, I wish him the best.
All right. Usually I would take a break at the here, but while we have the energy flowing, let's go to the next prompt. Shoot the breeze prompt number 6. Yoruba is now one of the official languages of Brazil. Which other black country in the West is next? So I have a link here. All right. So Yoruba is now one of the official languages of Brazil. Which other black country in the West is next? We didn't hear that much from the matron in the last segment. Let's go to the matron first this time.
I had no idea that this was a true thing. Which country in the West is next? It would be nice if it was the United States, maybe some parts of the Caribbean, but I don't know, maybe England. They seem really progressive. Maybe they'll recognize it in some of their schools for black spaces and high places, you know, propaganda or whatever. But I didn't even know that this was a thing, that Yoruba was recognized as a language group in Brazil, and that they, you know, were able to achieve this. Maybe we need to make that a little bit better known, or maybe I just don't read the right stuff. I don't know.
Achieve mindset. Were you aware of this?
Sorry, no, but it's good. It's good. But the problem with Yoruba being the language is that Africa is not divided by tribes. You know what I mean? The colonies, the borders was divided by, you know, the Wazungus, which caused a big problem because for me, I would say that you go back to Nigeria, I'll probably say you probably need to have a language immersion, you know, and then have a one language out of that nation as a base of solidified everyone. So they'll probably do away with Yoruba. But I don't think that England is ever gonna accept any African languages. I don't know why people think England is a good place. It's not. You know, we don't have guns. That's the reason why the death toll is low. But you know, it's the same as America. I think, to be honest, right, although this is a good thing in Brazil, I feel like we are very distant from our African brothers in the Americas. Talking about the South part of it, and these languages will help us bridge a lot. But if, you know, like the other brothers are discussing in the previous episodes, if the Africans on the continent are still clowning and not learning their languages and their culture. People from Africa, from Brazil, are going to go to Africa and be like, hey, we want to learn our culture. And they're going to take us to a museum, which, you know, with a Wazungu teaching them about their culture, and be like, whoa, we had that in Brazil. We don't want that. You know, we want our own people teaching us about our own traditions and stuff. And it's like, oh, we left our tradition behind because the pastor over there said that, you know, that's demonic. You understand? So is this kind of stuff is only going to work in a good direction if we are progressing in a proper path what we're supposed to do. And it's sad that although this is a good thing, I don't see Africans replicating it. You understand? And that's the main thing. The good thing would be Haiti. If Haiti was to adopt an African language, I don't know if they have. Might be my ignorant, but if Haiti was to adopt an African language and it was to be part of the, you know, the African Union, that would be the more better thing to do. And, you know, for Jamaican and Caribbeans to follow suit. But like I said, I don't know when that's gonna happen. So yeah, but for this, you know, congrats to the black people in Brazil, because it shows that what it actually shows now is that, sorry for taking so long, it shows that there are other Africans in Brazil who consider themselves Africans, and they're fighting for you know, their own piece of identity. And I think that's a good thing for them to do so. And I think, you know, we always get lost in, you know, Western ways of Pan-African viewpoints, you know, from us being in the West, but we don't really talk about it from the people are suffering from the Portuguese side of things. And because there's a language barrier, there's no way to have that communication. But these kind of stuff shows that they are actually achieving more ground than us. So it's congratulations to them for doing that. 'Cause I know
Kari,
that-
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I know that if they were to do that in the UK, people are gonna die. Trust me. It would. I don't think it will happen. As to be a national language, no, never.
But let me cut in actually, quick fast. What was it? I just wrote somebody, you know, I guess you can hear it. I just text somebody. I said, hey, have you heard of this? Because, you know, they hip to the Yoruba stuff, and they was like, yeah, they heard of it, but apparently it's fake news, you know? So, you know, then later on I look into, you know, I decided to do like a little search, and I was like, you know, and apparently there's a lot of stories coming out saying that this is not even true, you know? So, you know, and so I think that's like, you know, that's one of the things that we would want to look into as well. Because like when I tried to look up what was the official language of Brazil, like it still showed Portuguese. So it's not like it might not necessarily be what happened, you know. So, you know, crossing our fingers, the next black country probably will be Brazil.
Man, Kari, did you ever hear anything about this, about Yoruba?
No, I've never heard about it, but I'm thinking about something you said many podcasts ago. Even if it's not Yoruba, we should be learning another African language. You know,
absolutely.
We have to start talking in these different languages because, as I said, I don't want these white folks to know what I'm saying and doing. I'd rather be talking on code with my people. You know, what was the thing you talked about last time with the? Is it from the South? You know, you're saying talking in that. I forgot what you call it. It was from the South and some part of the Caribbean. When you use like tut,
yeah, mm-hmm.
Yeah. But as I said, we can't wait for a government to do that for us. We got to do it for ourselves.
Absolutely. Mr. Untouchable, the last word goes to you, I guess.
Sure. If it's not true, you as a propagandist, or especially a Pan-African propagandist, is supposed to make it true, just like the West does all the time. But needless to say, you know, I saw this on a news site, and I thought to put it out there. Needless to say, Brazil is about 80 million people, you know, and 80 million black people. And to speak an African language is a good thing because they practice African culture. In particular, one of the main religions of Brazil is they have many different African religions in Brazil, you know, away from Christianity. So I think it's really to promote it and push it. I would be happy if the rest of these so-called black countries in the Caribbean and South America, was to practice, well, really have a form of African languages, because with the language, you develop a mindset. And the way I understood this is when I started learning other so-called Western languages, French and Spanish and so forth. You develop a mindset, in the way you formulate words, and things that come from that. But I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing to promote, and even if it's not so, I feel like we should promote it anyways. Get it out there. Let's do our own form of propaganda until it is so. And this is what the West has done for forever. They they speak things into the ethosphere until it is so. They make people believe it's so, and we at the end of the day internalize it as if it's so. So I think it's a great thing. If it is, if it's not, I still push it anyways. I think that these black so-called black countries in the West, in particular, that are dominated by black people, should learn an African language. Can't go to your grave speaking English and Spanish and French.
In the chat, KW Don 7 says, "Why are there no Afro-Brazilians claiming to be Aboriginal?" I guess kind of a remark towards the ADOS FBA group, right? But it is a good question, though.
Maybe they don't have no degenerate leaders, So I think they don't have that there with a partner who's the degenerate Wazungu. So that's the reason why they don't have that. And also I think they're not being trampled upon like other places. So yeah, that's why they don't have that. People claim they're Aboriginal.
I like that. Bobby Wright says, "The info I ran across is that it's false, but we should learn African languages on our own, in my opinion."
Yeah, I'm just going to add this thing too. We all went to some Eurasian quote unquote authority. And I am in line with Mr. Untouchable's mindset. We the authority, so it is so. So since 2018, Yoruba has been recognized as an official language group in Brazil, and we need to popularize it and let everybody know.
Matron, I heard it was 2005 actually.
Oh, thank you. I'm going to just fix the typo on my form over here. Since 2005, it has been a language. Swahili has been the second language here in the Americas, oh my gosh, all my life.
Yes. Just like how we repeat through our generations that white Jesus is God, we need to start repeating our own propaganda, even if it's not so. This is
Mr.
agency.
Untouchable, what is this white Jesus you're talking about? I've never heard about it.
That's exactly.
Matron, have you heard about this white Jesus?
See, I heard Jesus was brown skinned. See, I've known that since they even put that on a TV show one time, that Jesus was black, and in a movie. So what are you talking about? Jesus is black. It's even written in the book he was bronze. Go read it.
Will we hear? Yeah.
Y'all gonna wait for this man's birthday to end to start talking about it?
No, but I have never heard about this. Is it Jeebus again? Jeebus?
Can I add that I'm not very fluent in other African languages, but there needs to be a international recognized African language. What I mean by that is that once you step onto the continent and you speak Zulu, there should be many people that speak Zulu, whether it's east, west, or north, and even in the diaspora. Like the brother was saying, that I want to speak in a language that other people will not be able to know what I'm saying, which is true. But there has to be a kind of like understanding of what language is to choose, because I feel like Swahili was supposed to be that language, but currently I don't know if a lot of people speak it. I don't speak it, and it's not very. I don't know if it's easy to learn it or easy to teach, but you don't go around, especially in my community, and you can find someone that say, okay, I'm teaching Swahili today. I can find someone that's teaching Yoruba and Igbo, but you can't really find someone that teaches Swahili. So I think that there kind of needs to be a more of like a decision made by probably Pan-Africanists on what language to choose, what language to speak, and what language to written in math books. Because you look at all these textbooks, are written, our children read, even what I read in school is very offensive. And we need to be able to rewrite it so we teach our children in our languages, but we have to select one language. Not all languages is going to be selected. And I feel like there has to be understanding within the Pan-African community so we can take it out there and, and then people start following suit. That's my opinion on particularly carrying this language forward.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. But I think that the Pan Africanists did decide on Swahili. But like they said, Pan Africanists are very small in influence. But on top of that, I feel like a lot of us are distracted by American exceptionalism to the point where we just like, hey, you know what, you guys are, instead of just focusing on doing that stuff. So, like for instance, I could say what I do. Like for instance, I'm writing this puzzle book, and I got a whole section just Swahili words. You know what I mean? Or like Afro Jam is saying right here. Somebody laughing? All right. I somehow should be speaking an African language, eating African cuisine. I got a whole puzzle of just African foods. You know what I mean? Or things that we eat. So I included oxtail. You know what I'm saying? Because I eat shit. But like but like yeah, I mean, some of us, like the truth is that we're just too small, too non-influential, and let's be honest, we don't have the economy. You know what I mean? Like Karen Kare was saying, he wishes he had 20 grand a month, or 15 grand a month, pulling in that kind of money.
20 grand.
Oh, okay. All right. So I guess you got 15 grand. But all right. But he like shit. No. I ain't cheating. You know what I'm saying? You want a little more. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, but like most of us ain't pulling in that kind of stuff. And the question is, what are we gonna do with it? The most important question, the most important answer for money, like is what are you gonna do with it? Because if you're just going to give it to yourself or whatever, or just give it to a handful of people, that's great for you. But if we're talking about nation building, community building, all that kind of stuff, then we have to really ask ourselves. Because I say it all the time. Look, I support black businesses all the time. I saw this brother. I mean, if I was a drinker, real talk, but like, let's say even if I wasn't a drinker, he seems like a charismatic type. I would definitely, I mean, it depends on how much that drink costs. I don't know how much it costs, but I would give him some bread, obviously. Black folk, giving black folk money is always better than giving white folk money, right? But we also have to be realistic about, well, what is this black person going to do with that money? And of course it's their money. They can do whatever they want with their money, obviously, right? But if we're talking about nation building and community building, then we just have to be realistic and say that. But I think that was a little tangent. The point was about the Swahili language. Yeah, so Swahili is the language. Now, is Swahili going to be spoken in a lot of countries that we want to go to? Unless you're trying to go to East Africa, probably not. If you're talking about what countries are in the head of the game in terms of, uniting with one another, that's the East African Federation. So there you have it. But, like in Ghana, like if I tell somebody in Ghana, Asante Sana, they're just like, what? They're just as confused as we are in America. So
yeah, but that's the big problem that I'm trying to handle. Like, for example, right, the topic of today was Yoruba is an official language, whether it's fake or not. Now, let's assume that it's true, right? It's one of the official languages in Brazil is Yoruba. There's a lot of Yoruba people in America. So Yoruba people who travel abroad in diaspora, right? It kind of like doesn't make sense to kind of choose Swahili when it would be easier to choose Yoruba because you've then got a connection to Brazil immediately. And probably since Brazil is a big country, they have a lot of influence, I assume, so with the other neighboring South Americas, you could, funnel your way through that into those people, the people in oh God, I was about to say Argentina, but they wiped them out. Colombia and all those other nations. You can actually have a kind of like a way where you kind of communicate and get news out and kind of organize. But I'm not against Swahili, but I'm saying that it has to be practical for what we need now, right? The aesthetic of the language can come later. It would be much easier to have, for me and from my perspective, people speak Yoruba than to have people, try to do the whole Swahili thing, because it will be easier for a lot of people in the diaspora to speak it, because there are a lot of Nigerians around and they can teach it. You know what I mean? It'll be a good extra income for them. So when we talk about economics and having that kind of economics within our own community, so it's going to be much easier. It's going to be just produce books and literature with it. So it will make it much easier for us to move forward. I'm not saying Swahili is not going to be the same, but I'm saying that the number of people who speak Swahili I might be wrong, to the Nigerians in certain parts of the diaspora world, it'll be probably more than Nigerians. And they have like 200 million of them. So it kind of makes it much easier for us to kind of like, use it as a base to communicate and organize. And when you look at, for example, the world of, there was the Asian Wazungus, the East Wazungus. One of the reasons why, they are excluded is because they speak their own language and they have their own web. When you look at WeChat, the reason why WeChat is rich is not because they invented something better than Facebook, is because they speak their own language and they have the platform for it. You understand? So then from down, we can have our own Facebooks and YouTubes and Kweku stuff might not get, cancelled. So it kind of leads to that.
Oh, okay. So let me just say, yeah. So the reason why Swahili was chosen is because it is the biggest of the African languages, right? Not only that, Swahili is in several countries, like Swahili is probably one of the only African languages that's actually an official language. So like this Yoruba thing is not a real thing, and Yoruba is not an official language in Nigeria, as far as I remember. But I think it's just English. But Swahili is an official language in Tanzania. It is an official language in Kenya. It is an official language, Rwanda and all that kind of stuff. So it's not like so that's another thing on top of it. But and also apparently, Swahili is actually an easier language to learn than Yoruba. Now that sounds kind of subjective, but it's really like one of those basic languages. So I mean, it's not good for us as the few people in the African diaspora and the few people in the African diaspora that are even interested in Africa, but it's good for Africa, And so I think what happens with that is that Pan-Africanism, like we should not make Pan-Africanism. I believe that we should not make Pan-Africanism just about West Africa, one, or just about what's good for the African diaspora, because the African diaspora does not amount to a huge population. And then even among us, like 1% of us are interested in Africa in a serious way. So it's like you would like to say, hey, you know what? All of Africa should speak a language so that we like 1% of us, and we're already 1% of the African population, can easily meld into it. It's just kind of like an extension of that American exceptionalism, although, we're not American here, right? But it's an extension of that. And realistically, it's like I said, East African Federation is probably like the forefront of Pan-Africanism at this moment. You know what I mean? Like they're talking about economically uniting Rwanda, Kenya, Tanzania into one block.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know. That was the reason. So if I need to learn Swahili, so you need to bring out a book so I can buy one. You know what I mean? So we can actually start learning that on this show and start speaking that on this show.
Swahili? Yeah. Oh, that's another thing. Swahili is like such a big language. Like you could go on, that stupid app with the language thing, and they have Swahili there. They don't have Yoruba there. But like almost every app, almost every language aid, like even when I was like I remember some sister. I have this cousin in UK, and she was learning French for some reason. And so I was like, "Where are you learning French?" And she's like, she went on some like language exchange website. And even on that website, like obscure white folk website, they have Swahili. You know, Duolingo was it. So I was like able to connect with this sister in what country was it? But what country? Oh, Tanzania, right? I was able to connect with this sister, and yeah, she was like tutoring me for like free, just for like English lessons. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't even. But like Yoruba, not to say that Yoruba was any harder. You know, like you said, if you in England, you know, the Nigeria has a connection with England, so you know you would get those Yoruba speakers. But like Yoruba, real talk, is not even like like the Yoruba are not even the dominant group in Nigeria at the moment. I think it's the Fulani or something, right? Fulani, Igbo, Yoruba, and the Igbo and the Fulani and the Yoruba are not trying to make any of their languages official. They don't want any of the other groups to be official. Like West Africa right now is divided AF. You know what I mean? Compared to East Africa, or just compared, like just generally speaking. You know, right now Nigeria is like looking to. I mean, I think it's America's machination, but they're looking to destroy Nigeria, like internal war, civil war. Like apparently, there's like a Fulani people are just rampaging around, and the Nigerians are looking to break apart the Biafra war that the Igbo, you know, lost. I guess they're trying to make it happen again. And even when the Igbo were fighting that Biafra war, by the way, the Yoruba were like, "Yeah, we ain't gonna help you." You know what I mean? And they were on the same side.
For me, the beauty of the Africans on the continent can do whatever they want to with their version of Pan Africanism. But for me, you know, living in the West, you know, and having the experiences I have had, I'm gonna do it my Pan Africanism that I feel is most beneficial to me. Hopefully, together when we come together, we'll find some semblance of togetherness. But I know our experiences may be different from the continent, from the East experience to the people in the West. Even in particular, some people in North America may say or suggest that their experiences are vastly different from the people in the Caribbean. So people have a right to decide to do whatever they want to do with their Pan Africanism or the variations of it, you know, as they want to do. You know, some people may learn Kiswahili, some people may learn Yoruba, some people may practice Santeria, some people may practice Voodoo. It is what it is. Yeah, hopefully we'll find some togetherness in between when we decide to forge a bond, you know, with our ideas. But as I look at pan-Europeanism, they don't have one particular voice where they agree uniformly. So, you know, as far as me, you know, living in the East, well, in the West, I have my own version of Pan Africanism, and I'm thinking that might be a little bit different from what the Continentals are doing over there. So it is what it is.
All right. Let's go to Shooter Breeze topic number 7 for
I
tonight.
think the chief said he wanted to say one last thing.
Oh.
Yeah, I want to ask one last thing quick. Sorry, because you guys know this better than me. And we were talking the other time about how the university wanted some money, right? Because they struggling to stay afloat. I wanted to know: do they teach African languages in the universities or not, or is it something of a? Am I barking at the wrong tree in regards to that kind of comment?
So
Matron, go ahead.
I didn't go to an HBCU, okay? I went to a Big Ten. So let me start there. So y'all know I got all the stuff. But they did not have an African language course because the one teacher that would have taught it was out for like a year or something. Like I don't know if they went to take a gap year, whatever. But it was not something that was a part of the curriculum. Even in like elementary and high schools, you know, unless you were in an African centered circle, that had those types of teachers available, that wasn't something that was even really allowed in the main public educational school system. Charter schools for the primary education do sometimes have those types of cultural exchange classes and things like that, even to this day. But no, in universities, at Michigan State, at U of M, um, and Eastern, these colleges here in Michigan, or Fair State, which was considered a black college or whatever, they don't have those types of classes.
Oh, so I just looked it up. You said Howard? Yeah, Howard does teach some African languages. So apparently they teach. You could go to the Center for African Studies, and they would support the teaching of Amharic, Arabic, Swahili, Wolof, Yoruba, and Zulu. But like I wouldn't know personally because I didn't go to Howard. Apparently I went to a Big Ten too. But anyway, but yeah. So yeah, Swahili is definitely going to be there though. So like technically the American Pan Africanists were pushing the Swahili, but um, like the continental Africans agreed. You know what I mean? It's just like Swahili is just one of those. Like it's just one of those languages. It's already a trade language. It was very already well spoken, like highly spoken. It had other words in it, so it just seemed like the right fit because you couldn't because of how tribal not tribalistic, but how ethnically divided African people are on the continent. You couldn't say, oh yeah, let's do Chui or let's just all speak Yoruba. You can't tell a Zulu person to speak Yoruba. You could hardly tell a Zulu person to speak Swahili, but it's a lot easier because like Swahili is not really seen as a tribe per se, as an ethnic group per se, whereas Zulu.
Forgive me.
Yeah.
Forgive me. I might be wrong about this, but doesn't Kiswahili have various elements of Arabic inside of it?
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's not necessarily uniquely African, is it?
No. So
No.
what I could say is this: it's a Bantu language that is core, but it has loan words. So the grammar is Bantu, but it has a lot of loan words. But like that's the thing with
from trade.
You said, yeah, that's the thing with real life. Real life is that if you're communicating with different populations, and they introduce different technologies or different ways or what have you, then you will adopt their words. You know what I mean? Like you don't you can't go to any African country and say, hey, what's your indigenous word for Ethernet cable? Because there's none. So they're going to say Ethernet cable. Because that's what it is.
Well, I would suggest. Well, I first of all, I just don't want to be trading one colonial language for another one. That's first of all. Secondly, for that very same issue that you suggested as far as the word for internet, I would suggest you look up a brother named Dr. Obadeli Kambon because he was addressing that very specific issue of Western words, that modern Western words, and how it would break down into because he is a linguist. He's an African linguist, but he came from the United States. But that same specificity as far as modern words in the African parlances, I would suggest you just look him up.
No, look, all right. You keep suggesting I look up people I already know.
Okay, good. So you would know. No, I'm suggesting. The only reason I'm suggesting it is, for the audience may not know who he is, but you may not know who he is as well. So I just wanted to put his name out there as a reference. It's not. I don't mean to be offensive, bro. Don't mean to be offensive.
No, it's not offensive. No, what I want to say is this: like, I'm saying realistically speaking.
He would say the same thing, realistically speaking, bro.
No, what I mean by realistically speaking, let me say this. Realistically speaking, because I mean, Afro Jam's in the audience saying you can take African names from real technology, so just use African etymology. It's the same way that like if I don't know if you were going to point this out, but internet is technically taken from the Greeks and all that. So you can do that, but realistically speaking, right? There's no way to do it.
I don't agree with that. I think that it depends on who you speak to, as far as this whole idea of realistically speaking. Because I don't hold on for a second. I don't know if you are a linguist. I'm not a linguist. Let's reference linguists and see if it is realistic to create something like that. As far as us coming together and speaking a particular language, because realistically speaking, it wasn't the internet is a recent thing in the English language parlance. You know what I mean? They had to come up with that term, and what does that mean? So just like they could, we could as well in our own languages.
Yeah, I know.
Realistically speaking.
I know. The like again, it goes like basically, one of the issues, well, not issues, but one of the things about black folk or black people in general is that we tend to, like, one of the things I noticed with the movement is that we tend to go by ideals instead of what's real. What's real is this: white boy shows up in Africa and says, here, come to this store. It's a restaurant. Okay? And there's no restaurants there. Let's just say, right? Let's pretend. There's no restaurants there, right? Or there's no restaurants, period, because the white boy came through and said this is the restaurant, right? Now, there might be an indigenous word for a restaurant, maybe not, who knows? But the reality is this, that if you are an individual in Africa and somebody asks you, hey, where are you going, right? You would say, I'm going to that restaurant, right? Because that's the name that it has. And if you were to say, make up a word and say, I'm going to the blah, 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 whatever, right? You will be misdirecting the other person. Or maybe even this. You may make up that word and it may stick with those two people, but the next person is going to say, I'm going to a different word, blah, blah, blah. And then you're going to cause confusion because you're not formalizing and you don't have a formal structure to do that. When it comes to the internet, people might have been calling it all sorts of stuff, maybe actually not really, but they formally declared, hey, you know what, we're going to name this series of whatever, we're going to call it the internet, and it's going to be official, and every other word that might have been circulating before that, some of us might have been like, oh, that's the AOL.com, or some of them might have been like, that's Yahoo.com, or the Yahoo message board, or whatever. It became formally declared, this is what it is. And because we do not have the structure, right, the institutional structure to go about and say, we don't have a parallel structure to what white folk have, like dictionaries and institutions. It's not realistic for us to just sit there, make up a word, and say that's what we're going to call it, because that's not how, it's not going to be effective communication.
When you say that we don't have institutional structures, what do you mean by that?
If I sit and make up a, like, if I just start calling something that nobody else understands, right? It may, it will not have the reach as compared to.
So let me just say, because for me, here's how this sounds, and I don't want to accuse you of anything that you are not guilty of. But when the British came to Africa, we had various different tribes and various different cultures. In particular, before the so-called Berlin Conference. So they said to be more productive within a large square space, which may have been filled with different groups of different people. So we're gonna teach all of them English language. We're gonna formalize it because we have the structure, and to be more productive in doing what we want to do, make them all learn our language. And you fast forward that 500, 600 years later, you have a bunch of Africans. They speak English language very, very well, but there's idea and mindset that comes with that. So, the idea of us switching from English language, which is a call it colonialist language, to Kiswahili, which has elements of Arabic, which is another colonialist language, to me is a bit problematic, because what comes with that is colonization. I mean, I think that when Africans get together and decide to do a particular thing, whereas Yoruba or other groups of people, they should do it within and of themselves.
Yeah, all right. So I want to say this. See, white folk could successfully change the language of another people because they set up the institutions to do that. Unfortunately, I remember a long time ago, Billy Madison was reading this paper, and he was like, and the person in the paper, the researcher, was like, there are no, or maybe there was like one, but there were no secondary educational institutions in Africa with an African language. You know, and of course, the only exception I could imagine, you know, I mean, I don't know if that's completely true, because the only exception that there may be for a secondary or tertiary educational institution in an African language is the Swahili language. Now, again, the elements of Arab is kind of like saying English has elements of German, you know, or English has elements of French, you know, or you know, it's not. It's not. I mean, and I would also go to. I think somebody else put it out before. I can't remember, but yes, Afrodam says, you know, just excise the words. You know, like these are just words. Like I think.
No. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. They are not just words. They are
No.
not.
I mean, the Arabic part is just they're just Arab words. Like for instance, for the weekend. I mean, for like Friday and Saturday, they might break from the pattern. So like basically, I'll say it this way. In one of my books, my earliest book, it was like a fiction novel, and I pretended that it was like a city, and they named all their days, you know, the Swahili way, right? Like Juma Nana, Juma Nane, Juma Tano, Juma, you know, so on and so forth. And but what happened in that in real Swahili, some of the words are like Ilhamisi and so on and so forth. So they're Arab words, they're Arabized because those are like important days to the Arabs. And I guess it was like a religious spiritual day. And the thing is that you know that Juma Nane, Junas, whatever, just means day 3, day 4, day 5. So you just know what the numbers are, and you just say Juma, whatever number that is. And that's it. The word's gone. So like me personally, I would go for Swahili. There's also Afrohili, which is a combination between a Western African language, like Western African languages and Swahili. Or there's also so on and so forth. But the element that is Arabic is just words that you can take out, kind of like just like you know, back when 9/11 first happened and France was like, nah, we ain't going to war with Iraq or whatever, and then George Bush was like, we're not going to call them French fries anymore, we're going to call them freedom fries. You know, it's kind of like that. You could just like, it's really not that big a deal for us to. Because here's the thing, we keep rehashing this, yes, Swahili ain't no good, and we make zero progress on, well, we don't make any progress on Swahili, one, but we really don't make any progress on any languages whatsoever. Now, I would say this, I'll admit this, if you feel like, hey, you know what, I'm going to go to South Africa, right, so I don't need to learn Swahili, I will learn Xhosa, then go for it. But if we're talking about, if you don't want to learn Swahili, if you don't want to learn a language and talk to the whole continent, if you don't want to promote that idea, then just don't. But
the reason why.
No, I'm saying is this: Pan-Africanists had this conversation a million times. We've been told, hey, you know, this is Swahili, this is Arabized, this is Arabic. I don't like the Arabs. We get it. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. If you feel like you should just learn Xhosa, go learn Xhosa. If you feel like you just gotta learn a Twi, just learn Twi. If you feel like you just want to learn Yoruba, just learn Yoruba. But just like it's not even a productive conversation because this was already had. It's already been done. The African Union admitted Swahili already, along with Arabic. The Nigeria does not.
The African Union?
African Union. Official language, Swahili, one of them. It's already out there in the zeitgeist. If you don't personally want to learn it, no one has a gun to your head. It's no mandate. Just don't learn it. But like,
I feel like, again, I feel like it's hustling backwards. You know, if you decide,
bro, that's good. If you don't agree with something, don't.
I let you talk, bro. I mean, you could go. You could go on for hours after I'm done. You know, if African nations choose to continue with the attachment of so-called languages and these vestiges of our former colonial masters, so be it. It's almost like the woman who decides, feeling like she's being an independent person, starts to hyphenate her name. So now she's not Johnson, She's Johnson Sirleaf because she's a well-informed person. Little as she know, she just attaching two slave masters to her last name and hyphenating it as opposed to just one. You know what I mean? I figure if you want to, I let you talk, brother, for a
I know,
long
bro.
time.
But I want you to realize this is
No, but only to said, man, you can't filibuster the whole conversation. Let me have my say.
I'm trying to let you
Let me have my say,
know.
though, bro. Let me have my say.
It's an African language.
Oh gosh. Kiswahili, we already agreed that Kiswahili is an African language, but it has many elements of Arabic inside of it. That's a fact. I'm not running away from that. You shouldn't either. And I'm saying that if you decide to get rid of, if you decide to become an African society, you should have an African culture uniformly an African language. Don't have no elements, no other cultures inside of it. If you decide to do that, there's no such thing. We had this. Me and my brother, Koku had this conversation the other day, in particular with Barbados. There's no such thing as being a little bit pregnant, or there's no such thing as being a little bit independent. Either you free or you ain't free.
All right, bro. Let me ask you this though: what language has no elements of any other?
We already looked at the idea of Yoruba. You say, well, that's not. You say that's nothing because it doesn't have I guess maybe the population. And you are right in some.
Let's see if Yoruba has any English words. That's what I'm
Oh gosh, man. Okay, bro. You do what you like. You said we already didn't come to a formal agreement. The Africans on the continent could practice whatever form of Pan-Africanism they choose to, and we in the West could practice whatever Pan-Africanism we choose to, and we'll just leave it there. There's no argument. You guys do what you're gonna do. But as far as the African, as far as the African Union, as far as the African, I let you talk. As far as the African Union,
hold on a second. I want to show you.
As far as the African, no, but I let you talk many times, bro.
Let them talk, Oni.
As far as the African Union deciding to say, well, this is our official language, I'm having a laugh about that. Who wants the African Union? Who are their paymasters? The African Union? That's the wrong group of people you're talking about, bro.
All right, let me say this. Look, Yoruba case is no exception. All right, spoken with so on and so forth. More than half of the vocabulary words used in Yoruba are borrowed from English. Think of the word cup. It was domesticated as kuku.
Oh gosh.
The word phone is funu. Ball is bulu. Television is telefosunu. The English words that were loaned, so on and so forth. Hausa, so on and so forth. This language borrows heavily from Arabic, and so forth. The point is that you're not going to find a language that interacts and engages with another language that doesn't have cultural exchange. Even English has African words in it.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to find this pure African language unless you go into some bush and say you guys are speaking a pure African language, but nobody else is speaking that language.
Here we go with the bush stuff. Let me ask you a question. Which cultural exchange did the British have when they came to Africa and forced the Africans to speak their language? And they were uniformly able to force these peoples to speak their language and practice in their culture. They forced it down their throat. There was no argument then. But all of a sudden, okay, well, we can't really do this because there's no pure form. Well, you know what it is, what it is. Man.
Your qualification, your disqualification of Swahili was that it's not pure. The Swahili, you got to understand, the Swahili we're trading with these Arabs because the Swahili is a trade language for 1,000 years. And you expect them to be so pure. And then now, like I said, you have even in Yoruba, the word for phone, the word for ball, the word for cup, the word for television. They're all English words. These are the official words in Yoruba. So if you're going to say Swahili is disqualified because they have loan words, right? Then you have to disqualify Yoruba too.
You got it, brother. You got it. Can we move on to another subject? I don't beat this point up, man. You got, like you say, I mean, if you like Oni Tassetti, I say you could practice whatever brand of Pan-Africanism you choose to, and I will practice whatever brand that I choose to. And hopefully that we have some meeting of the minds in the future. If we don't, that's okay too. You know, I ain't gonna get in a penis measuring match with my brothers. I don't want to do that anymore.
Yeah, that's weird, man.
Whatever it's called, whatever it's called. You know?
Afro Jam in the chat says you can make African names for newer technology. Just use African etymology. He says Swahili is not even a singular language. He goes on to say Yoruba has borrowed many English and Arabic too. Swahili is different because Swahili people are a mixture. Achieve Mindset, you have a last word for this topic?
Not really. I think the two gentlemen had a good debate. My initial point really was to really ask about Howard and languages, because when Onita Se was talking about the East African Federation, this is something that they should be saying, hey, if you're going to learn about, technologies, you're going to also learn about, Swahili, or you're going to learn about another Kenyan language in there, so that you can know that you can get a job in Africa doing your technology, applying your technology skills, or applying your scientific skills, or applying your administration skills you learn in this course, in this degree over there, so that you can have a route to employment back to the continent. That's what my main point with the language was, but it seemed to have gone somewhere else. But what the two gentlemen was talking about, I do favor that debate. It was good. It was a good debate. So yeah, nothing else I can add to that.
All right, so let's go on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7. Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 is about Tamika Mallory, how she has no regret over fooling Black Americans into voting for Jim Crow Joe Biden. Let me post this link.
With today's video, what I wanted to do is piggyback on my statement of Charlemagne being a proud member of the Vote Blue No Matter Who gang by bringing into the fold Tamika Mallory. Tamika, like most other so-called Black activists and celebrities, are very proud members of the Vote Blue No Matter Who gang. And in a recent interview with Talib Kweli on the YouTube channel Uprock's Video, she pretty much cemented her loyalty to the Democrats by showing absolutely no regret for fooling Black Americans into voting for Biden, who has literally done absolutely nothing for Black Americans by way of legislation that exclusively addresses the issues plaguing the Black community in the same way that he's done for all other groups, such as the AAPI, LGBTQ, and Hispanic community by way of immigration. And just as a reminder, yes, immigration is a Hispanic issue, given the fact that Hispanics make up 75% of all undocumented immigrants compared to Black immigrants who make up a mere 6%. Now, before we dive deep into this interview, it's important to quickly establish who Tamika Mallory actually is. You see, voting blue no matter who is in her DNA because she has almost literally spent her whole life being groomed by professional ambulance chaser Al Sharpton. Mallory was born in Harlem, New York City, to Stanley and Von Sil Mallory in New York City. She grew up in Manhattanville houses in Manhattan and moved to Co-op City in the Bronx when she was 14. Her parents were activists and founding members of Reverend Al Sharpton's National Action Network, a leading civil rights organization throughout the United States. Their work in NAN influenced Mallory and her interest in social justice and civil rights. Mallory became a staff member of NAN when she was 15 years old and later named its executive director in 2009. After working at NAN for 14 years, Mallory stepped down from her position as executive director in 2013 to follow her own activism goals, but still takes part in NAN's work, attending rallies and recruiting members. Now, if you're paying attention to your screen right now, what you're looking at are 10-year-old clips of Tamika on Al Sharpton's MSNBC show, Politics Nations. Now, I'm not going to waste my time playing these clips because they're not really talking about anything, but just know and understand that these are her media training days when Al Sharpton was grooming her live on air, preparing her for the current moment that she's in. Now let's get into her interview with Talib Kweli.
You talk in your book about voting and you talk about
you voted for Kamala Harris, and you talked about Biden and not really having any expectations of him as an old white man.
Brothers and sisters, I really could end the video here and say case closed, because that statement in and of itself is profoundly ignorant and immature. Kamala Harris was not running for president. Joe Biden was. Not only that, she encouraged Black Americans to vote for Joe Biden while admittedly having no expectations of him doing anything for Black America. And if you go back and watch this interview, when Talib says these things, she's shaking her head up and down with a smug look on her face, talking about as if she's done something honorable. And we wonder why Black Americans are politically failing so miserably. It's because of these state-appointed Black leaders like Tamika Mallory.
But I guess my question for you is, many activists rightfully criticize Kamala Harris' spotty record on criminal justice education. Biden himself has these clear blind spots when it comes to race. You criticized the 94 crime bill in your book, which he was heavily involved in. Is it tough to justify your vote for them, given their record?
But no, hell no, I don't. I mean, listen, anybody with good sense that was paying attention to what was going on knows very, very well why at the time we were presented with these two options, we had no choice. Those of us who were going to vote, as you said.
If you choose to participate, then these are the choices.
Choice of the two.
Right.
And no, I don't feel like regretful at all. Because I'm frustrated with America in general every single day.
And for context, you have been actively calling out the Biden administration.
And I said that. I said
the whole time.
I said we were going to have to fight.
Yeah.
We said that. We were ready. We like, okay, we know we're going to fight. But at least we know who to fight. At least there's a person you could call on the phone and say, meet me outside at 3:00.
Right.
And the Trump administration, there was nobody to even get on the phone over there. Right. I mean, you talking about a administration full of people who could care less, literally.
Yeah. Last time I checked, Ice Cube had no problem getting Trump on the phone. It was Biden Harris that told him to F off. Second, I want you to watch out for the type of language that she's using. Talking about, we gonna have to fight. And I knew it was gonna be a fight. Notice how it's only a fight when it comes to Black Americans. It wasn't a fight for Native Americans to get their $31 billion from Biden. It wasn't a fight for the AAPI community to get their hate crime bill with an added $50 million from Biden. It wasn't a fight for the LGBTQ to get their executive order. And it wasn't a fight for immigrants to get their executive order. But when it comes to Black folks, it's going to be a fight, y'all. So we just got to vote blue no matter who. Because apparently that's our only shot at winning the fight, even though we've been doing this since 1964 and it hasn't worked yet. Now, let's also address when she stated we didn't have any other choice but to vote for Biden. That's a lie. There are third and fourth party candidates, so that simply is not true. And even outside of that, the greatest thing Black Americans could have done was form their own party and get behind it. But Tamika would disagree with me on that because she doesn't believe Black Americans are ready to leave the Democratic Party. Now, I don't want to speak on her behalf. I'll just let her tell it from this clip of Tamika that I played on my live stream back in May of this year titled Diddy, Tamika Mallory, and NAACP's Derek Johnson proves how in control the DNC is over Black politics. I don't understand how you can sit up here in one breath with all of her power and influence that she does have, and she does have quite a bit of influence. You could sit up here and tell me and tell us that I understand that the Democratic Party has failed us over and over again, and that these candidates haven't been any good, and we have justifiable reason to not like them. Yet in the same breath, you will not advocate for us to separate from them. You actually create excuses for why we shouldn't, and saying that Black folks apparently aren't ready. So let's get into that final clip.
I'm not sure that Black people have reached the point that we are prepared to separate ourselves 100% from the Democratic Party. I hope it's something that we do soon, because I certainly am not comfortable, being a diehard member of the Democratic Party. And in fact, I challenge Democrats all the time. And so I'm not invited into the Democratic spaces, the parties and the whole thing. I'm not invited to those places, and that's fine with me. But I'm not sure that we're at the point where we're ready to separate 100%. What I do think that we are willing to do, or we're ready to do, is to start what is a party in development that gets us on the same page so that when it is time for us to vote, we're moving as a block.
Translation: you ninjas are just too dumb to give it a go on your own. So vote blue no matter who. And also, don't let it go over your head that she never gives you an example of what being ready actually looks like. The reason for that is because she has no intention on ever leading Black folks off of the Democratic plantation. Now let's get back into the Talib interview.
When I looked at President Biden and at the time candidate Biden, I know we were bleeding out. Now, some folks may not understand what it looks like to have federal judges being put into place across the country quietly. We weren't even talking about this on the news every day. But the courts were literally being taken over by conservative judges, being put in place by the Trump administration who are, and see, I fight for people who go through the courts.
And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. You see, for professional ambulance chasers, the court is where they make their money, their name, and their fame. Even if they're not getting a percentage of the settlement directly, they benefit through the name recognition that comes through being associated with said victim. And this is exactly what Tamir Rice's mother was sounding the alarm on. Never forget when after Tamika gave her little fake speech at the Grammys, Samaria saw right through the BS and was courageous enough to call it out, saying, "I'm tired of you Black Lives Matter, Tamika Mallory and crew, expletives, that's riding these families' backs, and y'all ambulance chasing attorneys, Ben Crump, Lee Merritt too. Y'all have effed our fight up, and y'all can kiss my expletive too. Make it make sense. You can't. Working with the devil is easy to do. F y'all." Samaria Rice would go on to say, "I have tried to stay off this expletive. Tamika and crew, you expletives chasing clout, along with Sonny, Crump, and Lee. Y'all have literally effed our fight up. I hope not another family soul used y'all to represent them." Now let's see what else Tamika had to say in this interview.
So I know that that's very, very serious for us. I know the Supreme Court getting stacked with a bunch of conservatives that do not support us gets us more things like what's happening in Texas with abortion. Right? I know that. So I'm looking at the macro level of trying to put the Band-Aid on.
Ladies and gentlemen, abortion has been one of the worst things that ever happened to the Black community. Abortion impacts African Americans at a higher rate than any other population group. In 2011, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention released an abortion surveillance report. According to that report, Black women make up 14% of the childbearing population, yet 36% of all abortions were obtained by Black women, at a ratio of 474 abortions per 1,000 live births. Black women have the highest ratio of any group in the country. When you use those percentages, it indicates that of the over 44 million abortions since the 1973 Roe versus Wade Supreme Court ruling, 19 million Black babies were aborted. I repeat, when you use those percentages, it indicates that of the over 44 million abortions since the 1973 Roe versus Wade Supreme Court ruling, 19 million Black babies were aborted. African Americans are just under 13% of the United States population. Abortion completely destroyed the Black community. And now we are out here grossly outnumbered, on pace to becoming fourth on the population list by 2065. You're losing wards and districts throughout all major cities in the country, and you're losing your city council seats to the point to where now non-citizens are able to vote in New York City local elections. And trust me when I say you all don't share the same interests. But if you ask our great Black leader Tamika Mallory about abortion, apparently it's a good thing that we should be fighting for. Brothers and sisters, all of her talking points are typical Democratic Party vote blue no matter who talking points. Now, I can go on and on about this interview because it was all such BS, especially when she began making excuses on why she didn't support Ice Cube, using this lame excuse about how Ice Cube's timing was off, and that's why she couldn't get behind him. It was all nonsensical babble. But for the sake of time, I'm just going to leave this right here because you all get the point. The Vote Blue No Matter Who gang is extremely dangerous. And what I've proven to you over the course of my last 2 videos is that people like Tamika Mallory and Charlamagne the God are more than conscious of the fact that who they told you to vote for would not do anything for you. Yet they told you to vote for him anyways. These people are 100% complicit in the destruction of the Black community. And with all that being said, please make sure you hit the subscribe button as well as the bell notification.
Yeah, that video was a little bit long. But the prompt is Tamika Mallory has no regret over fooling Black Americans into voting for Jim Crow Joe Biden. Do you guys agree with that sentiment in the prompt? We could start with who? Mr. Untouchable?
I know. I think it was advantageous to for for she shouldn't have any regrets because it's advantageous to her. She's pulling a Al Sharpton. She's Al Sharpton's daughter. You know, she's gonna get the bag for another couple of decades because Al Sharpton is on his way out, and she is really trying to secure her position in Al Sharpton's role. You know, just on the periphery to protect to be this half revolutionary type of person, half with the system type of person. You know what I mean? It's like, well, we really don't want to be a part of your system, but we gonna still do it anyways, even though we all have to twist our arm to be a part of the system. And she to me, she's just another gatekeeper. You know, she plays little games, but it's to her. She's gonna get a bag for a long time. Her name will be mentioned. They're gonna refer to her like how they've been referring to Al Sharpton. You know, many of these corporations are already backing her. You know, so I mean, she's doing her thing, but I think that Tamika Mallory knows and understands that up to 80 to 90% of Black people have been Democrats, and they're going to continue to do it, regardless of what regardless of what a few people may threaten every electoral year, saying, "Well, we're going to leave the plantation" and all that stuff. They know that the majority of people are going to vote Democrats because, at the end of the day, it's not about divestment; it's about integrationism. However it may be, militant or twisting our arm or going whole scale. That's just really what it is. So she just is going to get her bag and profit from it at the end of the day. It is advantageous for her on the long term.
When you guys listen to this in the playback, I want you guys to pay attention to the chat in these last few Shoot the Breeze topics. There's been further conversations going on in the chat, so make sure not to miss it. Right now, KW7 says Tamika Mallory got an Escalade commercial from GM for her trouble. Also, she's getting that kind of stuff going on. Okay, I didn't know. Kevin Curry, are you familiar with Tamika Mallory and her deception?
Yeah, that Escalade part that's old news. I knew about that, but what I've been paying attention to what they said in there that you and I, we live in New York City, you, I, and Oni, is they made it now that anybody that doesn't have documentation, not documentation, but that's not a citizen, can vote.
Right.
And you see it too, as you going back to when we were in college. The college we went to was mostly Black and Jewish, with a few, other people.
Mm-hmm.
Now you don't see much of us there anymore.
No.
And I was taking stock because I live here in Queens. I live deep into Queens. And back when we first moved to Queens, the J train and the E train, the last stop on those trains are Jamaica Center, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was Black people riding those trains, all Black people. Now all you see is a lot of Indians and a lot of Hispanics. And what I'm seeing more and more is like when you see the Hispanic family, they have like 2-3 kids.
Right.
Black people, they're just fooling around, doing dumb shit on the train. But as the guy says, that's going to impact us. Where I live here, it's mostly, it's a big Black community. But what I'm seeing is like little sprinkles of more Hispanics moving from Long Island into this part of Queens. and we're getting pushed out. And you got this clown talking about, oh, vote blue no matter who. What she's obviously controlled opposition. She's talking about, oh, the Democrats won't let me into their thing. You know the Democrats pay her to say that.
Yeah.
Look at this, man. Look at these clowns. I remember I met Al Sharpton. Like, remember Sean Bell, right? The one that got killed by the cops?
Yeah, in Canarsie.
I went to his memorial and I met him. It was like a baseball game, and this guy, he's talking about Escalade. He came to it was in Rockaway Boulevard near that park. God damn, what's the name? Damn, it's right near Sutton Boulevard. But he came there, just came out of this Escalade, barely came out, shook the hand of somebody, and just got in the Escalade and drove right off. This guy didn't give a damn. He got his pay. And now we got to deal with this chick right here, man. But I'm too. I want to say something, but I don't want to get your stream taken off again. But I digress.
Oni, what say you to this? Urzuli joined the platform. We'll get to Urzuli next. But Oni, what do you have to say about this? Unmute your mic, brother.
Yeah, I completely agree with what Mr. Untouchable said, is that, she's playing politics. Black ignorance is when you talk about black folk made America, whatever, like, people profit off of black ignorance big time. Mm-hmm. We were going to vote for Democrats regardless. I've been at polling sites where the pollster, you would ask the pollster, hey, how do I fill out this thing? And the person behind I shouldn't say this because it's illegal, obviously, right? But the person behind it, the poll would say, just do everything blue. Just vote down the line on the Democrat line. Vote down the line on the first thing. Most black people are not really like, oh, who should I vote for? It's like, what? Who should I vote for? They're really, realistically speaking, voting down the line. They don't even vote in the primaries. Right. Most black people are not even voting in the primaries. They wait for the general election, and they just go and fill out down the line. So Tamika says, look, I know what these people are doing. Like, she's like, yeah, I know there's better things out there. I know that we should probably do this thing, but we're not going to do it. Like I was telling Mr. Touchable earlier, if you want to change something, fight these white boys. But if you know you're not going to fight these white boys, then most people, like reasonable middle-class people, in a sense, are either going to say, I'm going to leave this country, or I'm going to integrate with the leadership and be used against my people, because at the end of the day, my people are not doing anything. They're not going to do anything. And so they were going to vote for Biden regardless. The only thing that might have happened, and the Democrats were a little afraid of this, was that black folk were not going to come out and vote. But blaming Tamika Mallory for Biden, or saying, hey, all this was just, real talk, this video was just ADOS propaganda. It was just ADOS propaganda to make some sort of victim narrative of, oh, well, look how we get aborted. Like, nobody is bringing you to no abortion clinic. You are going to these abortion clinics yourself. Yeah. Like it's not some big murder thing. And the reality is that if those 19 million babies were born, they probably wouldn't have been another kid, or even if there was, they probably would have died early, or been abandoned early, or been in foster care or something, it's not, realistically speaking, don't, blaming the Democrats, just waiting for these solutions from other people and wanting, we could have made our own black, then do it. There was this guy hitting me up. He was like, hey, I'll make this black political party. I didn't even look into it, to be honest. I knew it wasn't going to happen. And he's like, there's other options. You could do a third party. No, you can't. White folk have the same problem. You cannot make a third party in America. And I'll tell you guys this. Look, I started off in the UAM, United African Movement. We made the Freedom Party. We were running a third party. We were going to be the first black political party, besides from the Mississippi Freedom Party of Fannie Lou Hamer, right? We were going to be that political party. And black Democrats, black people, black Democrats tried to shut it down. Black people didn't even vote for us. We had to beg black people, don't vote for the Democrats. the Democrats at the time, the whole hook was that the Democrats are running an all-white ballot. The whole hook was they're running a whole all-white ballot. And we were like, hey, don't vote for them, vote for us. They were like, no, we ain't voting for you guys. Why don't we vote for freedom? We're already free. Tamika is getting her bag. You know, she's getting her bag because she's like, yo. Because, I mean, look, I'll tell y'all this. Real talk. There's this article that a young Obama wrote. Some people are saying it might not be Obama, blah, blah, blah. I believe it's Obama. Obama wrote an article where he's this charismatic, young, talented black guy, or mixed guy, whatever, but he's this young, talented guy, and he's all passionate about the community and getting money in this community, and white people are stopping him like, why are you doing all this? You could probably be president or something. And he's like, no, I want to be a community activist and do all this stuff. Like, come on. You're struggling. You're trying to change something. I'm not even.
Mr. Untouchable.
No, I want. It's funny. It's funny how this and another issue that we discussed, that me and Oni are in complete agreement with one another. That's why I don't like to beef with my brothers. You know what I mean? Because when you dial the dial just a little bit to the left, you'll find complete agreement. That's why I don't like to get into these forays, because I agree. The sister knows. She knows. Everyone knows. At the end of the day, you know, just like in my country, you know, we are under a two-party system. And at the end of the day, despite which third party comes out, you know, showing the facts, showing all the evidences, we are going to stick our thumbs in our mouths, and we're going to do the same thing, vote, you know, blue or Republican or Democrat. That's what we're going to do. Regardless of whoever is in office, that's what we're going to do. So the sister say, you know what, it is what it is. You know, and it's very difficult. I don't want to be nihilistic like some of my brothers I could mention, but some people are ahead of the curve. It is what it is. You know what I mean? She just chooses to benefit from it, you know, and that's unfortunate, but I'm trying to be optimistic in this whole thing. And maybe my brothers, they could see beyond the horizon and they know what it is. And they just, you know.
Let's get Urzuli in here. Urzuli, what's going on?
Hey, what's up? I mean, I disagree with what Oni said and what a lot of people are saying. So we're saying that it's okay because she knows. It's like people are saying that, oh, it's a two different. You choose to keep voting Democrat. What people refusing to admit is that the majority of people just want to go to work, provide for their family, and do all of that. And with that, they entrust a certain group of people for their, they entrust their decision to a certain group of people. Mallory knows this shit. She used the people to lead them into some bullshit. And you're saying, oh, it's okay. She's getting the bag. What the fuck is cool about leading a group of people who, like she only just said that people just say, oh, we should vote, just vote all blue. So just because it's okay to lead a couple of people to self-destruction because they are too busy trying to make life work? Like, Mallory knows this. Al Sharpton knows this. All these people know these stuff, but we're saying that it's okay. These people don't, because the programming of people is very heavy. All the commercials, all these stuff they pass, all these signs they put, you get on the subway, vote Democrat, all these things have an effect on your mind, regardless if it's indirect or implicit. As a matter of fact, I'm beginning to believe implicit persuasion is more potent than explicit advertisement. So to me, this is another reason why it's a major L for Black people. Like Mallory, all of that, all these Black Lives Matter, they all BS and it's all crap. So for this person to say, oh, it's all ADOS, so what? The ADOS have a point. Why would you let non-citizen people vote in an election if you don't have a plan to outsit people who are citizens. Which country can a non-citizen vote into an election? And we here talking about, no, the ADOS have a point.
Okay, the ADOS have a point. So now the question becomes, now since the Democrats are talking about permitting that, why don't ADOS choose to vote up to 80% in the opposite direction? Why have they still chosen to vote something that is against what they believe to be against their interest?
Bro, a lot of people, if you've been raised and you have people like this around telling you this is what you have to vote for, right? Most of the people voted, all of these black people voted for that administration. So there's a lot of programming going on. We seem to think that the programming is just, oh, you just dumb, you just got an ad, or you're a sucker. Programming, propaganda is heavy, bro.
So you saying that it's because of propaganda that the people which you just described decided to vote the way that they decided to vote?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you think Mallory is okay? Let me ask you a question. If I'm running and I try to expose Mallory for whatever fraud she is, not only that, she's a black woman, a young black woman. You know how they're gonna turn this against a brother? You know how the machine, you know how the machine is gonna swing this around and be like, oh, what a misogynist. He hating da. And the brother was talking facts when he said abortion is not right for the black community.
All right, let me interject right here for a second. So the thing is this, that we got to be, like, one of the things about organizing, right? We talk about organizing, right? One of the things about organizing is that you just got to be realistic with your demographic. Like, if you think about selling, you got to be realistic with your demographic. We might know what's better or what's good or whatever, but, you know, it's kind of like this. It's kind of like saying Tamika Mallory went into the church and walked out selling crosses. You know, like, we wouldn't sell, what do you call crucifixions? We wouldn't sell crucifixions, no. But if somebody walks into a church and sells crucifixions, like, we kind of get it. And the thing is that black folk in America are Christians and they are Democrats. That's it. They're voting 90-something% Democrat, and you can't put it on Tamika. Maybe it's a possibility that Trump would have won a second term, but like she was pointing out, like how this ADOS guy is like, oh, she's benefiting from the court. We started this day off talking about quote unquote racist judge. You know, probably a quote unquote Republican judge that was quote unquote put there by a Republican. So it's to say that black folk in America do want Democrats as judges. Black people in America do want Democrats in office. Black people do want the fox instead of the wolf. You know, it's like, yeah, we may not want those things, but if you're talking about the vast majority, you're talking about people who lined up during a pandemic, okay, around blocks, lined up and waited for hours to cast their vote on Biden. You know, the whole thing of, oh, well, we're just trying to work and trying. No, these people wanted to put Biden in office. After Trump lost, they were dancing in the streets with white folk, singing na 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 goodbye.
Oni, but you gotta understand, Gunnar was right on this. Propaganda, media, that media blitz. The red man, he's gonna get us to war. Look what he did with China.
That's been going on for the Democrats.
But he's not. He's just saying propaganda and programming.
For like 100 years now. I mean, I was like I said, like I was doing the Freedom Party. We were talking about the Mutt and Jeff routine. There was who was it? Like the guy running against Cuomo was like, oh, he's a racist Republican. You gotta get Cuomo. Like they do this every freaking year. Like you just like, I mean, I get the propaganda thing, but they like, well, your fault. But Like at what point do we say, you know what? Like, okay, this like at what point is like, why should, like, let's be honest, why should Tamika lose? Like, what? Like, I don't know. I mean, it's just at some point we make the grifting way too easy. And I mean, I wouldn't personally grift, right? But I mean, I cannot, like, I can't look at Tariq Nasheed. Like, Tariq Nasheed, I'll tell you this. Tariq Nasheed selling images of white guys sexualizing black
NFTs.
for money. And he's making money off of it.
And I think he wants $800. I think that's what 0.02 Ethereum is.
I can't be like, hey man, that's so terrible if black folk are buying it. At some point, we got to just say to ourselves, damn it, okay, this is part of the lost cause. You know, and the reality is this: Tamika Mallory does not have that stretch, that influence that we may think it is, because a lot of the people that vote, they don't have any. They're not looking at Tamika. I don't even know who Tamika. Like me personally, I don't know who Tamika Mallory is. They don't know who this lady is. She doesn't have this reach. She doesn't have this influence. Black folk are lining up, yes, probably because of the mainstream media, but you can't blame, like white folk are trying. Like, the Democrats are a political party. That means that they're a group bent on holding power in a country. They are a group. They have serious concerns. That's holding power in a country. They're going to do and use anything to get there. And Tamika Mallory, just like Al Sharpton, was like, "What? You giving out money?" You know, and that's what it is. And I mean, you like I again, like, what we have to be realistic. If you were trying to, all right, EFF, BLF, two great political parties in South Africa, none of them are holding the seat because they don't have it. But you know, if you dig down and you really try, you can get it. But everybody else, like, power is not something to play with. Power is really, really, really serious. And white folk are trying to hold on and get that power, and they're going to use anything to get it. And the fact that we talk about blaming the propaganda, blaming the media. White people built this media for that purpose. It's their media.
So what you're saying is that because that's the way it is, like, so Freeway Ricky shouldn't be held accountable for introducing crack to Compton either, right?
Look here,
hold on, let me finish. He's
the Bahamian's fault.
No. What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, he's just part of the line. What's that? The conveyor, whatever, the line. He's just part of the machine. So Freeway Ricky should not be held accountable. He should have never did 30 years for that, because Mallory is just going with the propaganda. She finds a channel, a route to make a little bread. These Negroes are dumb. They're gonna keep doing the same thing over and over. So I'm gonna just participate. That's what we're saying.
I don't know who the guy is.
So if I did by this mere definition, which I understand what you're saying, is that she's not the main reason, but she knows she's supposed to be more enlightened than more people. She knows more of the truth, but she's again going with the propaganda machine. So at the end of the day, exactly what I've been saying, this is not something that could be, that's a major L again. We just keep taking L and L's, and there's no way out of this L. If we can't hold, if this lady could come up, Al Sharpton, her and other ambulance chaser could just come up in the community after they misled us, and we still laughing with them, like, do we deserve better? So shout out to the barrel maker. He's doing his job.
No, I don't see. I think what's happening is that we are making Tamika Mallory the big boogeyman, for what Black Americans have decided to do with their vote. And the reality is, long before Black Americans knew who Tamika Mallory was, they was voting in a particular way. Now, you may say, well, she is joining the bandwagon of, aiding and pushing them in that direction. Sure, maybe, but really and truly, she, as you would suggest, she is really a small cog in that wheel. And I feel like we need to focus on our the major battles rather than focusing on the people who really are insignificant. And for me, Tamika Mallory she is not a big boogeyman, man. She's not. I don't think so.
Yeah.
One Tamika what if one Tamika is not a boogeyman, but when there's 500,000 waiting to follow her footsteps because of a way to make money, it's a problem. But hey, again, you're right. I never said she was the number one boogeyman. But when you participate in that, if I know me selling drugs is killing the community and I keep doing it, because there's one drug.
Honest. No, you gotta be honest. You gotta be honest. You gotta be honest. Okay? If we're being honest, the choice was between Trump and Biden. That was it. That was the only choice. And black people in America are Democrats and they want Democratic judges. They want Democrat lawmakers. They do not like the Republicans. Even now, every time the Democrats are trying to pass a bill and the Republicans vote unanimously against it, black folk are saying, yeah, they're kind of low-key blaming the Democrats, but they understand the Republicans are not for the policies that they want that are being proposed by the Democrats. You cannot, there's no real black person who is saying, hey, you know what? The Democrats are the bad guys compared to the Republicans. You understand? Now, there's a handful of black, quote-unquote, conservatives. There's a handful of black people who are like, hey, this is a bad issue. That's a bad issue. Sure. But the vast majority of black people. So Tamika is a part of that majority that's like, you know what? This is the lesser of the two evils, and by a long shot. This is the lesser of the two evils by a long shot. This is actually the good political party for a lot of black people. The choice, the idea of, hey, you know what? The third party, that's not a real choice. And people know this.
No, there was a third choice. Don't fucking vote. There's always a third choice.
That's not a real choice because you're still.
Yes, it is a real choice. Because when you withhold your vote,
nothing happens.
Yeah, things happen.
Nothing happens.
Yeah, things happen.
What happened? 50% of people vote. 50%.
It's black. All right, bro. I'm not gonna go back and forth with you telling me that if black people withheld their fucking vote, you tell me that the next election niggas will not come better prepared to come after them. What are you talking about? There's no other choice.
What are they gonna do with it? What are they not vote? What are they gonna do?
Hey, look what just happened in New York, right? Listen, the Blasio, the last election, it was a low vote. I'm just playing devil's advocate. The reason why he got a second term, there was a low voter turnout, and they were saying now with Eric Adams, it was even lower voter turnout. So withdrawing or voting, it doesn't matter. But I have a solution. As I said, look at the small hats. Both parties come to them because they work together as a group and they do what's the term? Their own economics within themselves.
But look at this. Even they can't do a third party. And they actually have money. And we don't even put $1 in a lot of these political campaigns.
But Oni, remember, the people that could vote originally were wealthy landowners.
Exactly.
What we are is nothing more than illusion of inclusion.
Exactly. And so like the idea of withholding your vote, they didn't want you to vote to begin with. They were running this country long before you could vote, and they will run this country even after they stop you from voting.
But when you don't vote, if black people as a whole, as a group, didn't vote in this election, granted, maybe it would have never done nothing, but it would have exposed the bullshit of the voting system. One way or another, something would have happened. You cannot tell me that if we did not vote as a group, we're like, oh, the word, we ain't voting. We're not participating in this bullshit because it's bullshit. For you to tell me that nothing would have been done, I don't believe that.
I'll say this. Before Obama, a lot of black folk didn't vote for their life. Nobody cared. Nobody cares. If you don't vote, nobody cares.
Well, until I remember '92 watching the Arsenio Hall show with my mother when Big Slick Willie was playing the saxophone with the glasses. That got the vote up.
Yeah.
Like, hey, I'm one of you guys.
The only people who care whether black people vote are the Democrats, and they're stopping that too. The only people, the Republicans,
they're stopping that. They're stopping that because what that dude just said. But you saying that he's an ADOS talking shit. The whole shit.
Second, because you're no longer the second largest group.
Because in New York City, like Kevin just said, non-citizens could vote now. They don't really need your vote no more. They don't really need your vote anymore.
And they got all those border jumpers from the South. They're here to replace us now. They're already here. We're I don't agree with what is written all the time, but we're done in New York City. We're done.
Look. Real talk. You stopped being the second largest group 20 years ago. You were always on the decline. And you're going to continue.
Yeah, why are we in decline? But you just said, why are we in decline though? Since 20 years ago, why?
Why? Because wait, you think it's because of abortion?
No. You just said no. Why?
Immigration and
immigration. Okay.
What about it?
Don't they have black people immigrating to the U.S.?
No, you never look. White people wrote the immigration laws from jump. They've always wrote the immigration.
Bro, you know what you're doing right now? That brother, that video right now, that brother's not even ADOS. As a matter of fact, he's Haitian. So the brother that's speaking right now in that video is a Haitian brother. He's not even ADOS. So all I'm saying is people who know better and who choose to lead people to the slaughter, knowing that those decisions are bad, but they're going with it. You said that most people want to vote them. Most black people are conservative.
No, man. Look, Look, whether they're conservative or not, they vote in Democrat
because of the programming, bro.
But bro, what about it though? Look,
why are we talking here? Why we have yo? You're right. You know what? You're right. You're right, bro. I'm not even gonna argue with it. I'm just getting worked up for no reason. I just don't know where I'm going with this. But you're right. Most black people do vote Democrats. So whatever happens to them is beautiful. You're right, bro. I'm on some other shit. 100.
We complaining that these white boys have this programming on us. Well, no shit. We're in their country, and we tune into their television all the damn time. We don't have any independent news. We don't have any independent like we don't have nothing. Of course, we're gonna be in their programming. Like what part? Why would we not be in their programming?
Bro, let's not just say we in their country. We in their world. Okay?
No,
keep it 100.
Their country. This is their country.
This is their world. This is their world.
No, this is not their world. This is their
yes,
country.
It is their world. It is their world.
Not their world. This is their country.
It is their world, bro.
No.
It is their world.
Country. You talk about voting in an election for them. They don't have elections in other countries. They have elections here. This is the only country on the planet that Americans have elections. This is not their world. They don't have elections in England. They don't have elections in Germany. They don't have elections
bro. It is their world. It is their world.
No. All right, whatever.
It is their world. Because you know what happened? I'll give you an example. This is why it's their world. Because they could tell you to wear a mask in New York, and when you go to Ghana, they tell you to wear the same mask. Okay? The policies that go in America go the same fucking way in Ghana and in Africa.
That's not true.
It's their fucking world.
That's not the bullshit.
Gentlemen, let's just agree to disagree because we're getting nowhere.
No, I'm just saying that's not true. I'm just saying that's not true. They don't have laws. They don't put laws in other countries. Other countries put their own laws.
Yeah, laws that they tell their leaders to go by. That's what it is. They're not gonna say, just like. Hold on, let me finish. Just like and the Haitians
The leaders say no all the time.
Yo, my dude, the Haitian country. Yo, all right. When you
Their
finish,
country where you don't say no. You can't compare this country with another country, and it's a false equivalence. Who writes the laws in Africa? African politicians write the law in Africa. Who writes the law in China? Chinese politicians. Who writes the laws in America? American politicians. They're comparing oranges. Can America influence? Sure. Absolute influence is in America.
yo, and the Haitian constitution, it says if you were not a Haitian person, you could not own land in Haiti. When America went over to Haiti in 1915, they changed the whole constitution, which allowed them to own land in Haiti. I say this to say that what they control the world. And if they did that in Haiti, they do that in Africa, they do that all over the world. So for you to be talking about, oh no, they don't control the world, yes, they do control the world.
They don't, bro.
Yeah.
All right. Let's just call that a stalemate. Let's go on to but you guys in the chat, or you guys who listen to the playback, by all means, you can continue having that discussion, if you will. But let's go to the next Shoot the Breeze topic. Topic number 8. Web 3.0. This is what we as Black equals Africans need. We will be able to verify what comes in, secure our own info, virtually control our share of the internet without corporate and government interference. So there's a link here. So maybe not. I was looking to see if that was a video for this article. So this article says, if 2021 gave us anything besides an endless pandemic, a supply chain crisis, inflation, and well, you get it, it was the mainstreaming of the Web 3, a largely rebellious concept. Web 3 is being trumpeted by crypto and blockchain boosters as the future of the internet. The idea is to create a decentralized web where users can transport their data from service to service without corporate walled gardens stopping them. It's a soup of much hype tech terms ranging from NFTs to the metaverse that captured the attention of powerful venture capitalist firms. But it's also found critics in some big names, including Tesla CEO Elon Musk, who told the Babylon Bee on Wednesday that it sounds like more marketing than reality. So is Web3 just jargon crypto bros are foisting on us? Or is it a new kind of internet that will change the world? The truth is in a little of both. Web3 is the next frontier. Before we dive into the potential benefits, please mute your mics, please. Before we dive into potential benefits and pitfalls of Web3, let's go over why it's called Web3. The name stems from Web 1 or Web 1.0, the name for the original version of the internet that lets you browse GeoCities sites or play silly Flash-based browser games. If you're in your early 20s, this was essentially the Stone Age of the internet. Also, if you're in your early 20s, I despise you for your youth. Oh, how long is this thing? Web 2, otherwise known as Web 2.0, evolved from Web 1 and featured the growth of social media platforms like Facebook, services like Uber and Venmo, and well, more or less everything that exists online today. Web 3, which I guess sounds cooler than Web 3.0, is the next evolution of the internet. An outgrowth of Web 2.0, it's based on the idea that blockchain tech and digital tokens can foster a decentralized internet. While Web 2.0 gave us the internet as we know it, it also brought heavy baggage. Just a handful of gargantuan companies control the web, whether that is Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, or Facebook, and they're happy to keep it that way. There's a lack of data portability, the ability to bring your information with you across devices. And if you purchase an app through one platform, it might not work on other platforms. Big name tech companies also thrive on the data you give them. After all, Google and Facebook make the vast majority of their revenue from advertisements based on user information. Web3, however, would allow sites and services to exist across decentralized computer networks and rely on blockchain technology to validate user data. The people who actually use sites and apps would then ideally own them. Participate in an online community enough, and you get a piece of it in the form of a digital token. Consumers, rather than a large corporation, would govern the service. So where does the metaverse fit in? Right? The metaverse. That's the interconnected online worlds that everyone from Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg to Epic Games' Tim Sweeney have obsessed over. For the metaverse to exist as a group of expansive online worlds, you'll need to seamlessly bring your user account, avatar, and data from place to place. Individual companies owning various parts of the metaverse would likely make that impossible. Do you really think Meta is going to want to share its users with Roblox and Epic Games? No way. That's where the decentralized internet of Web3 comes in. If there's no single entity controlling the sites and apps that make up the metaverse, users can jump from world to world with ease. How would you pay for everything in Web3? With cryptocurrencies, of course. That has naturally brought crypto fans along for the ride. The future of the internet. Web3 advocates will say the concept will be the dominant form of the internet going forward. But really, it'll likely just be an amalgam of Web 1, 2, and 3. Big tech companies have already invested in Web 3. Do you expect trillion-dollar companies that make up the larger internet ecosystem to give up their control? Come on. The truth is, Web 3 isn't some new version of the internet we'll have to pack up and move to. It's a growth of our current internet, and it'll likely be a gradual transition that you hardly notice. After all, you don't remember the moment we transitioned from Web 1 to Web 2, right? And while there's the potential for innovative changes, like giving people more control over the services they visit the most, I wouldn't expect the utopian paradise Web 3 boosters promise. Yes, the internet will soon change, but it's not as though it hasn't been changing the entire time. That's the article. So the prompt that we're responding to, speaks to this being what Black equals African folks need. Now, I don't know if I understood everything that I read in that article. Look like Oni. Something's up with Oni's device. Mr. Untouchable, what do you make of that article?
From what I can hear, and I might be wrong about this, but it sounds like another version of they call it what they call in Web 3. Sounds like another version of the dark web, mixed with some VPNs, mixed with some BGPs. I'm thinking that if you don't really have your own satellite, you know what I mean, that is broadcasting beyond the borders of, outside the borders of planet Earth, circling around the Earth itself. I don't see that you gonna have a complete independent internet because you always borrowing the signal from some government or some private corporation beyond the boundaries of these satellites that's circling the circumference of the earth. So I don't see any independence in that. And or you what you call in Web3 is just another version of the dark web. That's what I'm hearing. But I could be wrong. And as far as what we should be doing, see, I don't want us in the black world always having to parrot what the white world decides to do. The black world we have our unique set of problems that we need to come up with our unique set of solutions for. Just because the white world is doing it, that don't necessarily mean we should pirate it because they doing it. The white world trying to go to the moon or Mars. Is that our issue that we need to fix in the black world? I don't think so. So I think that we in the black world should work on our own problems in and of ourselves and stop pirating what they do. But that's just me. That's just me. My own opinion.
Erzuli, any opinion here?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't really know what to say about that. Like what just Mr. Untouchable just says. Like, if you don't have your own satellite, like they could tell you that this is like those things. I don't believe in. I believe that whoever controls the internet could tap into anything they want to. So for you to tell me, oh, I could go to this web place and they won't be able to. Well, if you're not on the radar, they're not too. But wait, when they want to come get you, they're gonna come get you. So I don't see how this is. I don't know. I just see like who controls the internet. So like Mr. Untouchable said, if you don't have your own satellite or your own thing, that you have to go get it from somewhere. And if you have to go get it from somewhere, that means the person could always see what you're saying, what you're doing, or whatever. So I don't know, man.
Only what say you?
Yeah, I'm gonna say I don't really understand. But as soon as you said blockchain, it was like I don't know what that means. You know what I mean? I still don't know what that means. I agree with Kevin. No, I agree with Erzulism, and Mr. Untouchable in that sense of yeah. I mean, I don't buy any of this. Oh, this internet, you can't read it. Bullshit. You know, I don't buy that. I mean, maybe I don't know. They say it's heavily encrypted, possibly, but like if we're transmitting data to a satellite, like if you know the source, then you could intercept that data. Now, if you're saying it's super encrypted, because that's what I believe it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be like encrypted to like a 13th degree or something. That's one thing, but again, like I'm not worried. I mean, I feel like this was like a whole nerd writing this, you know, no disrespect to nerds or whatever, but like he was like making these weird jokes, like this weird sense of humor, and it was just so lame and corny, and I didn't understand it. I don't know if this guy understood it, maybe he did, but yeah, it's like I have no comment really. Like yeah.
It's just like when Apple over the pandemic, or when Apple said, "Nah, we're not gonna turn over our stuff to the FBI." Stop, Apple. Yo, as soon as they put the pressure on you, you're gonna give up what you're supposed to give up. So this, I agree with you what you just said too. And it's like we don't control that. Like whenever if you do something that they don't want you to do and they want to come for you, they'll take that data and decipher it. So
yeah, I want to add to that too, that like Nigeria could just shut down the internet whenever it wants. America could just turn off the lights whenever it wants. It's like I don't even like okay, you have these you have these encrypted messages now. Like who cares? Like you don't have anything. You know, like you're not going really like who cares? Like cuz I mean what you going to just like send cat videos or twerking videos to each other? Like nobody cares. Like you doing
you just said something, bro. You just said something that was very important. Because if America, you want to go on Web3? All right, shut down the internet real quick. What are you gonna do now? Like,
yeah, like who cares? That's what I'm saying. Like, cause I mean, like, And that's the thing too. It's like what was it? There's this one app. What's it called? Telegram, right? So a lot of us use Telegram. Telegram was considered like that encrypted thing that nobody could go to. China hacked into it. Yeah, and that's why people stopped using Telegram. But it was like during the protests that the Chinese were having, because they were like, "Oh, we're going to coordinate this thing over Telegram." China was like, "Oh, you doing that? Okay, we'll just get into it." Like real talk. A lot of these guys just talk this stuff, and they give out these big challenges like, "Oh, if you could hack it, we'll give you a bunch of money." The reality is that these people, these big governments are like, "Look, if you want to play around, you can play around, but if you getting serious, if you trying to do something, we will come for you." And the reality is this: it's like I said, like if you in somebody else's, like even if you were making secret messages in the middle of China, it's not like the leader of China could be like, "Oh, I don't know what to do with this guy." Like they just knock on your door, like you, like it ain't even like okay, you got all these secret messages. Nobody gives them shit. Like real talk.
Come. They're just outside. Come on.
I know, right? You all like, I got these secret messages. They won't know what I'm saying. And they don't even give a shit. Just knock on your door, man. Like, all right, step outside. We don't know what you're saying. We don't know what you're saying, but you're gonna stop. You know what I mean? like that's all they know.
It's like they're gonna be like, all right, you were selling weed, we let you get away with that. You were selling some counterfeit shit, now you're talking too much shit. Come here, let's go.
Come. Kevin Carey, what says you to this topic?
Yeah, well, I have to admit, I was the one that gave this topic in. I'm kind of heavily invested in crypto, and listen to Oni Erzulism and Mr. Untouchable. He's right about the dark web. If you think about it, it virtually is a new version of the dark web, more that's submerged to the surface. But
Kevin, this is what I would say. And if in all seriousness, these kinds of technology is different forms of human communication with one another. And if people find a way to communicate in a way that you could encrypt things more so and privately send messages or whatever, and they having little shares out there where you could buy into that, I would say buy a few shares. You know what I mean? You never know what'll happen in maybe 5-10 years. I would say get ahead of it, because it's a form of human communication which we all partake in, whether we want to admit it or not. And if they offer shares, buy some shares in that joint. That's what I would suggest. That's what I would.
That's about it.
Only you got me, man. Yeah, I'm a cat video addict, man. I'm sorry, I'm a recovering cat video addict.
Nah, I'm a toy video addict. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I like me some pussy, but I also like me some, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But
yes, we want that.
the reason I brought it up, I invested in it. I said I bought Decentraland, like you heard.
Yeah, that's smart.
That's good. Good for you.
Okay, so here's my reasoning behind it.
Let us know that.
Yeah, here's my reasoning behind it. Do you remember? I don't know if you remember this. I'm kind of a futurist, and I like to read the techie thing. I'm not a scientist full blown, but I'm more of a what's the word? Theoretical guy. Theoretical.
Okay.
Do you know how much the domain pizza.com sold for in 2008?
Good money, some even to the millions of dollars. You are absolutely right.
$2.1 million.
Yes.
So
that's true.
What I didn't put in there also, I mentioned it many months ago. Blockchain domains, because as I said years ago, I knew this kid. He was like an actor, but his parents were smart. They got him like early into the internet phase. They bought all these domains and they gave it to him, and he made money. He made a lot of money off those domains.
Yes.
So,
hey, Kevin, Kevin, do me a favor, please. When you hear about these kinds of new technologies coming out, could you put it under technology or
if
they're offering shares and shit like that?
All
I
right.
would want to know.
All right.
Yeah, I'm totally about buying these things.
What's been going on lately? You know about Mr. Tusk, you know about cryptos, right?
Yeah. I know about crypto. I know about Bitcoin. Is still a little bit too rich for my blood.
Yeah,
and you could buy them partially.
Okay,
it used to be under $1 though. You imagine that? People used to buy it and watch that.
Yes.
Listen. So what you just said, I'm going to segue into the situation. Shiba Inu has, I think, 549.1 trillion coins out there, right? So it's gonna take quite a while for it to get to a penny. But what people have been doing lately, like a lot of the whales, they bought up a lot and they put into that wallet. It's like a dark wallet with nothing. It goes in but never comes out. So what they're doing is they're burning a lot of these coins. But they were saying Shiba Inu is kind of important to the metaverse because with a lot of the new games coming out, you can use those tokens.
Shiba Inu.
Yeah, Shiba Inu. It's like they call it the Dogecoin killer.
Okay.
Yeah, that. But there are three main tokens. Nothing to do with Shiba Inu. Sandbox, the Decentraland. I forgot the third one. Those are the three main ones. One of them is like $100. The one I bought is Decentraland. You can still get them cheap, but get them now.
How did you buy it?
Coinbase. But I don't know about for you in the Bahamas. I couldn't tell you.
Can I use a VPN to get it?
I can. You can try, but they still want to verify you.
I would have to probably be that. Okay.
But try Webull or those. I don't know.
I know Webull.
Oh, Binance is good. You use Binance?
I know Binance.
The only problem is, guys, when there were 49 states that allow you to buy cryptos. Guess what state doesn't allow you to do it?
Which one?
New York.
New York, yeah. But he's not in America, so he can do Binance.
But yeah, check Binance out.
Binance is an international one then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's Chinese got it or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll check.
That's why they don't allow it in New York.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's not the reason why. But
can I give you some context?
Go ahead, brother.
I remember when Amazon first came out. I remember that.
Really?
While people are like, "Oh, I'll never buy online. That's not good. I don't trust online." Look where it is now. Can you imagine if you had bought into Amazon back in the 90s?
Yo, I mean, I know we're not supposed to be talking about this investors thing, but I real talk want to get some of that Pfizer.
By the way, wait. By the way, I must say these are my opinions. I'm not a financial advisor. I do this for entertainment purpose only. So, but yeah, that's what I've been doing. That's what I've been doing. I've been buying up all these coins. They're cheap, and just buy them and set them and forget them.
I appreciate that Shiba Inu. I'm gonna look that up, shut up too. By the way, but I appreciate that.
But get more Decentraland and Sandbox. Those are the two main ones that's gonna fund the metaverse.
Okay.
Yeah, and look up a lot of also the stock. There's that thing, the virtual reality, Oculus. Yeah, anything that can go into VR, all that stuff, I would invest.
Yes, virtual reality. That's right. So Oculus is. Okay.
Yeah, that's like I said, the metaverse. Yeah, people say it's a thing of this and that with Internet 1.0, but as I said, it's going to be a lot different experience from when you and I were teenagers when we first got Internet 1.0. That was just a wild west.
Oh goodness, man! I miss Yahoo. I miss Google. I miss
Black Planet,
because I was very young, and I miss Bitcoin. Shit, you know what I mean? I'm not when people bring these technological things to me, I'm gonna just put it in the back burner because I know what happens. And I'm not just gonna let it go.
But also remember too, back to what I was saying about Amazon. People used to laugh at all these people, like, "Oh, those are nerds. They're not gonna get anywhere."
Yes, sir.
Now look at them now. They're filthy rich. They're buying up like I would say a whale bought like a few $100 million of Shiba Inu.
Oh my goodness. No, I appreciate the advice, bro. I'll look it up. I will. Yeah,
just get into it now while it's still, because I said back in Internet 1.0, if you were invested back then, by now you've been filthy. You're in your status.
Oh goodness! I just needed maybe 3 Bitcoins from the beginning when it was like $1 or some shit like that. Just 3 of them.
Yeah. There was a tweet I saw. It's an old tweet. They're like, "Oh my goodness, Bitcoin fell to $2.70. I'm selling all my Bitcoins."
Oh goodness! Well,
like that with me though. Anyway, by the way, Coco, how many more prompts are there?
We're about to do 9 right now, so it's 2 more.
Okay. Cause I think I gotta do my podcast tomorrow. That's why.
Yeah. I'm coming to Sunday service tomorrow morning. All right.
Oh damn! I hope I can make it.
So let's post prompt 9. We'll limit how much talking goes on for this one. Prompt 9 is moving into 2022. Let's stop helping non-black. Non-black equals non-African people. For example, Charles Ramsey. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Charles Ramsey, but he was doing a good thing. Well, he was doing what many would call a good thing, and a few bad things came out of it for him. I'm going to share a screen with you guys.
By the way, I appreciate it, Kevin Conway.
No problem.
So, Charles Ramsey opens up about life 5 years after famous rescue of 3 women on Seymour Ave. On the evening of May 6, 2013, the world seemed to stop as 2 of the biggest stories in the last decade in Cleveland, the disappearance of Amanda Berry in 2003 and Gina DeZeus in 2004, were mutually solved at once as we got word the girls have been found alive along with a 3rd woman named Michelle Knight. They had been held captive all this time in a house on Seymour Avenue by a man named Ariel Castro. I arrived on Seymour Avenue not long after, as our photographers were working to set up our trucks so I could go live with this breaking news. I began immediately surveying the street for family members that I knew from covering the annual vigils for the girls who went missing as teens, now in their 20s. It was then I heard the voice of Charles Ramsey. He was telling those around him how he heard screaming from his neighbor Ariel Castro's house as a woman, Amanda Berry, was trying to kick her way out from behind a locked screen door. He would run up onto the porch and pull the door open enough for her to escape and call 911. As we were about to go live for the first time from the street, Charles was right behind me and I pulled him in. I heard screaming. I was eating my McDonald's. I come outside and all I see is this girl going nuts trying to get out of her house. He started an internet sensation. An internet sensation was about to be born. I knew something was wrong from when a pretty little white girl ran into a black man's arms, dead giveaway, would soon be played and replayed over and over again all over the world, with the interview turning into an auto-tuned song that went viral overnight. In the last year alone, that 2-minute 56-second interview has been viewed more than 50 million times. Looking back 5 years later, Ramsey isn't surprised. Quote, "We made America smile again, because up until May 5th, there wasn't nothing going on this planet," he said as we sat on the steps of his home in an East Side suburb. For the first anniversary of the rescue, Ramsey released his book, Dead Giveaway. For the second, he was still making the television rounds as Amanda and Gina released their joint book. But as the 3rd anniversary came around, Ramsey said he didn't want to talk, and for the last 3 years, he has been doing a lot of reading and following the advice of a close friend. She said, "You know what? You need to get back to where you were before you found them girls. Humble, working," he recalled being told. "That rock star shit, save that for the rock stars." So that's what I've been doing, staying out of the way on Facebook, no Instagram, no Twitter. I've alienated myself. His readings have been spiritual, the Forgotten Books of Edom, among others, trying to understand the origins of the evil that he says lived in his former neighbor, Ariel Castro. Something just said, watch him, and watch him, and watch him, and I thought my paranoia was getting the best of me. He said he would leave his job at Hodges Restaurant, where he was a dishwasher, with a sick feeling. When I hit the top of the damn tree, I would start crying. He returned to see the Castro house after it was torn down a few months later, but not since. He said he harbors resentment towards all old neighbors who Ramsey has always felt were aware something was up. My attitude won't let me go to Seymour, he said, so I stay away from it. You know that I was on to something. That's why you blew me off and changed the subject and kept me away from Ariel Castro every time I brought him up. Ramsey has had basically no contact, Amanda or Gina, and very little with Michelle in recent years, but he says he'd like to at some point. So I'm going to end there. Basically, this guy should have been upheld as, I guess, as some kind of hero. Instead, he was mocked. In fact, let me find this other link where you can see the interview.
He was what, you said?
He was mocked.
Oh, okay.
What the hell did he hear me say?
More on the man who helped rescue the three women. You just saw him, Charles Ramsey. Remember that name. Here's his account in his own words.
I heard screaming. I'm eating my McDonald's. I come outside. I see this girl going nuts, trying to get out of her house. I go on the porch, and she says, "Help me get out. I've been in here a long time." So we kick the bottom, and she comes out with the little girl, and she says, "Call 911." My name was Amanda Berry. The girl Amanda told the police, "I ain't just the only ones. It's some more girls up in that house. They look like they have been fed in a long time, bro."
And you had no indication that there was anything.
Bro, not a clue that girl was in that house or anybody else was in there against their will. Because how he is he just comes out to his backyard, plays with the dogs, tinker with his cars and motorcycles. Ain't nothing exciting about him. Well, until the day.
What was the reaction on the girls' faces? I can't imagine to see the sunlight, to be around people.
I knew something was wrong when a little pretty white girl ran into a black man's arms. Something is wrong here.
Hearing it straight from Mr. Ramsey.
Yeah, they just clowned him. In fact, there's a TV show on Netflix that kind of clowns the whole situation with those women who were captured. And in the intro of that show, you can see how they portray this fella here. Let me share that with y'all.
Well, that haircut didn't do him any favors anyway.
Women rescued from underground apocalypse cult allegedly run by
self-proclaimed Messiah, Reverend Richard Wayne Gary Wayne, best known to Yelp users in this area
as Durnsville's worst wedding DJ. I am now joined by a neighbor who watched all the drama unfold, Walter Bankston. Mr. Bankston?
Oh, yeah. What had happened was I was outside cutting up bike tires with my grandson when out of nowhere, 100 police vehicles came booking. Then a SWAT team appeared. They went busting up in that weird old white dude's house. And I said, "Nathan, is this for reals?" White dudes holding records for creepy crimes. We were all shocked to find he had a cult up in there. I mean, we've been living here 10 years. Ain't nobody seen no girl. Ain't nobody heard no girl. This shit is diabolical. Old white dudes are generally harmless, but this is something they like to do. This mess is biblical. When they open that hatch, 1, 2, 3, 4 girls come out there. And my wife was like, "It's a miracle. This is an amazing day." They had them underground and they did not want to be there. They come out that hole looking around, all tentative, like a bunch of them pucks at 20 fields. When they popped up, the redheaded one, she was smiling. I said to myself, you know what? Females are strong as hell. They alive, damn it. Now they free to wear shorts and go look at cars. Maybe even take a computer class like Blue Jasmine. That's gonna be, fascinating transition. Also, look at these sunglasses I found. Unbreakable.
Yikes, boy. So this notion of going into 2022, we gotta stop helping these folks. Was there any question that this is something we should not be doing anyway?
Well, I mean, I don't know what he could have done. I mean, he's human. If he sees people running, I don't think he did it intentionally, but what I suggest is that my man should have got a haircut first. That's the injustice out of this whole thing. Forget the white girls. What the fuck was that? God damn.
I want to interject. I mean, I know we're trying to rush, but I want to interject. Well, two things. One, well, I don't know what that coon stuff just 2 seconds ago was, but that kind of confirms that you could just sell your people down the freaking river like anybody. Like, I don't know what that was, but as far as that guy, like he was clown. Like, you're gonna get mocked. Like, if you're clowning, you're going to get clowned on. There was not really too much seriousness going on with that guy, because he was kind of making jokes. And it's like, if you want to be seen as the hero or whatever, right, then that whole attitude, that you had just wasn't it. I want to say that. And the other thing I want to say is that, I don't necessarily, I don't know what that video you showed was at the end, but I think it's a really common thing among the journalist community that they can put a camera in front of a black person and a black person will say something stupid.
We'll play the fool.
Yep.
Yeah,
it's almost like I remember, I can't remember what it was. Maybe Dave Chappelle might have been parodying it or something like that. But it's just something so old, so common that, these journalists go into black neighborhoods looking for a black person to put a camera in front of. And no, I think it was what was it? Key and Peele. They did a skit on it. Where it's just common. It's almost like I said, the grifters, they have so, it's just so easy. It's just so easy, that, I mean, I'm not saying that I would do it, but people are doing these sort of things because it's just so damn easy. It's like matter of fact, I'll say this. I know I'm saying I want to be short. I saw this lady walking by me and, I got fast reflexes, right? So I saw something drop and I was like, hey lady, you dropped something. It was a roll of 20s, right? Like maybe like $60, I don't know. But I thought in retrospect, right? Imagine. You said what?
Was it a white lady?
No, it was a sister.
Okay,
but
you're good. You're gold. You're gold.
But what I'm saying is that, imagine if there was a world where black folk were just dropping money on the floor and they're walking, right? And like Kevin Conrad just asked, it was to the white woman, right? Now, look, imagine you're a white person and you see black people just dropping money, right, while they walking. You don't owe them nothing. I mean, as far as you're concerned, maybe people will say you owe them something, but as far as you're concerned, you don't owe them nothing. You see them dropping money, then you're going to try to take advantage. And I'm sorry, I keep talking. But look, there was this one U.S. president who was running. Malcolm X tells this joke, and I like this joke. He says, if, everybody asks for one wish, right? White guy asks for securities, black person asks for a lot of money, and the Jewish guy asks for fake imitation jewelry and that colored boy's address. You understand? I was just two things, but it's like everybody knows that they can get easy money off of you.
Yeah.
And because they know this, they know they could get an easy laugh. That's why they asked this dude. The dude was looking disheveled and all that stuff. I mean, was he a hero? I mean, kind of, but he presented himself in like the worst possible way. And like the idea that people are going to be like, yo, this guy is a hero. Sure, they could do that, but he clowning.
Yeah. This clown is a hero.
But
he clowning.
It's the neighborhood too. They know, like, if you go to a certain black neighborhood, the black people won't act that way. So they know the neighborhood they were in also. And of course, you put a camera in front of certain black people. Hey, it's showtime. Like that. So I agree with you. He made a clown of himself, and he enjoyed it. He enjoyed all the eyes that were on him, all the attention that was given to him. So I don't know if they turned him into a clown or if he enjoyed that. So
that was a I'll shut up.
Mr. Untouchable,
Well, I
what say
agree.
you?
I agree with Azuli. You know, I agree with Azuli. It's unfortunate, you know, when it comes to a camera and a black man. I don't know what it is, man. It's just like a switch go off in our head and be like showtime. And I I want to see the day when black men, when they see a camera come around, it's like no comment and just walk off. You know, it'll really, you know, be a brain teaser for a white, especially in particular the another audience of people, because the expectation is we always got to crack some joke or do some kind of monkey shine or tap dine for someone. It's like you rarely see the image of the serious black man or a very articulate black man unless he is in a particular forum. You know what I mean? You don't see that regular person on the street. You know, back in the day, you used to see him, especially when Malcolm X them walking around. But you really don't see a lot of that, and I really like to see that come back. You know, the serious black person, not threatening, not harmful. I just don't want to speak to the media. How about that?
Yeah, Carlos A. Cooks was like that, by the way. Carlos A. Cooks, you know, that was one of the reasons, you know, if we talking about Black history, one of the reasons why Malcolm X blew up, right, was because of that documentary, The Hate That Hate Produced. And originally it was supposed to be on Carlos A. Cooks' organization. But Carlos A. Cooks was like, no, we ain't even doing that media stuff. That's stupid shit. That's go to that other organization over there, you know? Because he kind of was like clowning the NOI, like they not serious or whatever. Now, of course, in retrospect, we look back at the NOI like they the most serious people, whatever. But the thing is that the white media, this was an individual who just didn't encourage this white media. It was like, nah, we ain't doing this white media. And unfortunately, because we don't carry our own stories as well as we should, you know, he's forgotten. And the people who are promoted by the white media, you know, as good as Malcolm is, right, they are the ones that are remembered. But it kind of goes back to, you know, like when we talk about propaganda, you know, that whole dichotomy between Malcolm and Martin, that's a propaganda that we absorbed readily. So it's just realistically, you know, like unfortunately, we don't have the schools. We don't have all this other stuff. And this guy right here, I want to say this about black folk. A lot of us believe we're amateur comedians. And not just that, like he was surrounded by these white folk and he just wanted to be a crowd pleaser. Yeah. That's all well and good. You could be a crowd pleaser and that's fine. But the idea that people are not going to ridicule you for making jokes and acting stupid, or oh man, your brother just jumped into, like you save somebody's life. You save somebody's life. And I mean, it's not like I mean, I guess you could play it off, but because you played it off and you look disheveled and you did all that stuff, you got what like, you know, I guess, I don't know. I didn't read the Bible, but I heard this, like, you reap what you sowed or whatever, something like that. So there you have it.
It's like, I'm going to tie this into one of the prompts. It's like the prompt with the juice guy. Why would you go to Vice? Like, who? Because you're now when they come get you, they have all the evidence. The same way, see, people might say it's two different things, but you see how the same way this man was so eager to go to Vice, it's the same way that man is so eager to say, oh, I'm a hero, me, I helped them. Sometimes you have to be able to be like, you know what? You're not going to shove this into my face so I could make a spectacle out of myself. At the end of the day, he made a spectacle, and what Oni just said, it's like he enjoyed it. So now if you look now, when you look back at yourself, when you go get a haircut and put a suit on and watch this character on TV, you're gonna feel away. Like, damn, why nobody told me not to say that? So it's and that man wanted the what's the word? The validation of these people around. Because he could have said all of this and the what's the word? And the easygoing manner. Like, he didn't have to speak like with all these inflection, He could have just said it in monotone, but he chose to. So at the end of the day, if you become a meme, that's on you.
I'll say this, matter of fact, there's this video on Twitter that was circulating, right, where this dude, like, I guess he might have had like some mess on his car seat, I'm not too sure, but he puts his camera on his girl, like, really, complaining about something. Then she dumps her chocolate milk. I don't know why she's drinking chocolate milk, but she dumps her chocolate milk on his car seat. So people see this like, oh man, toxic relationship, so on and so forth. Later on, he gets on another video where he's like, y'all not gonna call my girl a bitch or whatever, or you're blah, blah, blah. And it's like, dude, you put a video of a woman dumping chocolate milk onto your car seat, right? Well, not getting out of the car, nothing. And then like we're under the impression that she's a jerk. We don't know if it's a skit. We don't know what's going on, but we're complaining about it, and we're on your side. Like we're doing what you would expect a normal person to do. If you're there clowning and joking and this white girl just wants into a black man's house, then people are gonna be like, hey, this guy's a fucking idiot. Because you done saved this woman's life, and you could just be like, yeah, I save lives. That's what I do. And that'd be cool. You know what I mean? Like that's a nice way to put it, right? Or to be like, I'm not really a hero, but you're just like, yeah, you guys laughing or you guys are entertained? And so they're like, okay, he's a dumbass. Let me make and because they're doing all these videos, and he probably felt happy and great. He was doing tours after this thing. He's like the girl who does that, beans, greens, tomatoes, potatoes. Yep. Like, I mean, I sang that song. It's a nice song. But like, yeah, they remix your stuff, and then you become a celebrity and it gets to your head, and then later on you be like, why they always think I list out food? Because you went on a freaking tour with it. And you did that stupid thing to begin with. What you rhyming for? Like, what you rapping for in the middle of a search? Like what are you doing? So it's just like, I can't, like, I mean, white people love being entertained. They love finding entertainment in black folk. And it is what it is. And this guy, he liked it to begin with because he was trying to entertain them, and it worked. That's all I'm going to say.
They love the happy Negroes, man. They love the
the magical Negroes, I think they call them. Magical Negroes. It's the best thing. Uncle Tom's and stuff.
Bobby Wright in the chat says, we really make ourselves look stupid sometimes.
Sometimes.
I think that's almost a good ending for that. But Kevin Carey, you wanted to make this point. What's the last word that you have for this post?
Well, that's just one incident. There was another one. I forgot what it was. It happened way back in the 1900s. It was a town somewhere in the South, and it was two towns. One, they were separated by the railroad. The white part they all got sick, and they needed help, so they went to the black part of town and said, hey, can you come over and help us? And the black folks did. They came over and helped them. They all got well, went back to their town. You know what happened? Those white folks started blaming the black folks for stuff being missing when nothing was missing. So that's what I'm saying. You can't help, like what they said, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. You got to help your own people.
Well, the thing is, I can't tell a person not to help another person. At the end of the day, a lot of black people are very altruistic, humanitarian at heart. So I can't tell a black person not to help another person and help in need because they're not the same. I'm not going to say that. But what I'm going to say is comport yourself in a dignified manner, because just like a 1985 BMW is not going to be fly in 2015. So if you don't comport yourself in a certain way, 10 years later, that video is going to live in the internet, and then you're going to become a meme. So I cannot tell a black person, oh, you shouldn't help this. Like, if I'm walking down the street and I see somebody get a little girl who's not black, almost gonna get run over by a car, I cannot say I'm not going to help that little girl. Because at the end of the day, I'm a human. So I can't say, I don't know what this prompt is trying to say, but what are you going to do? So if you see a older Indian lady or Caucasian lady trying to cross the street and she's almost going to get hit, y'all just going to keep walking? That's not I don't think that's reality, because I'm not going to sit there and say I wouldn't help.
Yeah, so I think a lot of people will, like a lot of black Americans, a lot of black people will be like, yeah, we're going to help out these white folk, And I mean, I personally, like, I don't want to say that I would help a white person, right? But I also like. I remember one time I had to catch myself, because it's like you like. Well, the thing is that we have to discipline and train ourselves to not be, helpful or humane or whatever. Because I remember one time I did see this little boy almost run into the street, and like the part of me was like, "Oh snap!" I kind of was like, "Oh, let me," but he stopped anyway. But it was like I started like, "Why the fuck did I just do that?" So I'm not to say that, I would just let a kid hit it, but like, again, you don't know who these people are. I mean, here in New York, you don't really help people out, period. Real talk. Because you don't know what kind of traps people are sending,
And I agree with that sentiment.
Yeah. We don't really, like, real talk, we don't really help people. I mean, I came back from Ghana and I accidentally helped some dude, and then some black person scolded me. I mean, I helped the black person. Because I was like, "Hey, it's a black person. Here's some money. You said you have this sob story," and this older lady just scolded me like he told all of us the same thing. He's not really. He's been doing this for 2 hours, and I was like, "Wait, what? Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm not in Africa anymore." So it's like I don't like. I can't say like I personally hope that I would not help out somebody in that situation, right? But I mean, again, like, but that's just me. Like this guy is clearly on the shucking and like this guy is clearly in want of attention. This guy is clearly he's clearly a coon or low key coon. So do I think a low key coon would I mean, we don't have the influence to be like stop helping non-black people. Like we don't have it. Like we don't have the Charles Ramsey's not looking to impress us. Not with that hairstyle. No, I'm joking. I can't say that because my hair's not better. But anyway, but like Charles Ramsey's not looking to impress us. He's not looking to owe us. He's getting his fill with thing, and I think they said in the paper, the sister was like, "Hey, he used to be a humble guy. He used to be, like he was a quiet dude. He was nobody really cared about him. Nobody really paid attention to him. He got all the attention he wanted. He got attention from a pretty white girl, according to him. And you saw the picture. She wasn't really that pretty, so you could just tell what kind of a life he's living. I mean, like this dude was like he looking to save people. Like I'm saying, he's looking for attention. So I can't say what like I personally, from random ass white girl run up to me or trying to get out of a room, I kind of stay out of that shit. But like I could see him trying to like get some excitement in his life. And yeah, that's it.
All right. I think we covered that one pretty well. Let's post last topic for the night. Is about the last surviving dog from Michael Vick's dogfighting ring has died. I'm not 100% certain as to why this was submitted, but we'll find out in a second. All right. The last surviving dog from Michael Vick's dogfighting ring has died. Frodo was one of 49 dogs captured in 2007 from Bad News Kennels, 47 of whom were rehabbed. The last surviving dog from former NFL quarterback Michael Vick's dogfighting ring has died, according to the animal welfare nonprofit Bad Rap. Frodo, a pit bull who was estimated to be about 15 years old, transitioned this past weekend to be with the rest of the dogs from the group. Bad Rap wrote on his Facebook page. He was one of 49 dogs. Mute your mic, please. He was one of 49 dogs rescued in 2007 from Bad News Kennel dogfighting ring on Vick's property in Smithfield, Virginia. 2 had to be put down, but the 47 others were rehabbed and replaced with families and rescue groups all over the country. Kim and Tony Ramirez adopted Frodo in 2007 and live in Fremont, California. The last 14 years of Frodo's life were spent being pampered like a prince with the Ramirez family and dogs. The post read, "Sweet Frodo, how we loved him. He was one of the bravest survivors we've ever met. 2 other dogs from that ring recently passed as well," the post noted. In 2007, when the police raided his compound, Vick was the star quarterback for the Atlanta Falcons, the highest paid player in the NFL. Vic spent 18 months in prison for financing the dog fighting ring for 6 years. He later spent 7 more years in the NFL, with 3 other teams, retiring in 2016. Vic eventually took full responsibility for his misdeeds, apologizing and making amends by spending time and money working to stop dog fighting in the years following his time in prison. The Washington Post in 2019 tracked down the status of all 47 dogs, 11 of whom were still alive at the time of the reporting. They landed in homes from California to Rhode Island, embraced by people and jobs ranging from preschool teacher to attorney. The story said, some adopters love sports. Others had never heard of Vic. Some of the dogs struggled to heal emotionally and remained fearful throughout their lives. But they all found homes far more loving than the horror film Kennel that made headlines around the globe. So that's that story. Oni, do you particularly care about the last dog from Mike Vick's dog fighting having died? Your mic is muted.
I was saying that's my favorite dog, you know. No, I'm joking. I mean, like nobody know, like who. It's not a real story, but I mean, white folk love their dogs, though. I ain't gonna hold you. You know, white folk love their dogs, so it's not like you know when they say, you know, the trouble is that we believe that we the white boy's best friend, but you know he done told us it was these dogs, you know. Nah, he done told us that. I remember there was this video, this dude in Africa who's like, you know, like, no, this African guy, it's a little weird, but he's about to go eat a dog, you know? So he buys the dog live, like you would buy, like not even like how you buy a goat. He like literally buys a live dog. And this white boy's just like, hey, what are you doing? You can't do that. Dogs have souls and you know, or something like that. And the black guy's like, I don't give a shit. And he just loads his car and, you know, drives off with the dog. And, you know, the white guy, you know, thinking he has all the power in the world, you know, I probably believe in, you know, the white, you know, nearly Fuller Jr., right? He's like, hey, I'm gonna get you, you're gonna get you in trouble and blah blah blah, right? Whatever. But then a dog gets eaten. Now, I'm not saying go eat dogs. I wouldn't necessarily. I'm not gonna say I don't eat dogs because you know I had Chinese food once upon a time, right? But either way, yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, I saw this story, then I saw people talking about, you know, they was like killing these dogs. And I think that the real story here is that black folk got like when you have money, don't do stupid shit. Don't do, I mean, you don't have to even do this illegal shit. Like, what are you doing dog fighting for? And it's like, maybe there's white folk who do dog fighting. I don't know. Maybe, possibly, most likely, you know, but still, like, I don't know. Like, I mean, as far as the dog, I don't care. Obviously, I'm not a dog. I don't care. I don't like pets. I don't think pets is this real thing that you should do. But yeah, the dog thing is like, eh.
All right, Urzuli, what say you?
I mean, I think this is to show you the power of these people that so many years gone past that they still gonna drag Michael Vick's name through this thing. Meanwhile, they killed between 1830 and 1885. They killed 40 million buffaloes, almost genocided a whole fucking species, but nobody celebrate that anniversary. They go hunting in Africa, kill lions, kill all type of animals for fun, but nobody says nothing about that. I love dogs. I love animals. I don't even eat meat. So I respect animals like I would respect a human being. But this is to show you that this man who spent 2 years for that, and he's still being dragged. And meanwhile, that's why when you control the whole media, you control everything. Now you could drag his name back into this. Meanwhile, the man went to jail, paid fines, lost money, went bankrupt. But these people could pay money to go to Africa and kill the wildlife. Nobody says nothing. The Africans don't say nothing. African people don't even have respect for fucking animals, for the earth. They allow these people to do that. But at the same time, these people have the nerve to be able to write an article. Meanwhile, they go hunting, they kill bears for fun. They kill deers for fun. But what they're going to tell you, no, is to control population. Who the fuck gave you the right to control their population? So I say this to say this is very disturbing. Yeah, I mean, do I feel bad for the animals? Yeah, I'm not into dog fighting or none of that. We all know black people got into dog fighting by trying to imitate the barrel maker, because that's what we do, imitate. Don't want to create nothing by ourselves, but imitate their lifestyle. So I'm just saying this article is very it's like, yeah, I killed 40 million buffaloes. 40, yeah, almost extinct. Yeah, almost extinct the freaking rhinoceros, the white rhinos in Africa. So who gives you the right to try to vilify Michael Vick while destroy the world with pollution and all of that? So that's my take on this, yo.
Mr. Untouchable, what says you?
Oh, I second Azuli's stance. You know, almost 100%. You know, for me, it's a teachable moment. You know, and it shows that if you are a successful Black person, that not even successful, you don't have to be successful. But let's just say Michael Vick has paid the cost. You know, he's went to jail, he's paid fines, he's apologized several times. And when people mention Michael Vick's name, they always associate him with an incident he probably did maybe 10, 14 years ago. It's almost like the Tiger Woods thing, when he got up in front of a bunch of different people and said, "Yes, I cheated on my wife," and started crying. So it's okay for his ex-wife to receive $500 million because my man couldn't keep his dick in his pants. It's ridiculous, but these people will never forgive you. So I suggest that we should stop going up on these platforms and asking for their forgiveness. You know what I mean? Have some self-respect, stand up like a man, say, well, you know what, I did it, I was wrong, let me move on. If you all ain't gonna forgive me, then fuck it. I mean, you know, just move on, man. They'll never forgive you. And as Zuli said, you know, these people have some balls because they have hunting season where they kill mass numbers a day every year. You know, they go to Africa, they take the tusks off of the elephants, they take the skins, they ship it back to the West, and then they can get mad over what Michael Vick did as far as animal bedding. And notice he was financing this dog fighting. It's almost like as if Michael Vick personally was feeding and breeding dogs for the soul. No, he was financing this particular thing. You know, just like how a lot of mobsters go to the track, you know, and finance and bet on dogs racing. You don't see the people getting their parties in a bunch about that. But
And Mr. Untouchable, like those dog racing and those horse racing, you know, like if the horse has like an ankle issue, you know, they shoot the horse,
put him out to pasture.
Yo, they shoot the horse because it's too much to fix the horse ankle or whatever. They kill the horse.
Yes.
But these same people have the nerve,
have the balls. So
they destroying the ocean. They're destroying the ocean life with all this pollution and drilling. But these same people,
yes,
have the nerve to go back. Oh my, what?
Yeah.
But then again, hey, the victor always could do whatever they want because they have the money, they have the guns, they have the propaganda, they have everything.
That's true.
And another thing I wanted to bring, Mr. Untouchable, for Michael Vick not to be able to pay any of his loser friends to take the fall for him, that tell you how many fucking friends you have.
Yeah.
Because as a millionaire, I should be able to say, yo, you're a loser. Here's $2 million. Here's 500K. When you get out, I'll give you some more. Let me go play football.
No. Here's what it is. Because I don't really follow this story, but here's what it is. Michael Vick took the fall for his cousin.
Right.
Like, it's not even like he couldn't afford somebody else to take a fall. This dude took a fall for somebody else and he wasn't even guilty, but he took it for his cousin. That's like, it's just
God.
I'm telling you, like, These guys got
Yo,
money.
only you making me want to quit this. Don't say that. Stop. I'm out. Don't say that. What?
Bruh, this guy got money. He was like what, the top, like I don't know football, but he was a good level quarterback.
At the time, he was the highest paid quarterback at the time. He was
And
like,
so he
had like
takes the
150
fall for his deadbeat cousin who's in his backyard killing dogs.
For fighting dogs.
That's crazy.
Fighting dogs and killing dogs. and it's like you are the freaking you won, my guy. And the guy's using his house. And it's like, dude, that's why I tell you, like, what do you like? I mean, I'm not saying I wouldn't support my family, but like if I have a deadbeat in my house just breaking laws, doing illegal shit, doing dumb shit, like what? And then you gonna take the fall? How you gonna take the fall? Like, I don't know what they were gonna do to his cousin.
And
like what they were gonna do.
You know, some of these people testify against Vic, some of his own people.
Wow.
And this is the thing. What you just said, how, my man, you would have been doing 10 years straight. I would have been like, yo, that's him. That's like, what the point?
Hey, he's not even guilty. That's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, I did, like, because people were having this discussion. Some people were like, oh, he did help with disposing the dogs' bodies or something after his cousin killed him, and so he's not like innocent. But like, what the fudge? Like, let your cousin take the like. Why the fuck is he in your house? You know, like, I mean, like, I tell you, I got some deadbeat relatives. I don't invite them to my house. You know, like, and it's like at best you just give them money not to be in your house fighting dogs. Like, y'all saw that Boondocks episode. What's the Boondocks where they had Katrina happen, and then a bunch of these like black folk from Louisiana was just acting amok in the dude's house, and they were like, we got to get these people out. Like, you don't keep them they fighting dogs in your house, and you just like, yeah, well, I mean, you one of the highest paid athletes on the planet, right? And you letting people fight dogs in your house for little pennies for entertainment.
And that's the thing. Also, a lot of the black people who finally a way out of the rat race, they still want to be tied to the fucking hood. They still want to be down. Like, that's part of them being down. Like, Michael Vick was not supposed to do 1 day in jail. He's supposed to say, you know what, my man, you're gonna take the fall. You do 5 years, I don't care. When you come out, you have a little change. I'm not doing time. But
no, like, what the fuck? Like, why would you do time?
But only nobody and his clique would be saying, you know what, Vic? I'm gonna take the L because you're the bread maker.
Yep.
Nobody, and this is, and I know I'm going away from the subject, but nobody said, you know what, Vic, I'm gonna do the years, man. Just when I get out, just take care of me.
I think no disrespect to the dude, but I think his dumb ass was like, I'm gonna take their fall. I'm the good guy. I'm the hero. I'm the good older cousin or some shit. Or, you know, my auntie said, you know, like, you know,
I stood tall.
But
yeah,
only, you know, he had to pay a lot of money back to he went bankrupt. He had to pay a lot of money back to the Falcons, and they used that to take money away from him. Yo, they destroyed Vic.
Hey, but that's it. That's on him though, because it's like he was innocent. He was innocent. He took the fall for his cousin who was guilty. You don't like I'm not gonna say I agree with Neely Fuller Jr., but I think Neely Fuller Jr. was like,
no, he had some points.
Snitching.
Neely had some
Yeah,
points.
he was like, yeah, black folk, you should snitch. Now here's the thing: you should have snitched on your damn cousin. Like, what the fuck are you taking a fall for some dude who's doing some dumb shit? Like my brother does like let's say I got a brother who does some dumb shit. My brother does some dumb shit, right? He taking that fucking L. Like, I didn't do that dumb. Like, what? Ain't no way. He's like, hey man, I can't go. Like, what? Yes, you can, because I don't know why the fuck you did that. I know my black ass ain't going to no damn prison. You know what I'm saying? You already loosened up. You know what I'm saying?
Oh boy, Kari, what's your last word on this?
I really don't give a damn, to tell you the truth. Hey, if you look in the private chat, I put a Google search link. All these, I don't know if you look at it. If y'all can look at it, y'all. And Michael Vick is the problem? Nah.
What I would just say is that I think that black people as a whole, we need to look how we deal with nature, deal with animals, deal with the world. Even though it's not us doing it, but I think us black people need to be try to be more caring towards animals. If that's one thing, like, but this prompt me. It's not that I don't care that the dog thing. I'm glad they had rescue because I'm not with the dog fighting crap because I think that's very inhumane and very like that's worse than the if you have to kill to eat. It's one thing, but like even like Mr. Untouchable and Goku, you might know this too. Like in the Caribbean, they used to do the cockfights. Pause. Like as a kid, I felt that was so inhumane. Like I couldn't even deal with that. So they do cockfights in the Caribbean, and I don't know if they do dog fights like that. But when I was younger, I used to see that they had the roosters fighting each other, like almost gouging each other's eyes out. Like we got to do better, man.
Listen,
We got to do.
in Puerto Rico, it's worse. They put razor blades on their legs.
Like what we have become we have become so evil that like for entertainment we want animals. Animals don't even fight each other for sports. That's what I'm saying. The human race ain't shit because animals fight for food and for self defense. Negroes is fighting. Who puts razor blade and we got to do better, man. But that I was saying. Say that again.
It's easy. It's like a quick. I see the videos a lot back in the days where they put the razor blade and that one. I won't mention the word. The C just jumps and just gives it a really swift kick across the neck. That other chicken is dead.
Wow, it's like I've never seen that. But yeah, but we have to do better as caring for animals. But that I'm just saying that prompt got me tight because y'all destroying pollution, killing the wildlife, but now y'all want to. This man did all his time, paid money, but damn, I didn't know he took the fall. Oh, he a dummy. Damn, I'm gonna have to take him off my top 5. I'm gonna have to take him off my
top 5. Nah, I mean I can't. That's what I'm saying. I can't really like once I saw that, it's like because I know sometimes you would hear that in in like the black community where somebody says, "Well, take a fall," or marry this person so they can get whatever, right? Like that's like I wouldn't, like I can't, it don't make any sense. He's on the top of his world. Like my thing is this, this is illegal, but you letting them do this in your house, and he was helping them out too, in a sense. It's like
remember when Biggie has a story where him and his homeboy got picked up and there was a gun, and if they in New York City, if they pick you up for a gun in a car, if nobody claims it, it's going on both of y'all, right? So in New York City, if we're riding in a car and the police pulls us over and there's a gun in the car, if somebody doesn't claim it, the law is allowed to put the gun on both of y'all, right? So in his story, Biggie was like, yeah, it was Biggie's gun, but he said his friend said, you know what? I'm gonna take the bid. Since you have the potential, just make sure you look out.
Exactly. But what potential the cousin had?
Nothing.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what is wrong with Michael Vick? Because it's like it wasn't even his dog fighting ring. Like, it's one thing if it was his dog fighting ring and he was like, hey, you know what? This was me. So I'll take the fall. That makes a lot of sense. But it's his deadbeat cousin chilling in his house doing illegal shit, right? I can't go back to jail. So what the fuck are you doing illegal shit for? Like, what does that make sense?
Damn, son. Damn. But you know what? The funny thing, people would say, "Oh, you're a snitch." The hood would call you a snitch.
It ain't even snitching though. It's like this dude got. If you talk about potential, like if you was like to list black people in America and who had the most potential, the highest potential for earning, this guy could make top 100 or something. You know,
Michael could have made at least 500 mil if all this thing didn't happen to him, man.
Exactly. That's nothing. That's not like. And his cousin is doing dog fighting. I don't know if it's for fun. I don't know if it's for money, but he's doing dog fight. Like I'm telling you, and this is like this guy's main residence. I mean, like Michael Vick has so many. Like, why do you have these people in your house?
Yeah, man.
Like, it don't make any sense. Like, I'm telling you, like my brothers and I, we don't even live in the same, like, we don't even live in the same vicinity. You know? None of my cousins. I mean, I'm not saying that. All right, I'll say that my family do live with near each other and all that stuff. But like, no, I wouldn't personally live with anybody, let alone you having dog fights in my house. And then I gotta go and dispose and kill dogs with you. Like, why? Like, what? Like, who the freak? Like, whose house is it? You know, whose house is it? Like, Michael Vick messed up because if you have your house, you should be setting the rules. If you don't want to be doing this dogfighting stuff, nobody should be dogfighting in your house. You know, it don't make no sense anywhere.
Terrible, man. Lost all this money, lost all this time. This guy, man, what a dummy. Maybe he did deserve retard.
But he was punished more when he got back in the NFL. Remember they were targeting him?
Yeah, he never lived this down till this day. When he was, there's certain stuff that he does, they still target him. And you see the picture they put of the little dog crying or whatever. Oh man! And they had the nerve to call the dog Frodo. Damn, they didn't know how to do this.
Mr. Untouchable, you have the last word here.
No. I think that I think we vetted the hell out of this issue with Michael Vick and all the other prompts for the night. I think we did a good job. Really went way past what I was expecting. 245. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, I thought this dude said it was going to be a short episode. What happened?
I thought it was going to be short, man.
Yeah. But I appreciate y'all, brothers. You know, I appreciate the discussion. You know, and hopefully next week we'll do something much better and greater and improve as we go along. So,
yes, sir.
Yeah.
Oni, what's your show gonna be in a few hours?
Shit, I don't even know. I thought I was gonna go through my Twitter, to be honest, but I don't know. It's the end of the year stuff, possibly. I said end of the year, right? It's the last weekend.
Yeah. Hey, Oni, what you said earlier about recess? That was an episode where TJ found $20.
He found $20. I actually didn't. I never watched the show. I never got into
a bill actually, and you went to the guy, the richest guy in town, and I remember the episode where he told the young guy to shut up. He goes, "I don't work for you. You want to bet?"
Yeah, I never watched the show, but I saw that scene and it stuck with me. Like, yo, there's some white people who can be like, yo, you work for me, and you just don't even know it. You know,
but like, really put you about life, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, I never got into it. I don't know if it was like one black character, right, or something like that.
There was two. The one black character, the kid, he was a stereotypical athlete, but the teacher, Miss Grokey, she was like, I don't know how Disney put that show out, man, but that woman was very revolutionary.
Oh, it was Disney?
Yeah, it was Disney.
That's probably why I didn't watch it. I was a Cartoon Network guy. I didn't even watch Nick too much.
Hey, remember Ren and Stimpy? That was dark.
Oh yeah, Ren and Stimpy. Yeah. Beavis and Butthead.
that was Nick. Beavis and Butthead.
No, that was a Comedy Central. Actually, I don't know what it was. That was MTV. I know. I just know I shouldn't have been watching it. Anyway, but yeah, boss.
I'll be there for your show in the mornings. I'll see you there, and I'll be back Tuesday, Thursday this week, and I guess I'll be back on New Year's night. So we'll open the first day of the year with Shoot the Breeze.
Hey, Koku, you want to do a marathon that day?
Me personally, no. No.
I know, right?
So anyway, you guys be good. See you guys next week for Shoot the Breeze. See you during the week for the other episodes that I do. You guys be good. Peace.
All right.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.